Upon waking, his entire frame aches as if he had been severely thrashed. Immobilized, a quick glance at his surroundings reveals he is situated in a dilapidated shack within the ghetto. His sibling is seated nearby, yet her appearance seems off. He recalls the assault they suffered at the hands of criminals where she shielded him, absorbing every blow to ensure his safety. Following the attack, she spent days tending to his injuries while neglecting her own critical trauma. Suddenly, those very same hoodlums barge into their quarters. They immediately strike his sister with a kick. She remains silent as she collapses to the floor, having already passed away. However, those heartless men are completely indifferent. Their only shock is that their previous beating proved fatal. Nevertheless, even in these gutters, they recognize that everything has value, including a corpse. Consequently, they attempt to haul her off, but Tiny refuses to let them. He exerts every ounce of effort to stir, yet his frail physique fails to react. He barely succeeds in raising a quivering hand. At that moment, a blue mana radiance emanates from his palm, and he is suddenly granted the power to act. Screaming for the villains to halt, he lunges forward and manages to shove one of them away. He then positions himself over his sister's remains to protect her. Enraged by his defiance, the thugs begin to stomp on him without mercy. Tiny withstands the assault, refusing to leave her side. Eventually, they abandon their attempt to take her and depart. Once alone, Tiny reflects on his circumstances. Events are unfolding unlike his previous existence. He is bewildered, particularly since he vividly recalls being incapable of wielding mana during this period of his youth. It appears he has traveled back in time. Formerly the premier hammer-wielding combatant, he lived through a demonic invasion that devastated the land. He managed to slay the Beast Lord alone, though he sustained fatal injuries. In his final moments, a dying veteran knight named Esgard spoke to him from nearby. After sharing his most guarded secret, he urged Tiny to seek him out in the past without delay. Utilizing an enchanted ring, the knight transported the youth to an earlier era. Now, remembering Esgard's parting instructions, Tiny aspires to alter the course of destiny. Upon confirming his regression, Tiny is consumed by anger that Esgard didn't return him to a slightly earlier point, one where he could have rescued his sister. The reason for arriving at this specific moment eludes him. However, as he begins to spit up blood, he is reminded of his current physical vulnerability. He resolves not to dwell on what cannot be changed, considering Esgard might have been unsure if the temporal shift would even succeed. Tiny decides to utilize this opportunity for a final farewell to his sibling, recalling Esgard. Directive to locate him swiftly, Tiny vows to comply, but only after retaliating against Wolf, the individual who caused her demise. In his prior life, his vengeance against Wolf was barely achieved. This time, however, he intends to settle the score thoroughly. His immediate priority is arranging a dignified burial. Eventually, Tiny stands before her casket as the funeral rites. Irina was not related to him by blood. Rather, they were linked by their dark hair and eyes, features considered a curse in this part of the world. Because of this, Tiny is an outcast. Irina, having lost her actual brother, adopted him as her own. Tiny feels remorse for never returning her generosity. As the cleric performs the ceremony, Irina's friend Emma observes Tiny's grave expression. Look, it's clear to her that he's a different person now, a shift she attributes to losing his last living relative. Emma recalls visiting his house recently and discovering him having a meal next to his sister's lifeless body. That sight had left her profoundly shaken. Furthermore, she was stunned to see that his wounds had completely vanished. He then lifted Irina's remains, leaving Emma horrified by his cold and emotionless demeanor. At the time, she reprimanded him, noting that he only ever took Irina's advice seriously. He gave her a grave thanks for the food and vowed to return the favor. Observing him now, she remains uncertain about his true thoughts. At the same time, Tiny contemplates honoring his sister's legacy. He thinks back to her constant urging for him to be bold and proud. Rather than wallowing in guilt, he resolves to live by her words from this point forward. Mentally speaking to his sister, he swears to live a life free of remorse. 4 weeks later, following a period of grueling practice, his mana reserves are depleted. The moment has arrived to seek his vengeance against Wolf. Standing outside the villain's lair, he is spotted by henchmen who mistake him for a common vagrant. His nonchalant inquiry regarding Wolf's whereabouts only serves to irritate them. A lackey attempts to strike him, but Tiny intercepts the blow instantly. Squeezing the man's wrist with immense force, he questions if the thug truly underestimated a child's strength. As the man collapses in agony, Tiny advances toward the next target. He cannot fathom how a young boy possesses such might. Rationalizing that it must be the result of some narcotic, the man tries to reassure himself that a mere child shouldn't be a threat. He seizes Tiny by the neck of his shirt, planning to toss him away. However, the fabric only tugs. It's as if he's attempting to hoist a heavy block of iron rather than a person. Tiny ridicules his efforts, remarking that his weight is deceptive and the man's struggle is futile. He then sends the thug flying with a kick. Internally, Tiny is ecstatic about his progress, since his internal energy is now in total harmony with his physique, a feat he never managed in his past existence. This hidden training method boosts his power by maintaining a continuous flow between his mana and his muscle. The sole drawback is the enormous caloric intake required for this development. With Emma's assistance, he succeeded in meeting those needs, while he remains lost in his internal reflection. The remaining thugs watch him in a state of utter bewilderment and fear. He understands that fresh mana lacks strength but integrates effortlessly into a wounded vessel. He hurls the henchmen into the air, sarcastically expressing gratitude for the previous beatings they gave him. The man smashes into the headquarters, alerting everyone inside to the breach. They immediately identify Tiny as the street urchin they knew. They jeer at him for arriving solo without any gear, but Tiny merely grins. Seizing a thug by the ankle, he announces that he is indeed carrying a weapon. Victim yells in terror and agony as Tiny wields him like a club, using the man's own body to strike down the others. The majority of the group is paralyzed with horror at the spectacle. Before long, the entire crowd is incapacitated by his living bludgeon. Having cleared out the weaklings, he focuses on the more formidable foes. Only the Lander siblings are left. With a simple gesture of his hand, he dares them to attack. One Lander brother prepares his blade, aiming to run the boy through. However, he hesitates upon seeing the energy radiating from Tiny's diminutive form. Avarice takes hold, as the remains of mana wielders are worth a fortune. Tiny, on the other hand, feels indifferent, noting that his makeshift human club is spent and about to collapse. He recalls a past mentor's reprimand regarding the use of people as armaments. Back then, his mentor provided him with training in hand-to-hand engagement to balance out his savage combat style. He is currently preparing to employ those very skills against the pair of siblings. The two siblings strike at once, yet he retreats from their blades, having already anticipated their maneuvers. He lands a blow on one and strikes the other with his foot. He subsequently seizes one and slams him violently into the earth. Tiny moves with incredible swiftness, delivering another kick before the man even makes contact with the soil. Last, he overcomes the duo. Just then, the head of the intruders, Wolf, makes his appearance. Tiny recalls from his previous existence that Wolf is truly a lycanthrope, not merely an ordinary one but a silver-blooded shifter, recognized as a legitimate heir to the royal lineage of their kind. In his former life, he never discovered why such a distinguished creature was residing in these ghettos. He had to struggle desperately just to emerge victorious. He is certain the mystery will be solved this time. Wolf is stunned to witness Tiny dispatching his subordinates with such ease, as Tiny provokes him by vowing to end his life as well. Wolf begins his metamorphosis at once, intent on punishing the youth. Tiny is pleased that his opponent is utilizing his full power right away. Nevertheless, Tiny is shocked once the change is complete. This is no silver-tier shifter. Rather, he is merely a common mongrel. Enraged by what he considers a slight, Wolf charges at Tiny, swinging his talons incessantly, while evading the strikes. Tiny analyzes the circumstances. Although Wolf possesses superior speed and strength compared to the Lander siblings, he lacks the overwhelming might of the silver lycanthrope Tiny faced previously. Tiny seizes Wolf by the mouth, shattering it with his internal energy before tossing him aside. He once received advice from a shifter ally regarding how to handle their species when they succumb to frenzy. Tiny intends to put that suggestion into practice now. Livid, Wolf lunges forward, but Tiny avoids every swipe of his claws. Attacking from an unseen angle, Tiny delivers a powerful kick, stating that he deserves to be disciplined. Content, Tiny prepares to pummel him until he is nearly dead. He strikes and kicks the creature without mercy. He recalls his friend's instruction to literally knock the animalistic side out of them, as shifters possess the healing factors necessary to survive such physical damage. Shortly after, he hurls Wolf against a partition. The impact causes the structure to fracture, dislodging an object. Wolf then reverts to his original human state. Tiny sees that the man has woken up. Wolf is bewildered by the assault and questions the reason behind it. Tiny is now set on snapping his backbone. His goal is to thrash him until he begs his sister for forgiveness. He hopes that once this is finished, his sister can at last be at peace. As he voices his plan to execute him, a panicked wolf begins pleading for mercy from both Tiny and his sibling. Tiny remarks that despite his desire to slay him as an offering at his sister's burial site, he realizes she would find no joy in seeing Wolf's visage there. Thus, he chooses to interrogate him instead. He warns Wolf that every silence will be met with more violence. Tiny then spots a mana stone lying on the floor. He retrieves it, noting that it was absent during his first life. The moment he makes contact with it, he detects a sinister aura within. Suddenly, he perceives a shackled silver shifter howling inside the stone. His gaze intensifies as the truth dawns on him. He thinks back to when his elven ally introduced him to spirit creatures. Such entities are famous for accumulating energy over centuries, typically undergoing a transformation. These mystical creatures are exceptionally scarce, usually found only within Elfenheim's borders. He was already aware of that fact, particularly after she presented a spirit stone, the vessel for a being's core life force. Recognizing the object in his grasp, he questions how Wolf managed to acquire such a valuable treasure. Furthermore, this artifact is tainted by malevolent demonic power. To begin, Tiny shatters the obsidian shackles restraining the creature. The moment they break, the creature's past experiences flood his mind. He witnesses a silver wolf trapped by mysterious individuals radiating sinister auras. They swarm the wolf from every direction. After its fall, they use cursed blades to cut into it and retrieve the spirit stone. He then observes a young boy receiving the gem. Shortly after, the boy integrates the stone and transforms into wolf. Tiny understands that this is the gruesome technique for forging a synthetic lycanthrope from a person. Everything is clear now. Because Wolf failed to completely assimilate the stone's power, his evolution into a silver werebeast remained incomplete. The spectral silver wolf advances, intent on retaliating against its human counterpart. Tiny intervenes, stating his desire to prolong Wolf's agony before granting him the release of death. He is surprised to find the silver wolf responding to his words. He recalls Estina's explanation that a person possessing a virtuous spirit and sufficient magical energy could potentially become a spirit summoner. She suggested that youth provides the greatest opportunity. He figures his reverted age might make him eligible for this role. Explaining the creature's comprehension, despite his own skepticism regarding his soul's purity, the spirit beast clarifies the situation, noting that when the bonds were severed, his own energy permeated the fractured stone, bridging the gap for dialogue. Tiny inquires about establishing a formal pact, to which the beast instantly agrees. Reaching out, Tiny feels a surge of thrill at the prospect of this alliance. He is aware that, unlike standard spells, spirits require no constant oversight from their master. They function as independent physical allies instead. Their only requirement is a consistent flow of mana from the caster. Furthermore, their power scales with that of their partner. This explains why Estina earned her reputation as the most formidable of the 10 knights. The creature demands a single term: vengeance against those who wronged it. The protagonist consents without hesitation, as he was already set on fighting the Dark Legion. After setting the terms, the pact is finalized. Tiny then chooses a moniker for his companion. He names him Wolong, a distorted variation of Moonwolf. The primary mystery remains: who is supporting Wolf from behind the scenes? Based on the foul energy detected, he is sure they are part of the Dark Faction. These are the demon acolytes, zealots who revere fiends rather than the divine. Prior to the Beast Lord's invasion, these cultists were causing chaos. At that point, Tiny was exploring a dungeon, leaving him largely uninformed about their activities. He strikes Wolf, insisting on knowing if the cultists provided the spirit stone. Since Wolf remains unresponsive, Tiny instructs Wuleng to intervene. Wuleng's thunderous howl snaps him back to reality. Tiny asks once more, demanding to know where the organization is based and what they intend to do next. Wolf chuckles at him in a threatening manner. He explains that he's merely a test subject for those individuals, who will surely ensure Tiny pays for his actions. Just as he begins describing their immense strength, his skull bursts. Tiny instantly realizes a silencing curse had been placed upon him to prevent any leaks. He recalls Wolf's previous life warning about being pursued. Back then, he figured Wolf meant his own subordinates. However, his prior investigation revealed those henchmen weren't even aware of Wolf's lycanthropic nature. Setting the issue aside for the moment, he examines the wall's fracture, curious about its contents. He hurls Wolf's corpse at the barrier. The impact causes the masonry to crumble, exposing a concealed vault. Tiny resolves to share these findings with Esgard at the right time. He states his faith in his former allies, then amends his thought: Esgard is his comrade-to-be. Upon opening the vault, he discovers a vast hoard of riches, yet his focus is solely on a single item, the signet ring of Valentia. Possessing this jewelry is essential for gaining access to Esgard. Chloe had bestowed this ring upon him, requesting he seek her out with it and offering her support. At that time, she remarked that her identity was likely already familiar to him. Tiny is aware that Chloe von Valentia's reputation precedes her throughout the Azran Empire. As Esgard's youngest child, her renowned compassion has earned her the title Angel of Valentia. Upon reaching her 16th year, she journeyed across the land. Valentia tradition dictates that coming-of-age children present flower offerings at every local shrine to establish their presence. Their paths crossed in the Philly Estates in Vetter district, situated at the edge of the duchy. During his first life, his quest for vengeance took so long that he missed the window to obtain the ring. Consequently, it was useless to him then. Now, however, it serves as his ticket to an audience with Esgard. He senses an approaching presence. Tiny's intuition is correct as a knight arrives at the site, noting that the perpetrator likely wields mana, given how a victim was seized by the limb and tossed about. He finds it hard to credit such violence to a mere youth. He dismisses the thug's corroboration, suggesting they are hallucinating under the influence. He then kicks one of them, frustrated that Wolf failed to maintain discipline. This individual is Sir Ram, who leads the Phyla estate's security. He plans to extort further payments from Wolf once this situation is resolved. His schemes are cut short as Tiny emerges on the stairs, leading Rome to question if he is the person behind the slaughter. Tiny admits it nonchalantly. As Rome's anger flares at such boldness, Tiny remarks that thrashing a lowborn like Wolf shouldn't require the personal attention of a knight of Rome's caliber. He sarcastically suggests that Rome's arrival implies he's receiving substantial hush money from Wolf. This jab infuriates the captain, who instantly channels his mana for an assault. Tiny quietly mocks Rome's performance, observing that the captain hasn't even mastered the second tier of mana. He deflects the incoming blow with a simple swat. Confident he can manage this opponent without exerting his maximum effort. He charges at Ram to deliver a knee to the body, but the knight manages to block it. Ram admits the boy is surprisingly strong and shoves him back. Tiny's goal is merely to show enough strength to force a discussion, as he isn't ready to provoke the Lord. He jumps back to create distance. With numerous soldiers at his disposal, Ram simply seeks a method to force his opponent's retreat. He feels irritated as his strikes fail to land. Just as he prepares to draw his blade, he freezes upon noticing Walung positioned at Tiny's back. Watching Ram's face, Tiny realizes how rare it is to encounter a spirit creature within the invader district. He wastes no time and addresses the matter directly. Understanding that Ram's primary concern is money, he proposes a fee identical to what Wolf provided. Ram is skeptical that a youngster possesses such funds, suspecting Tiny is actually a senior sorcerer masking his age with illusion. Tiny asserts that he has established a significant name for himself in this area. Attempting to exploit the situation, Rome lies that Wolf's payment was 5 platinum pieces, questioning if Tiny can meet that price. Tiny refuses to fall for the ruse, correctly assuming the actual payment was a single platinum coin, and counters with 1.5. This proposal infuriates Ram. However, before he can voice a warning, Walung emits a thunderous cry that stops him cold. With a composed demeanor, Tiny vows to kill Ram unless he accepts the terms. Ram eventually puts his weapon away, stunned that a mere boy would act so boldly. Tiny demands a definitive answer. Ram states he expects his compensation by the month's conclusion. His subordinates beg him not to abandon them, but he roughly shoves one away in a fit of rage. Tiny tosses the currency to Ram and requests that he facilitate an audience with the Lord to formalize his control over the invader district. Ram agrees to report the events but cautions Tiny that the Lord's anger will be swift if the money stops flowing. After his departure, Tiny arrogantly doubts such a day will arrive. He shifts his attention to the henchmen attempting to flee, commanding them to gather all the laborers and destitute children residing in the district. He issues a chilling ultimatum. For every minute of delay, a life will be taken. Furthermore, he cautions that should they attempt to escape, his spirit companion will track them down and execute them. He grants them a single hour. Stricken with fear, they scramble to fulfill his demand. Should his strategy succeed, he expects to conclude his business here in 7 days, allowing him to at last seek out Esgard. Eventually, the frightened thugs assemble the crowd indoors. Emma is present as well, looking on with concern as she notices the crimson stain. Putting his hands, he clarifies that the blood belongs to Wolf, not himself. Displaying the corpse, he announces that their oppressor has been eliminated. The crowd grows anxious, knowing Wolf's ties to the Lord and fearing the inevitable retribution. Tiny acknowledges their point regarding the illegality of misleading the nobility. He further notes that the Duke of Valentia is destined to discover the Lord's pattern of deception. Possessing the necessary evidence, he plans to expose the Lord's dishonesty to the Duke. Some days later, a pair of sentries are preoccupied with rumors of Ram's absence. Following the turmoil in the invader district, he has been suspended. They dismiss the event as a mere turf war among criminals. Despite whispers of a spectral figure or a massive wolf, they remain entirely skeptical. Criminals are prone to hyperbole, and besides, Wolf is deceased with his riches plundered. Rome faced disciplinary action for his inability to manage the new leader. Ever since that day, every business in the district has been shuttered, resulting in a surge of grievances from traders. As his main revenue stream vanishes, the Lord's temper flares. He eventually calls the new chieftain to his manor. In the meantime, the boy eavesdrops on the guards' chatter. On that occasion, Tiny considered the potential consequences for the Lord of Files should Esgard learn of his transgression. During his past existence, he took no action despite having the account books, believing that all aristocrats were equally corrupt. In those days, he merely traded half of Wolf's wealth and the records to the Lord to secure the freedom of some friends. He lacked the necessary wisdom then. It was only upon achieving knighthood that he understood there is always a aristocrats were above the common folk. Facing Emma, he stated that their liberation from Wolf's tyranny was the primary concern, then prompted them to seek retribution. Emma immediately struck Wolf's remains to release her anger. Following her lead, the group started pummeling the body to ease their sorrow. Tiny realized that their suffering wouldn't vanish entirely, regardless of his action. Nevertheless, he presented Wolf's riches to them, inviting them to grab whatever they desired. He urged them to seize the coins and depart from the invader zone. They were stunned to see him surrendering the whole treasure. Emma inquired about his portion. He replied that his requirements were already met. She insisted that funds were vital for him as well, even if he hadn't grasped their value. He then looked toward the women, whose gazes had turned avaricious. He issued a warning: should they use the wealth for illegal acts or contact the Lord, Wolong would destroy them. The presence of the mystical creature filled everyone with dread. Addressing Emma again, he suggested she seek out Diane if she planned to move on. He proposed they journey as a group and employ soldiers for protection. To her question about his plans, he noted he had a different destination. Emma felt initial concern, but seeing Wolong, she felt confident in his safety. She decided to head for Diane. He requested he seek her out if he required assistance. He expressed his gratitude. Starting that day, the Phillies' pleasure quarter shut down completely. Currently, a sentry inquires about the identity of the incoming leader. Just then, they notice Tiny nearby, who clarifies that the new chief is indeed Tiny. They caution him that a peasant child shouldn't be loitering by the Lord's estate. Suddenly, the initial guard questions how the boy is aware of the leader's name. Calling forth his silver wolf, Tiny admits the reality. He is the one in charge. Within the fortress, he feels weary of being dismissed once more due to his diminutive stature. He faces Cran, the leader of the Files Knights. Having been briefed by Rome, Cran remarks on the boy's youth. Tiny mocks him in return. He suggests it's rude to evaluate a visitor while making them wait. The enraged commander tells Tiny to remember his status. Tiny counters that Cran is the one who needs a reality check. If he serves the Lord, he shouldn't presume to strike the Lord's invitee. The commander scoffs, saying Tiny reeks of the slum. Tiny fires back that Cran is the one. With the foul odor, livid, Cran draws his blade. The steward intervenes, pointing out that the Lord expects them. Cran eventually offers an apology and puts away his weapon, advising Tiny to watch his tongue given the Lord's harsh nature. Tiny ignores the caution. Still seething, Cran resolves to execute the youth the moment the Lord commands it. He then announces Tiny's presence to the Lord. Permission is granted to enter. Passing through the entrance, Tiny is startled upon seeing the Lord. Hiding his surprise, he promptly bows with proper etiquette, leaving Cran puzzled about where he acquired such refinement. Tiny explains that he has rehearsed the correct way to address the Lord. Secretly, Tiny recognizes the man from his previous existence. In that timeline, the man was a heavy substance abuser. This iteration appears to be his healthier self before his addiction took hold. Despite his physical state, his moral decay remains. Delivering the records to Esgard to incriminate Timon will undoubtedly ruin him. Tiny's only task is to ensure he stays put. The Lord observes that the boy's conduct is far more respectful than his treatment of Cran. Tiny modestly suggests he cannot equate the blade with its owner. He then delivers a shocking revelation. His desire is to serve as Timon's personal guardian. Timon views this as Tiny challenging Cran for his position and finds the boy's drive fascinating. Nevertheless, he doubts Tiny is a mere youth, suspecting instead that he possesses elven or dwarven ancestry. Tiny maintains he is just 13 years old, a claim that leaves Cran stunned. Standing up, Timon shifts to the primary issue. Tiny ruined his revenue stream from the invader zone, especially for an aspiring knight. Timon insists on a justification for his conduct. Tiny claims his actions were solely for his master's benefit, leaving Timon at a loss for words. He goes on to suggest that despite Timon's intellect, he may lack a grasp of practical reality. Cran volunteers to execute him immediately, but Tiny elaborates on his logic. He asserts his actions were prompted by whispers that Valentino was becoming aware of the illicit narcotics and sex work within Timon's lands. Cran recoils at this statement. Tiny then brings up Chloe's impending adulthood tour of the Invader region, stating he learned of it from her entourage. He maintains he was merely resolving potential scandals for Timon before they escalated. Inwardly, Tiny smirks. He has effectively manipulated the facts while Timon attempts to confirm the details. Timon wonders if Esgard is plotting a move prior to Chloe's arrival. Cran attempts to dismiss Tiny's reasoning, but Timon barks at him to remain silent. Cran quickly begs pardon. Ultimately, Timon commends Tiny's initiative, even if his methods were crude. Tiny expresses gratitude. Timon remains wary. Having been informed that Tiny controls the spirit wolf, he sternly asks if the boy pilfered it from the wolf's essence stone. This caught the protagonist off guard, as he hadn't anticipated Timon's knowledge of the artifact. Suddenly, Walling manifests at his side. Aided by the wolf, Tiny perceives what is invisible to others, a vortex of shadowy aura enveloping Timon. This confirms he is a practitioner of black magic. Tiny is aware that fiends grant strength in exchange for offering. Based on the twin rings encircling Timon, he likely sacrificed hundreds of cadavers or many living souls. The realization hits Tiny as he recalls the thugs who attempted to seize his sister's remains. They had spoken of buyers paying well for dead bodies. He deduces that Timon is the individual purchasing remains in the district. This implies Wolf was supported by a practitioner of the dark arts from the start. He questions Wolf's true identity. Timon insists on a response, but Tiny feigns ignorance. Timon promptly gestures to his guard, who draws his blade against the boy. Realizing his current strength is insufficient to defeat both opponents, he calls forth his familiar regardless. Walling emerges behind him, his howl paralyzing Cran with fear. Timon remains completely unmoved. He insults the late wolf for his incompetence and resolves to find a new specimen. Tiny realizes they likely intend to subject him to trial. Timon inquires about the boy's power level, and Cran notes that Tiny is nearing the second tier. Timon observes that this makes him equal to a trained warrior. Cran highlights Tiny's brilliance for manifesting mana independently, particularly since he lacks the aristocratic upbringing where such skills are taught. Timon is surprised. Cran adds that although self-awakening is uncommon, Tiny's energy is remarkably stable and shows no signs of instability. Because his mana circles show such stability, it's clear he was trained through a hidden cultivation method. Timon demands to know the identity of his mentor. Tiny realizes that Timon would never buy the story that he developed this confidential growth system by himself. Consequently, he fabricates a tale about his parents instructing him prior to his arrival in Phil. He claims to have practiced these respiratory exercises since infancy, only grasping their true significance as he grew older. Timon takes a moment to consider this. Tiny is aware that his account is impossible to disprove. A vast number of displaced people moved into the invader zone because Timon admitted them solely to increase his earnings. Tiny argues that his current power level serves as sufficient evidence. Much to his amazement, Timon buys the lie. Tiny is shocked by how quickly the man drops the subject, and his suspicion is justified. Timon has more in mind. He chooses to have a third party evaluate the situation and orders Tiny to remain where he is. He remarks that the death of Wall has made matters more difficult. Tiny speculates on the identity of this unknown individual. He is startled by the possibility that they belong to the organization Wolf mentioned. Given Timon's status as a dark sorcerer, he assumes the visitor shares that trait. Being discovered by such a formidable figure would be a total catastrophe. Timon breaks his concentration, inquiring if he agrees to the proposal. Tiny immediately pledges his allegiance. Afterward, he questions whether the expected visitor holds a high rank. Timon affirms this, cautioning him to show the utmost respect. Tiny begins weighing his remaining choices. Within 3 days, Asgard will have finished auditing the records and uncovered the deception. Another 3 days will be required to mobilize a punitive force, followed by the travel time needed to reach the Filey property. In total, reinforcements won't show up for roughly 2 weeks. He prays that this important guest doesn't show up until after that period. He inquires about the schedule, pretending he needs to learn proper manners to welcome the visitor correctly. Timon responds that the arrival is set for approximately 7 days from now. Tiny becomes rigid upon hearing the news. Later on, he mulls over his latest predicament. With the stranger arriving in a mere week, he has 2 paths forward. The first is to flee, since the residents of the invader district have already departed. Vanishing from the Lord's soldiers would be simple. However, doing so would turn him into a fugitive. This would lead to significant complications when the time comes for his meeting with Asgard, and he requires that encounter to proceed without any hitches. Furthermore, the mere idea of retreating infuriates him. Although he recognizes his current lack of power, he believes victory might still be possible. Then there is his second choice. Only a week until the arrival, the outcome hinges on the visitor's identity. He speculates if they are a government functionary. Yet, he recalls Timon saying he would let this individual observe the situation personally. Analyzing the circumstances, he concludes that the guest cannot be a prominent aristocrat, particularly given the eerie silence of the area. From what he can gather, the individual must be someone reputable. Tiny determines that he must stir up trouble in Phillies before the guest's arrival. His plan involves causing a major disturbance to attract public notice, hoping the visitor will postpone or scrap the trip entirely. Though the strategy is hasty, it represents his most viable option. However, to succeed, he must possess the strength to defeat both Timon and Cran. Pauses his reflections momentarily, as the intense physical exertion has left him famished. Sometime later, the onlookers are stunned by the sheer volume of food Tiny consumes despite his youth. They speculate that he might possess dwarven ancestry, given that dwarves typically have appetites rivaling those of orcs. Ignoring their gazes, the boy feasts until he is satisfied. Now that his mana and physical form have achieved full synchronization, he requires additional energy for his development. He understands that maintaining this speed doesn't require mystical potions or hidden tonics. A warrior named Sir Grant disrupts his dining, obviously intending to scold him for how much he's consuming. As Tiny casually inquires if there's an issue, the soldier insists on being treated with the deference due to his age. Tiny remains skeptical about honoring an individual whose only purpose is to bully a youngster. He continues to goad him, maintaining his composure while labeling the man an idiot. Enraged by the insolence, Grant swings a fist at him. A bystander named Gren observes the confrontation and urges the knight to relax, noting Tiny's youth. Just then, Cran emerges from the rear and instructs Gren to stay out of it. Tiny grins, sensing the leader wants to evaluate his prowess. He rises, prepared to demonstrate his capabilities in this clash. He is aware that Timon is the mastermind behind these events. In the courtyard, Sir Grant prepares to discipline the lad. Tiny points out his lack of a weapon and warns Grant of potential future remorse. This remark only elicits a laugh from the soldier. He commands Tiny to arm himself with a blade, intending to end the duel immediately. Been jeering at him about being frightened. Responding with action, Tiny strikes his ankle, causing him to lose his balance. Grant steadies himself to avoid collapsing and attempts a strike, but Tiny crouches to avoid the blow. Channeling energy into his leg, Tiny hits the shin once more, forcing a cry of agony from the knight. Grant is stunned that Tiny possesses such strength while still at the initial level. Despite the throbbing in his limbs, he refuses to be defeated. Tiny observes his fierce resolve. Completely livid, the warrior prepares another assault, but Tiny evades him to stay safe. Subsequently, he jumps into the sky and lands upon Grant's shoulder. He seizes the knight's head with hands charged with mana. He taunts him, claiming he won't take his life. Instantly, he slams him onto the dirt. Tiny asserts that these warriors aren't particularly impressive. The crowd is stunned, and whispers spread as they witness a soldier fall to a boy. Cran watches him with a piercing gaze. This was exactly what Tiny intended. He triumphed over a knight, publicly without relying on his summoned companion. His goal was to showcase his exceptional abilities, certain that such a unique gift would prevent the Lord from executing him. This ensures his strategy remains on track. All at once, an intense ache shoots through him. causing him to trip. He manages to stay upright while questioning if he pushed his limits too far. Throughout the bout, he expended his entire energy reserve to strike Grant the moment he became vulnerable. This was his sole path to victory, given Grant's superior rank. In his past existence, employing such a tactic would have been difficult. His energy form aided physical healing, yet his mana replenishment remained sluggish. Having now harmonized his spiritual and physical selves, that problem is resolved. This advancement simplifies his practice sessions as well. He is set on reaching new heights of power. Afterward, he receives a dinner invitation from the Lord. He learns that Esgard has initiated his plan. While eating, Temmin confesses he underestimated him initially. Tiny expresses gratitude for the Lord's confidence in his skills following the demonstration. A servant brings his meal. Timon mentions the dish is veal. Furthermore, he has arranged a variety of other plates for him. Tiny remarks that such a hearty meat is quite a lot for breakfast. Timon appears taken aback, aware that Tiny's victory over the night was fueled by the nourishment he took in. Tiny brushes it off, suggesting Grant simply became careless, allowing for the win. Timon notes how modest he is, then mentions the unfortunate lack of a suitable mentor to instruct someone of Tiny's caliber. Tiny mentions that historical records show many knights achieved greatness through self-study rather than mentorship. Timon pays close attention to his words. He then remarks on Tiny's historical knowledge and his surprisingly refined etiquette. Tiny finds Timon's implications puzzling. Disclosing that these skills were acquired during his former adult life is impossible. It's obvious Timon suspects Tiny has aristocratic roots, yet dark-haired, dark-eyed nobility are rare within this realm or the surrounding ones. Still, a specific location exists where such traits are found. Tiny is completely bewildered, whereas Timon grows excited at the prospect of Tiny being a precious resource. Tiny has no idea what Timon is rambling on about. Timon brings up an individual whom he has updated on Tiny's situation. This figure is delighted by reports of Tiny's advancement. All the while, the oblivious Tiny reflects on Timon's destiny and his inevitable descent into substance abuse. At present, Timon possesses a two-circle rank as a practitioner of dark magic. When his soul is eventually forfeit to the demon, his subordinate will remain by his side. Timon goes on to suggest that Tiny will hold great significance for this influential figure. Tiny puts on an act of being thankful for the chance. Afterward, Tiny intensifies his regimen, suspecting this individual and their faction are formidable. Nevertheless, his immediate priority is overcoming Timon and the commander. Timon is a mage of the second circle, while Jean is a second-tier combatant. Cran might surpass Team in strength, though they are roughly equivalent since mana practitioners and sorcerers develop at comparable rates. Tiny had moved beyond the second stage in his past existence. In this life, he must achieve that feat in just 6 days. After 3 days of practice, he enhances his suppleness by concentrating his mass and energy. His current nimbleness now exceeds what he possessed before. Revisiting the fundamentals allows him to recognize prior errors. Previously, he concentrated on gaining bulk and muscle, believing size was the key to power. However, his oversized frame proved detrimental, as his massive build disrupted the equilibrium between his mana-infused form and his physical self. He can avoid that blunder now, understanding that increased size does not equate to superior strength. Suddenly, the sound of nearby troops catching their breath reaches him. Having seen his duel with Grant, they choose to keep their distance. Their response pleases him. Over the course of these 3 days, his routine consists primarily of nourishment and exercise. In the meantime, the general interest in him fades, which suits his needs perfectly. Just then, Cran arrives to lead him to the weapon stores, explaining that Timon intends to provide him with legitimate gear. He grins while eyeing Cran's blade, knowing he is about to receive his own equipment. Upon reaching the armory's exterior, Cran makes sure to tell him he should show appreciation to the master. Tiny inspects the gear within the storehouse. The available armor seems poorly suited for his small stature. Regarding the weaponry, there are no maces or warhammers to be found. The entire selection is of no use to him. To bait Cran, he suggests he might discover a blade comparable to Cran's. Cran gives a mocking grin and retorts that his own weapon is far from typical. He explains that his blade was forged by the renowned smith known as Rogers. Bears the name Gria's. Cran expresses doubt that Tiny could ever handle such a weapon. Upon hearing this, Tiny speculates on the number of lives lost in its forging. Tiny continues to goad Cran by. He claims his superior skill makes him the rightful owner of such a fine blade. This statement enrages Cran to the point that his shouting reaches the ears of the sentries stationed outside the weapon room. Once indoors, Tiny proposes a duel to settle the matter. Seizing a weapon, he increases the risk by declaring that Cran is free to take his life should he be defeated. Livid with rage, Cran draws his blade on Tiny. Beyond the walls of the armory, the staff overhears Tiny's desperate promises never to repeat his actions. Eventually, a battered Tiny emerges from the room. The onlookers feel sorry for him, believing Cran assaulted him. A sentry quietly mentions gossip that Cran resents Tiny for aspiring to take over the commander's position. A servant murmurs that Cran went too far, regardless of his animosity toward Tiny. Ultimately, they choose not to intervene, as he continues on his way. Additional housemaids spot his condition. He repeats the narrative that Cran is responsible for his injuries. They urge him to recover. Meanwhile, in Timon's private quarters, his manservant pours him some wine. He inquires regarding the status of the offerings. The valet confirms that preparations are complete. He then questions if Wolf's subordinates are being used as victims once more. A fact his underlings verify. He reflects on Tiny's victory over the intruder. Sending his attendant away, he ponders Tiny's role. While the youth's motives remain a mystery, he recognizes his utility. He plans to verify Tiny's ancestry as soon as his visitor appears. The issue lies in the possibility that his hunch is wrong. If Tiny isn't a member of that lineage, his masters will be displeased with the outcome regarding Wolf. In that case, both he as Wolf's overseer and Tiny would face severe discipline. Nevertheless, he finds comfort in reviewing the facts he has gathered. Concerning Tiny, between his refined etiquette and the power required to best a knight, such traits are impossible for a peasant to possess, regardless of talent. He feels certain Tiny hails from the noble house he has in mind. Tiny's dark features further validate his theory. Content with these proofs, he reclines to await his visitors, only to be startled by a magical disturbance. He rouses himself, looking annoyed, intent on killing whoever disturbed his rest. Suddenly, before he can process the situation, Tiny plunges Cran's blade into him. He perishes instantly, and Tiny departs. The following day, the servant tasked with waking Tamon screams upon discovering his corpse. Ram arrives shortly after to inspect the scene and is stunned to find evidence that Tamon practiced dark magic. This was verified by the priest before his departure. Detecting traces of malevolent power, they prepare to notify the church. Gren mentions that the king's investigators are also expected to arrive shortly. Observers remark that the remains appear to have been decaying for a long time. This rapid decomposition is a characteristic of those who wield forbidden magic. Gren questions why Timon turned to the dark arts, especially given his existing corruption. However, such speculation is pointless now that he is gone. A more pressing concern is that the blade used in the killing is the commander's. Ram is reluctant to accept this. Afterward, the sentries begin talking about Cran's resentment toward Tiny, sparked by the boy gaining the Lord's favor. They speculate that Tiny was being considered for the commander's role, which would justify Cran's fury. Even so, they struggle to imagine a high-ranking officer committing such an act over a career advancement. The primary mystery remains Cran's whereabouts. Gren speaks to his team, commanding an immediate inquiry. They start by interviewing the staff and soldiers regarding the previous day's events. Witnesses all report seeing the commander assault Tiny. Upon hearing this, Gren insists on speaking with the boy. During the inquiry, Tiny provides an identical account. He claims Cran took him to the armory yesterday and began beating him. Gren is skeptical, however, because Cran hasn't been seen by anyone since that encounter. A search of the warehouse also fails to find him. Gren presses for information on whether Tiny has seen him since the incident. As the investigation proceeds, Tiny maintains that he hasn't seen the commander since the previous day. Gren then asks if anything unusual happened. Tiny explains that the commander was against his appointment as the next leader. This satisfies Gren, as it matches other accounts. Tiny then asks with feigned innocence about the future the Lord had arranged for him. Gren tells him to return the next day. Once outside, Tiny questions who Gren is, as he has no memory of him from his past life when he fought the Lord's fallen knights. He considers if he just forgot the man, but dismisses it because he remembers every soldier he ever fought. Finding Gren's request for a meeting suspicious, he decides to be careful. Following morning, he is surprised by Gren's generosity when he is given a mercenary license and some cash. For a commoner, these will allow Tiny to move between regions without trouble. As travel is restricted to knights and mercenaries, Gren acts as his guarantor. When Tiny asks why he is being helped, Gren explains that someone his skills should seek greater opportunities that this location cannot provide. Tiny wonders if Gren is actually talking to himself. This would explain why Gren wasn't in his memories. He likely left this area in the previous timeline as well. Tiny thanks him and mentions his own intention to depart. He knows Imperial investigators will arrive once Taemin's dark magic is revealed. The expected visitor might not appear, but it will also prevent Asgard from coming. Tiny decides it's better to search for him personally. Gren finishes their talk by saying he hopes Tiny will remember him once he finds success. He is slightly surprised when the boy asks for his name. Gren introduces himself, and Tiny responds by saying he hopes Gren will remember his name too. He then departs. He knows the management of the Phillies' estate now falls to Gren after the Lord's death. However, Gren is in a difficult spot trying to investigate and find the commander. He is already planning to hire a tracking mage to investigate Cran's death. He feels some pity, but he can't change the situation. He plans to buy a horse from a guild using his mercenary license. Sensing his intent, Walling appears and offers him a ride. Tiny notes that he might have trouble staying on for a long trip. He recalls an orc friend's jokes about humans being unable to ride direwolves without vomiting. Supposedly, only orcs possess the unique equilibrium required, but when Walling persists, Tiny gives it a shot. He is pleased to see that Walling's physical form is quite large. Spirit beasts usually appear at their original size in spirit form, but their physical mass depends on the skill of their partner. He suddenly realizes he needs to link his soul to Walling to synchronize their senses. He tries it. Using his second stage spirit magic, he successfully links his soul to Walling. He notices a change in the creature's body, recalling something Estina once told him. Advancing as a spirit mage allows a familiar to inherit certain traits from their master. It's evident now that Walling has become more resilient and physically robust. It serves as a testament to his immense power. Suddenly, Walling bolts forward with incredible speed. Due to their spiritual connection, Tiny's perception is heightened, allowing him to experience every sensation of their travel. He shares Wallung's vision and even his sense of smell. He anticipates arriving at Valentino quickly using this method. Eventually, this ability will facilitate his travel to distant regions such as Karun, a realm destined to face the initial catastrophe. During his previous existence, various calamities began to strike throughout the entire land, acting as omens for the approaching demonic legion. These events drained the strength of human armies. The chain of events was triggered by the theft of Karun's holy artifact. Preventing this outcome is essential. Essentially, the 7 divine relics are gifts from the goddess, serving as the final protection for mankind. Once the first relic vanished, the others were soon lost as well. Tiny is determined to change that history now. Achieving this requires him to increase his strength to confront the demons at his peak. His goal is to depart for Karun immediately after his meeting with Esgar. In the interim, rumors circulate in Invader regarding the Imperial Army's investigative visit. Locals talk about Timon's death and the shocking news of his dark magic. An enigmatic individual arrives at the entrance of Timon's estate. When the sentries ask for identification, she renders them unconscious with a simple finger snap. Upon entering, she encounters Gren. Although he is cautious, she places him under a spell with another gesture. She insists on knowing the details surrounding the Lord's assassination. Gren reveals all the information he possesses. The woman inquires about the location of the Lord's remains. Gren explains that the Imperial investigators had it placed in a coffin within the bedchamber. The visitor then commands Gren to slumber for 60 minutes. Gren startles awake an hour later. With no memory of the meeting, he believes exhaustion caused him to doze off. Suddenly, a frantic guard reports that Timon's body is missing. Gren swears in frustration, as the corpse was their primary clue for uncovering the secrets of the dark arts. Meanwhile, the unknown woman has reached the woods near the Philly property. She examines Cran's blade to look into the killing. Sensing the death of the weapon's master, she deduces that Tiny is responsible for the slaughter of the wolves. She intends to punish Tiny for interfering with her group's agenda. At the same time, our protagonist passes through Lucentia's western entrance, observing a large crowd traveling toward Valentino. Things have been peaceful so far, yet he anticipates a potential disruption from that shadowy figure. Consequently, he resolves to purchase fresh gear immediately. Upon inspecting his funds, he finds only 2 gold pieces. While appreciative of Grin's contribution, he realizes it falls short of his requirements. Out of nowhere, 2 criminals approach and insist on taking his cash. One warns him to surrender the coins while they are still feeling patient. Far from being intimidated, Tiny asks if they are carrying any valuables themselves. In his previous life, he was a legendary figure within the criminal world. There was an unwritten law in the underworld. If his shadow appeared in an alley, one had to vanish instantly. He recalls a moment when, while dealing with some thugs, a clergyman approached to scold him about the corruption of his spirit due to his many victims. The priest urged him to practice forgiveness to ease his conscience. Tiny responded that he wasn't taking no lives, he was merely disposing of filth. Having overcome the pair of Lupus family goons, the onlookers are left in disbelief. Since they were said to possess the prowess of knights, Tiny remarks on their lack of strength. Infuriated, the duo charges at him. However, he hurls his bag at them with great power, causing one to trip over his partner. He then jumps up and delivers a kick. Subsequently, he strips the criminals of their valuables. Despite their warnings of retaliation from their leader, he ignores them. A smile spreads across Tiny's face as he claims their funds, a substantial pile of gold. He takes his newfound wealth to a forge to seek out gear. He examines a set of mail that the merchant asserts is crafted from southern mountain iron bull skin. It is effective at parrying projectiles. Tiny acknowledges the high quality of the gear. He soon overhears chatter regarding a beautiful woman. Upon questioning the smith, he learns that Lady Valencia is scheduled to conduct a personal inspection this very day. Tiny reflects that while Irina initially showed him affection and warmth, it was Chloe who provided him with aspiration. Unfortunately, his history with Irina ended poorly. He believes that Chloe's recognition would prove he is fulfilling Irina's wishes for his life. In his past existence, his frame had grown so enormous by the time he met Chloe that she failed to identify him. Now, however, far less time has elapsed. He is certain she will recall him. Consequently, he hurries forward to secure a meeting with Esgard. Elsewhere, Edmund von Lucent, the Count's firstborn, escorts Chloe. He boasts that this metropolis ranks among the most significant in the Central Territory. He guides her through local landmarks, providing tedious descriptions of each site. Abruptly, she requests to see the impoverished quarters rather than the trade zone. Demand catches him off guard. She counters by stating that those residents are also subjects of the realm. Anxious, he concedes and leads the way. She privately questions why her requests elicit such responses. As a future successor, Edmund ought to understand his duty to the populace. Her father's lesson was that by supporting the laboring class, the entire nation thrives. She ponders if her upbringing was atypical for a noble. Though she desires to shift public opinion, she realizes her autonomy will vanish after marriage. She contemplates entering the priesthood, given their invitations. Yet this would grieve her father, who wishes for her to have companionship throughout her years. Just then, she notices Tiny attempting to reach her, only to be blocked by sentries. Edmund is also puzzled by the boy's sudden appearance. Presenting the ring Chloe once bestowed upon him, Tiny asserts she was the donor. He bows at once, recalling her previous instruction to seek her out. He expresses his gratitude on the spot. Observing the jewelry, she identifies the piece, yet his face remains unfamiliar. She recalls gifting the item to a person in the ghettos, but since Tiny now appears aristocratic, she is confused by his possession of it. This revelation leaves Tiny utterly stunned. In the meantime, the soldiers level their blades at him. Vivian, Chloe's private guard, insists on an explanation. Tiny silently berates himself for his impulsive approach. Nevertheless, he maintains that he's the very boy who received her ring. This revelation stuns her. Tiny anticipated her shock, given how much his power has increased since their previous encounter. As evidence, he gestures to his dark locks, noting that no one else in the duchy possesses hair of that shade. Chloe acknowledges his logic but is baffled by his transformation. She recalls him as a tiny, weak youth who struggled even to speak. Actually, the wolf altered his appearance to make him a more persuasive mendicant. As Chloe remarks on his former stature, Tiny recalls her fondness for all things diminutive and charming. Seeking her favor, he calls forth Walling in a tiny, endearing shape. The sight of the creature's cuteness instantly charms her. Vivian cautions her, noting that Walling belongs to an unknown person. Chloe argues that spirit contracts are only possible for those with innocent souls. While she concedes, she stays wary of the youth, who is both armed and a spirit user. Chloe then inquires about the companion's name. He clarifies that the name Wolling translates to Moonlight Wolf in an Oriental dialect. The knight is stunned by his proficiency in an Eastern language. Chloe praises the choice of name. She is surprised by his drastic evolution over just 2 months. Though he appears roughly 10, she recalls his name signifying something minute. He states his age as 13 and confirms his name is Tiny, mentioning that his growth spurt was triggered by Mana awakening. At last, Chloe recognizes him. Still, Vivian remains skeptical of him. She questions if he is of mixed heritage. Despite Chloe's objections, Vivian insists her primary obligation is her safety. Edmund concurs, expressing his own doubts about Tiny and suggesting he be detained for interrogation. Disregarding their concerns, Tiny asserts that the belief of others is irrelevant to him. He merely brings up Chloe's vow to assist him upon their reunion. Recalling her word, she asks for his request. He replies that he wishes for an audience with Esgard. At this, the sentries and Vivian react aggressively to such an audacious demand. Remaining composed, Tiny attempts to talk sense into them. He questions if they truly believe he poses a threat to someone of Esgard's caliber. Esgard is, after all, a mythic swordmaster and one of the land's 7 elite warriors, capable of wielding aura and devastating force. Chloe responds with a grin, noting that her father would find the swordmaster title humbling, as his status among the continent's top knights was only just acknowledged. Tiny grows anxious upon realizing that Esgard hasn't officially attained the swordmaster rank in this era. She dismisses the slip-up, remarking that the designation fits Esgard perfectly regardless. Furthermore, the Sentinels are pleased by the recognition of their commander's renown. Tiny observes the favorable impact of his words. Ultimately, he discloses his desire to inform Esgard about the Phileas event, as he was a direct participant. Subsequently, Chloe and Vivian deliberate over Tiny's account of the Phileas affair. Chloe senses her protector might be withholding details. Vivian maintains that she has relayed every word precisely as Tiny uttered it. Timon was a practitioner of dark magic, acting under the orders of a hidden figure. Chloe concurs that his account could help identify the true culprit. Nevertheless, she views this as a perfect justification to return to her family, given his desire for an audience with her father. Vivian warns that Wolling might pose a threat, particularly considering Chloe's lack of boundaries with him. Chloe simply ignores the warning, claiming his diminutive and charming appearance makes him harmless. Although Vivian agrees he is sweet, she chooses to remain on guard regardless. Chloe then inquires where Tiny has gone, to which Vivian responds that Edmund led him away, asserting there were matters to discuss. Chloe is puzzled about what sort of dealings Edmund would have with the boy. All at once, Wolling vanishes from her lap. In the meantime, Edmund lures Tiny off by faking knowledge about the Dark Mage. Rather than sharing info, he begins a sermon on social hierarchy. Tiny interrupts the speech to demand the truth. He insists on hearing about the Dark Mage. Edmund admits his total ignorance on the subject, confessing it was merely a ruse to isolate Tiny. His goal is to instill some discipline. Just as he attempts to strike the boy for his insolence, Tiny intercepts his arm. Edmund is outraged by the defiance, yet his protest dies in his throat as Tiny's grip becomes painfully inescapable. Edmund vows to report this lack of respect for aristocracy to Chloe. Tiny feigns ignorance, acting as though the concept of nobility is foreign to him. Then dares Edmund to take whatever action he likes, goading him to display some actual courage. He has a hunch that Edmund is relying on secret backup. Edmund eagerly takes the bait and instructs Tiny to come along. Simultaneously, Vivian sets off to find the boy. The moment Wolling vanished, it became clear that Edmund had moved Tiny beyond a certain range. Since the familiar is unable to maintain its form far from its owner, she hurries forward, hoping she can find Tiny before any harm comes to him. At the same time, Edmund smirks, believing he's about to put the kid in his place. Tiny remains unimpressed. Edmund leads him straight to the Lupus family's base of operations. Henchmen identify him at once and question his unannounced arrival. They guess he has come to inspect the illicit offerings they've gathered to buy his favor. Tiny looks let down by the sight of them. Edmund, on the other hand, simply wants the thugs to rough the boy up. The criminals are confused, asking if he really wants them to assault a mere child. Edmund strikes Lupus for his backtalk. Realizing the situation, Lupus commands his subordinates to eliminate the boy. These happen to be the very same individuals Tiny had previously thrashed, and they are paralyzed with dread the moment they see his face. Lupus is enraged by their cowardice and demands they start the fight. They point out that this is the same person who defeated them earlier, abandoning Lupus to handle the situation alone. As Lupus prepares to strike, Edmund watches with anticipation. To his amazement, however, Lupus's strike is effortlessly parried. Within seconds, Tiny knocks Lupus back with such intensity that he slams into the floor. Horrified by the outcome, Edmund frantically begs Lupus for protection. Tiny grimly dares Lupus to attempt to shield Edmund. Almost instantly, the pair passes out from pure fright. Tiny had hoped for a better performance from the leader. Grinning, he shifts his gaze to the underlings who are shaking in their boots. Shortly after, Vivian bursts into the hideout to rescue Tiny. She is shocked by the carnage, particularly Edmund's pathetic condition. Tiny nonchalantly inquires about her presence. Vivian clarifies that Chloe sent her. She then notices the volume he is examining. He passes it to her, noting it contains proof of Edmund's corrupt payments. He further mentions their participation in the slave trade. He is confident that with this record in Vivian's hands, Edmund has no way to clear his name. The young woman is left questioning what sort of upbringing the boy must have had. Following his offenses, Edmund is banished from the Count's lands the very next day. For a significant period, he had collaborated with the Lupus gang in a human trafficking operation. To restore the family's reputation, the Count was forced to cast out his own child. Vivian expresses regret for the chaos. Chloe questions if she truly believes she's at fault, while Tiny chimes in that he feels no remorse whatsoever. This prompts a chuckle from Chloe. She remarks that irrespective of one's social standing, actions must be acknowledged and individuals held accountable. Such were the lessons from her father. Vivian remains puzzled as to why Chloe still appears dissatisfied with her. Chloe clarifies that her frustration stems from failing to thrash Edmund thoroughly before his departure. At this point, Tiny at last grasps the nature of their connection. The renowned youngest Esgard daughter, Chloe, and her exceptionally skilled guard, Vivian, make for an unusual duo. Their bond has remained steadfast despite Chloe's shifting circumstances. Tiny finds it amusing. Witness Chloe behaving like the elder sister, even though she is the junior of the pair. Observing his look, Chloe inquires about his thoughts. He responds that because Edmund was so arrogant about his nobility, he earned his punishment in spite of it. Upon hearing this, Vivian once more questions whether he is truly just a young boy. Chloe then begins interacting with Wolong. She goes as far as dubbing the familiar Wool, finding his complete name too tedious to utter. Noticing her relaxed demeanor, Tiny asks if she ever had doubts about him. She replies that she was already aware of reports regarding his destruction of the Wolf Syndicate and the rescue of their captives. And now he has unmasked Edmund as well. He is pleased by her confidence in him. Nevertheless, Chloe cautions him to keep her fully informed before his next move, a requirement he quickly accepts. After 3 days pass. While they are traveling, the coachman brings the vehicle to a halt. They are surprised to learn that an elf has asked to accompany them. Identifying herself as Irina, a devotee of the World Tree, the elf makes her introduction. Both girls are instantly captivated by her beauty and graceful conduct. Conversely, our protagonist perceives the reality at once. Irina is, in fact, a dark mage of the Fifth Circle. In his realm, elves descend from fairies and typically reside in Elfenheim, situated in the distant west. Spotting them in the heart of the Azran Empire is an extremely uncommon occurrence. Beyond their physical appeal, elves are famous for their gentle and benevolent nature. This explains why he is so bewildered to encounter an elf who also happens to be a five-circled dark magician. Irina informs Chloe that she is traversing the Valentino lands en route to the northern Werebeast realm. He inquires if her travel plans make them uncomfortable, given the perpetual friction between the Empire and the Werebeast kingdom. Chloe dismisses the worry. Rather, she is curious about the reason for Irina's long trek. Irina clarifies that she is on a journey for her personal development. Chloe quickly assumes she is practicing to be a top-tier fighter. Irina agrees, though she appears far more focused on identifying the spirit's master. Chloe points out that Wolong is actually Tiny's companion. Upon observing him, she remarks on the scarcity of human spirit mages. Tiny, meanwhile, has already deduced that she is the visitor Timon was anticipating. Her immense power caught him off guard. Because he is currently no match for her, he feigns complete amazement, behaving as though he has never encountered an elf before. Two young women are taken aback by his behavior. Although he notices their lack of cooperation, he finds relief in the fact that Irina remains unaware of Wolong's actual strength. Being the master, he alone understands the creature's true capabilities. He inwardly resents how effectively she conceals her formidable magical aura. In the meantime, Irina demonstrates her sorcery, allowing Tiny to witness the mana radiating from her. This sight brings back memories of Argon's lessons on sensing and distinguishing various mana signatures. Instruction he largely dismissed during his previous existence. To better assess his chances against an opponent of Irina's caliber, he starts evaluating the group's collective power. Their forces presently include a dozen third-tier expert-level knights along with Vivian, a fourth-tier blade rank warrior. Essentially, a wizard's circle count corresponds directly to the stages of a mana practitioner. Given their fourth-tier fighter, it would require 5 individuals of equal rank to defeat Irina. Alternatively, it would take roughly 100 lower-ranked combatants to overwhelm her. He recognizes the necessity of a strategy to overcome her, which involves striking when she is vulnerable. Furthermore, he possesses a hidden advantage. Suddenly, Wolong leaps from Chloe's lap over to Vivian's. Remarking on the creature's charm, Irina inquires if she might take a turn holding him. Tiny questions her certainty and she quickly confirms. Just as she reaches out, Wolong shifts into a massive wolf. She promptly generates a protective barrier. Simultaneously, Vivian lunges at her flank. The surrounding knights are stunned to witness dark energy pouring out of her. Her true nature as a practitioner of the dark arts is at last exposed. She is puzzled as to how they uncovered her secret. Meanwhile, Chloe feels vindicated for placing her faith in the protagonist. Earlier, he had utilized Wolong to inform her of Irina's dark mage status. He sought Vivian's assistance, though Chloe pointed out the political risks for the Empire. Tiny clarified that Irina was the true architect of the Philly disaster and that allowing her to remain free posed a threat to all. He declared he was risking his very life on this gamble. This explains why Wolong moved to Vivian's lap to brief her on the situation. Back in the present, Irina retreats through the air. Vivian swears under her breath for failing to land a fatal blow. Irina instantly surrounds herself with a shield. To ensure Chloe's safety, Vivian commands her men to charge. Tiny also enters the fray, but her barrier knocks him back. Visibly annoyed by her exposure, Irina retaliates against the knights and Vivian with spells. Tiny jeers at her, claiming the foul odor of her dark sorcery is unbearable. Enraged that he caused this complication, Irina gathers intense explosive energy between her hands. Moments later, a violent blast erupts. Tiny quickly activates his divine steel armor alongside his iron body technique to withstand the detonation. Though the impact hurls him backward, he remains unharmed. This marks the debut of this ability in his current incarnation, and it proves effective. Observing that the enemy's defense is finally faltering, Vivian instructs her knights to finish Irina. Irina lashes out once more with malevolent magic. Tiny climbs onto Wolong's back and the pair rushes forward. He strikes her barrier with his weapon, and as Irina focuses on his offensive, Vivian and her soldier launch a rear attack. Irina issues a threat, stating that although Tiny was her original target, she now intends to eliminate everyone present. Vivian defies her, vowing to prevent such an outcome while hitting the shield again. Tiny adds his own strike, yet both are pushed back once again. Recognizing this as their sole opportunity, they see her barrier still holds firm. Irina likewise concludes she must unleash her full power immediately, disregarding any future fallout. Her sorcery triggers a violent tremor throughout the earth. Vivian watches in terror as the strike aims straight for Chloe. Lunging forward to intercept the blow, she cries out for her companions to hold their ground. All at once, she is amazed to witness Tiny rushing toward Irina, ignoring the constant barrage of flame. Tiny is actually shielding himself from the heat with his suit of celestial steel. This ability has advanced remarkably alongside his hidden development trait. He gestures for Vivian to strike while he repeatedly rams the barrier. Intent on weakening it to the breaking point, the pair launches another assault. Tiny feels a surge of joy upon seeing a fracture in Irina's defense, yet an instant later, a follow-up blast shakes the ground, hurling them both backward with immense power. Even though Irina appears wounded and drained, the effective strike inspires the team. They resume their offensive to keep her pinned, as Vivian sprints from the far side to narrow the distance. Enraged by the boldness of anyone who would presume to hit an elf, Irina retaliates with a flood of fire spells. The overwhelming intensity of the magic leaves Vivian struggling to cope. Questioning how much energy the sorceress has remaining, she is shocked to see Tiny sprinting through the blade. Using his plating to protect himself and his companion, he advances until he is standing directly before Irina, hitting her an instant later. Noticing that Irina is at last trying to flee, Vivian commands her soldiers to end the fight, yet the trapped mage resorts to a final, fatal gamble, trading her life to amplify her magical output. While she readies a colossal fire incantation to incinerate the entire area, the combat zone falls into disarray as everyone hunts for a place to hide. Retreating from the impending explosion, Tiny sees that the warriors are totally exhausted. It falls to him to discover a method to neutralize her magic permanently. He shouts to Chloe, informing her that he has secured the necessary time for her to act. Vivian provides protection while Chloe accumulates her energy. Shortly after, Chloe starts her incantation. She wields sacred energy, a gift typically bestowed only after lengthy atonement and celestial favor. Generally, an individual must qualify for the priesthood, undergo a ritual cleansing, and gain proficiency in divine arts before they can at last trigger the talent for destroying darkness. Chloe, conversely, is among the few born with this innate gift, referred to as a natural priestess. Observing the soldiers' stunned faces, Tiny understands that even her own men were unaware she was a healer. The Valencia house likely kept this secret to prevent Chloe from being coerced into a celibate life in the church. Tiny senses that her capabilities haven't reached their peak quite yet. They suffice to counter shadow magic and overcome Irina. Soon after, Chloe's strike makes a direct impact on the elf. Irina is incredulous that a common mortal has bested her. Tiny moves to deliver the final blow as the others are too weary. However, Chloe restrains him. She clarifies that the mage must be kept alive for questioning. She notes that despite her holy nature, she failed to sense Irina's malevolent aura and wishes to uncover why. Tiny says he's sorry for acting too quickly to end her life. Chloe considers mending Irina's wounds for the inquiry, but she soon sees it as futile. The practitioner of dark arts has already perished. The soldiers are truly moved to discover their mistress is a holy woman. Chloe looks at Tiny and remarks on his lack of astonishment, concluding he had already deduced the truth. Tiny confesses his knowledge. Chloe is startled because this is private matter intended only for her kin. Tiny tells her he cannot reveal his source of information at this time, but he vows to disclose the whole story eventually. Much to his amazement, she just takes it in stride. Tiny elaborates that Irina's pursuit was triggered by certain events from his past. Chloe surmises that these occurrences likely mirror what happened with Edmund. Tiny acknowledges her suspicion. He confesses his fear that his presence puts her at risk, yet Chloe dismisses his anxiety. She asserts that as a member of the nobility, purging demon disciples is her responsibility, should she perish. It would simply prove her own inadequacy. Tiny ought not to feel guilty. He chooses to agree with her perspective. Noticing his troubled look, Chloe suspects he is uneasy about her potential reaction. She thinks he looks charming and remarks that he is at last behaving like someone his age. Vivian joins the conversation, mercilessly mocking him for being so precious. During their banter, Chloe notes that they must inform her father of the event. Her plan is to submit an official account upon reaching the next town. As they pull up to the T-Bahn entrance, a surprising sight awaits them. Tiny was aware of Esgard's devotion to his child, yet the deployment of the blue-winged knights for their arrival seems excessive. The display clearly mortifies Chloe. These warriors represent the pinnacle of the Valencia military. Each member has surpassed the expert level. Garen, the second in command, offers a respectful bow to Chloe alongside 100 soldiers. While Chloe responds with courtesy, she voices her frustration upon hearing of her father's anxiety, questioning the need for such a massive escort just to ensure her protection. Garen points out that her father's concern is justified, particularly following the assault by a practitioner of dark magic. He further explains that the Lord was tied up with crisis, preventing him from meeting her himself. In response to Chloe's inquiry, Garen reveals that Tempest, their ancestral treasure, vanished about 6 weeks prior. As Chloe notes that her father never let it out of his sight, Tiny suddenly grasps the true nature of Tempest. He cautiously questions Chloe about whether the relic is an artifact. She admits her uncertainty, since only the family patriarch is privy to its mysteries. She merely suspects it possesses great power. Tiny, meanwhile, has solved the puzzle. He informs the party that he understands the circumstances of its disappearance. The group is shocked. Rather than clarifying on the spot, he insists on an audience with the Lord. Provide a full explanation in person. Hearing this, Garen questions the boy's identity. The soldiers then mention that Tiny was instrumental in defeating the Dark Sorcerer. Garen is stunned to learn that Tiny is on the verge of becoming an expert. Even the famed Seven Knights didn't achieve such status so early in life. Such progress transcends mere talent. While Garen is eager to enlist him, he suddenly recalls the name's significance. Tiny was the individual who reported the events at Filey. Meanwhile, Chloe is delighted to return to her roots. Observing the nearby lilac blossoms, Tiny inquires about her fondness for them. She confirms her love for the flowers, noting that her parents' affection for them led to her childhood nickname. Vivian remarks on Esgard's deep devotion to his spouse, sparking a recollection for Tiny. In his past existence, Esgard's final statement was a claim that he actually despised those blooms. Tiny now understands that Esgard was unaware of who Tiny really was at that time. This explains why the Lord urged him to seek him out early in this timeline to enhance his power. Tiny is resolved to master Aura once his apprenticeship with Esgard begins. He recognizes the urgency of advancing his skill. Without Aura, he stands no chance against the elite commanders of the demonic forces. He's committed to wiping them all out. Eventually, they arrive at Valentino, the Azran Empire's primary metropolis. The soldiers rejoice at their return. Chloe asks Tiny if he has visited before, to which he cryptically replies that this is his first visit in his current life. Before she can press for details, her father runs over to embrace her. Chloe sidesteps, causing him to tumble onto the dirt. She rebukes him, insisting he uphold his dignity and demanding he say sorry to the troops for the inconvenience he caused. The Lord promptly regains his composure, expressing gratitude to the knights for his daughter's safe return and inviting them to a banquet. He then spots Tiny and inquires about his identity. Chloe points out that Tiny was mentioned in her briefing regarding the dark sorcerers. The Lord offers an apology, explaining that he has been overwhelmed with various matters recently. Subsequently, Tiny astounds the crowd by claiming he knows where Tempest is hidden. Upon hearing this, the Lord cautions the boy about the audacity required to make such an assertion. He directs his spiritual pressure toward the youth. Tiny perceives that the Lord has yet to attain the rank of Swordmaster, having only lately mastered the use of Aura. Tiny recalls his former allies, Estina, a proficient Aura wielder, and Jard, who nearly reached that level. Utilizing the spiritual essence gathered in his past life, Tiny effortlessly resists the force. Existence, Tiny questions whether the Lord truly desires a public disclosure of all he knows. Chloe quickly offers an apology for him, believing his behavior stems from youthful ignorance. Esgard, conversely, recognizes that Tiny's actions are deliberate. He concludes that a confidential discussion is necessary. After they have withdrawn to a secluded area, Esgard immediately inquires about the whereabouts of Tempest. Tiny clarifies that he possesses a hypothesis regarding its site. Though doubtful, Esgard expresses interest in hearing his theory. Tiny is aware that Tempest ranks among the world's rarest elite relics. He understands its title signifies either time or a chance. Opting for a direct approach rather than being evasive, he meets Esgard's gaze and speaks plainly. He asks if the artifact possesses the capability to reverse time, grasping the implication. Esgard requests further elaboration. Tiny describes the impending catastrophe, a colossal event scheduled to occur in 2 decades. Considering the magnitude of the threat, Esgard concludes no child could fabricate such a tale. He is particularly stunned that Tiny identifies the World Tree's protectors, the dwarves' most powerful smith, and the orc's premier combatant. Tiny validates this, stating they were his allies in a previous incarnation. Esgard eventually admits that Tempest can indeed facilitate time travel, though it requires the life energy of a formidable individual as payment. Upon first receiving the relic, he was briefed on its operational mechanics and the risks involved. However, he initially doubted its efficacy. He now acknowledges the truth. He actually transported Tiny to the past. Still, he questions his future self's reasoning, puzzled as to why he would entrust such a heavy responsibility to someone like Tiny. This revelation leaves Tiny stunned. Esgard reflects that he might have utilized the device on himself to return to the past. Given his position, expertise, and foresight, he could have readily organized a vast army to annihilate the Demon Lord's forces before they mobilized. He is baffled as to why his future counterpart selected Tiny rather than assuming the duty personally. Tiny shares this confusion. He responds truthfully, noting that the future Esgard was certain of his choice. It apparently involved cultivating his potential. Back then, Tiny suspected Esgard had lost his mind. Esgard acknowledges this but mentions he was unsure of the precise point in time Tiny would reach. Tiny is surprised to learn that Esgard activated a temporal relic without grasping its constraints. Esgard clarifies that despite his lack of experience with it, he felt sure Tiny would return to a life-altering moment. Instant he truly discovered his identity. As Tiny contemplates this, his face falls with the grim awareness that this particular time coincided with his sister's passing. Observing this change, Esgard hesitantly inquires if sending him to that period was a mistake, yet Tiny merely gestures in the negative. He recognizes the Lord is blameless and, if anything, deeply thankful for the opportunity to reunite with his sister once more. Nevertheless, the Lord seeks further verification, inquiring if there is any additional proof. Tiny can offer a fact so undeniable that his claims could not be doubted. Recognizing the gravity of this demand, Tiny readies his answer. He informs Esgard that Chloe's real name is Lilac, taken from the bloom her mother loved most. As Esgard notes that this is common knowledge, Tiny reveals a much more shocking detail. The crucial point is that Esgard personally despises those specific blossoms. Upon hearing this, Esgard erupts in laughter, conceding that Tiny is indeed being honest. He lacked the courage to confess his true feelings about them to his spouse. Since she has passed away, there is no reason to mention it now, he mutters an oath. Conflicted between sorrow and joy as he comes to terms with the dark days ahead, Tiny feels relieved to have gained his trust, yet he observes that this younger Esgard possesses a fiery disposition. Abruptly, the Lord summons Royer, one of his knights. Esgard catches Tiny off guard by stating that although his future counterpart may have relied on him, the current Esgard remains a total stranger. He insists that Tiny demonstrate the skills that his older self praised so extensively. Tiny feels a rush of excitement, eager to show what he can do. Yet upon stepping outdoors, he realizes the situation. It seems quite unjust for the Lord to evaluate his abilities this way, particularly because the future Esgard was the one who urged him to seek him out quickly. To provoke him, Tiny arrogantly inquires if the Lord desires any information regarding what lies ahead. He fully anticipates an affirmative reply. To Tiny's surprise, the Lord responds that his own destiny does not interest him in the slightest. His sole concern is the impending catastrophe. He explicitly prohibits Tiny from sharing details about his or his children's private lives, arguing that genuine growth only comes from experiencing one's own errors and setbacks. He is sure Chloe will encounter her own trials and refuses to let Tiny deprive her of the chance to mature. Tiny nonchalantly confesses that he actually possesses very little knowledge about Esgard or Chloe regardless. In that past life, he was preoccupied with his own survival and couldn't track their private affairs. Esgard is clearly stunned, grabbing and jolting Tiny while demanding confirmation that he really knows the world's fate. Tiny replies by clarifying that he is familiar with the primary conflicts and social unrest that affected the populace, at least in broad terms. When Tiny asks what else is required, the Lord points out that Tiny has only discussed a few individuals. He wishes to learn about the intervening events. Seeing Tiny's confusion, Esgard concludes he must physically jar the boy's memory to help him recall more. Afterward, as the Lord reviews the information Tiny shared, his face darkens. He is obviously displeased that of the 10 great calamities set to occur, Tiny can only remember a disappointingly meager amount of data. Tiny anxiously justifies his lack of specifics. He confesses that the bulk of his intel was gathered from gossip, hearsay, and random comments made by his associates. Observing the Lord's response, Tiny longs to age more quickly so Esgard might view him as a peer. Esgard remarks that the sole piece of valuable information Tiny offered was the oracle's prediction regarding a hero and a holy figure concluding the conflict. Believing these individuals have reached their 20s, the Lord intends to enlist and drill them right away. With some trepidation, Tiny mentions that their birth might not have even occurred. That was the breaking point. A fed-up Esgard labels Tiny as utterly incompetent, just as the butler notes that Royer has been called for. Esgard reconsidered, ordering Drexler to be brought in his place. He desires for Drexler to teach Tiny a stern lesson. Consequently, the youngster finds himself facing the blue-winged knight second in command, Drexler Anon, a powerful warrior of the 5th stage. Drexler offers a greeting, though he is clearly baffled when the Lord requests a demonstration of Tiny's abilities. He begins to suffer a slight crisis of identity, questioning if this signifies a demotion. Esgard's command cuts through his gloomy reflections, instructing him to watch Tiny closely throughout their duel. Facing the child now, Drexler attempts to discern his identity. He is shocked upon sensing Tiny's mana. Despite appearing barely 10, the boy has attained the 2nd stage and is approaching expert level. Tiny, however, is preoccupied, contemplating the artisan who forged his blade. He is pleased with it. As he starts imagining acquiring a superior, larger weapon, Esgard sharply tells him to focus on the task at hand. He cautions Tiny that a lack of concentration will result in the Lord rescinding his vows. Esgard then instructs Drexler to show no mercy. He simply must ensure the boy survives the encounter. Turning to Tiny, he clarifies his stance. He is not the future version of himself who gave those assurances. The S-guard of the present requires proof of genuine talent before pledging his support. Tiny inquires if a total victory over Drexler is necessary. Lord clarifies the terms. Tiny merely has to inflict a solitary wound on the knight to win. With a self-assured smile, Argy takes on the task. Tiny prepares his armament. Observing from the edge, S-guard remarks on Tiny's peculiar mana manipulation. He understands that Tiny developed this approach via his hidden cultivation method, proving he is a legitimate prodigy. Nevertheless, S-guard is puzzled as to why his future counterpart selected Tiny rather than returning personally, armed with that foresight. S-guard is convinced he could have achieved the rank of Aura Master. He figures his future self detected a unique quality in this youth and is intent on discovering it. He gives the sign to begin the combat at full strength. Tiny calls upon Walling at once, and seeing the knight remain stationary, he chooses to strike first, even though Drexler identifies Walling as a spirit immediately. He is certain such a creature cannot best him, a conviction that falters when Tiny smoothly evades his opening riposte, catching him off guard. Tiny retaliates without delay, but noticing his blade leaves no mark, he questions if Drexler is one of those exceptional warriors proficient in both striking and shielding. Intrigued by the youth's agility, Drexler ceases his restraint and delivers a powerful blow, which Tiny successfully avoids again. Understanding that greater force is required to penetrate the defense, Tiny accelerates to his maximum pace, shocking Drexler with his incredible quickness. To meet this threat, the warrior tightens his hold on his gear firmly and strikes the soil, fracturing the terrain to disrupt Tiny's balance and impede his speed, while Tiny jumps upward to evade the ensuing blast. He sees Drexler's mallet already arcing his way, necessitating a frantic, close-shave evasion. He observes that despite the weapon's massive size compared to a blade, Drexler handles it with effortless grace. Tiny concludes that Drexler typically utilizes a shield, indicating a defensive-heavy combat style. He opts for a new approach as Drexler takes another swing at him. Tiny vaults skyward again. Drexler roars at the youth to quit darting about like a trapped beast, watching from the edge. S-guard notes that Tiny is starting to decipher the fight's tempo, gliding through each powerful blow with fresh agility. Seeing this fluid dodging, S-guard begins to accept that the boast of being a member of the 10 Knights wasn't just empty pride. However, even while recognizing the lad's exceptional skill, S-guard remains deeply displeased. His composure eventually breaks, and he yells at Drexler to quit making such a fool of himself. Driven by irritation and hurt by the scolding, Drexler charges ahead with all his might. S-guard is suddenly gripped by panic upon realizing the warrior is invoking his soul weapon's destructive energy. While S-guard knows he must step in right away, his order to stop is issued a second too late. Instead of retreating, Tiny rushes straight into the heart of the approaching tempest. Just as S-guard wonders if the youth has gone insane, the very atmosphere appears to crack. A colossal blast detonates where they collide, engulfing both fighters in a radiant burst of brilliance and power. This immense detonation causes Tiny to collapse. He remains prone, severely wounded by the collision. The scene instantly ignites S-guard's fury, and he directs his ire at Drexler. Even as Drexler attempts to clarify that the harm was accidental, the Lord refuses to hear any justification. He hurries to Tiny, rebuking him for such carelessness when the intent was merely to evaluate his skill, rather than ending his life. Even in his battered condition, Tiny smirks, claiming the result as a win for himself. Observing Drexler, the Lord perceives the true nature of the fight by analyzing the consequences of their trade. As Drexler activated his soul weapon, Tiny didn't merely endure the blow, he initiated a counterattack. Although the impact of the weapon floored Tiny, he simultaneously succeeded in hitting Drexler's face. S-guard notes that Tiny almost perished for a meaningless triumph, yet Tiny stays resolute. He clarifies that his whole existence has been defined by dire conflicts, and had he not tested these perilous boundaries, he never would have surpassed previous hurdles. His main worry isn't his physical state. Rather, if he effectively demonstrated his value to the Lord. Touched by this show of raw determination, S-guard understands why his future counterpart placed faith in him. He honors Tiny's resolve and vows to fulfill his promise by providing Tiny with precisely what is required. Tiny eventually blacks out. He awakens later, amazed at the rapid pace of his healing. The Lord awaits him, commenting on his remarkable recuperation before taking him aside for a confidential talk. During their stroll, Tiny discovers he was unconscious for 12 hours. He speculates whether a top-tier cleric treated him. Their path is blocked by a furious Chloe, who berates her father for pulling an injured man from his rest. The Lord justifies his actions by claiming Tiny's wounds were self-inflicted. He reminds her that he has no reason to harm the person who ensured her survival. This comment leaves Tiny feeling perplexed. While he assumes Chloe was his savior, the Lord seems to believe the opposite. Seeing Chloe's distress, Tiny admits his own avarice caused the trouble, and says sorry for the fright. Chloe tells him to behave more like the child he is. But when she looks at him with genuine wonder and gratitude, the Lord's paternal urge to protect her is triggered. He cautions Tiny against having any improper thoughts about his daughter. Tiny attempts to explain that his astonishment comes from being labeled a hero, since he recalls an alternate reality where the Dark Maid bested him. Esgard promptly ends this line of discussion, recognizing that these occurrences have not occurred yet due to the temporal shift. He sends Chloe away to focus on her adulthood right, allowing him to speak privately with Tiny about weightier issues. She gives in and departs with hesitation. Afterward, Esgard provides a vital piece of advice. Tiny needs to conceal his status as a traveler from the future, particularly from the clergy. He notes that the Creator alone governs the progression of time and space. Not even the goddess is permitted to meddle with it. Any mortal who breaks these rules is considered a supreme sinner, which explains why the Valencia household maintains such secrecy. As Tiny asks about the goddess being the highest deity, the Lord discloses that the authentic texts detailing the world's complete past were removed from public shrines and are now preserved only by old aristocratic lineages. They resolve to limit knowledge of Tiny's secret to a small group, including the warriors who will eventually join them. They choose to leave the organization called the Hand of God out of their alliance. Tiny is keen to locate the Azran Kingdom's 10 knights and utilize his foresight to mold them into an elite unit. When the Lord attempts to extract details about future methods, Tiny cheekily points out that a reward should precede any favors. He teases the Lord for being a senile elder, earning himself a quick blow to the skull. Eventually, the Lord pulls Tiny outdoors, concluding that a lesson in manners is required before they proceed. Nevertheless, he plans to honor his promise. He gets ready to instruct Tiny in a confidential advancement method inherited by the Valencia family: the power to control gravitational forces. The instruction starts poorly when Tiny loses interest and begins to nap. This inattentiveness results in a stinging hit from Esgard, who is ready to commence the teaching. The Lord describes the 4 foundations of the Valencia development path: mana control, a unique sword technique, attaining a level 3 attribute, and finally reaching a level 7 aura skill. Tiny understands that this all-encompassing strategy is the source of the family's extraordinary influence. Because the youth favors a massive warhammer over a slender blade, Esgard opts to bypass the offensive sword drill. Tiny considers his objectives, believing that if he can learn the Lord's famed protective abilities, his fighting prowess will be perfect. Yet the Lord presents a more tempting proposal. He decides to show Tiny how to gain an attribute rather than just defensive tactics. The boy seems displeased by this news. In the meantime, a secretive circle of sorcerers meets to talk about Elaine's demise. Their superior mentions that she was a crucial asset intended to ruin the core of Elfheim. They believe a youthful heir of the Morse lineage, meaning our protagonist, is responsible for her death. Worried that the Empire could reach him before they do, the chief commands his followers to collect data on him at once. However, he stresses that their main priority is still their dealings with the Karen realm. Turning to the practice area, Tiny doubts he can select a particular trait. He expects to automatically recover the blast ability from his past existence upon hitting the 3rd level. Esgard sets him straight, remarking that despite Tiny's youth, his frame is exceptionally dense because of his hidden cultivation method. He mentions that the boy utilized weighty gear and protection, thus linking mass with power. He clarifies that increased weight in an individual or their equipment typically results in reduced speed. The Lord presents the idea of gravitation, a power recognized by only a few sorcerers. He describes how, by controlling this element, Tiny can transform his substantial weight into a benefit, enabling him to harbor immense energy reserves. Multiply his physical might. Esgard notes that this skill allows for the acquisition of fundamental traits at the expert level. As the explanation proceeds, Tiny finds the technical logic difficult to comprehend. As the Lord defines gravity as a downward pull toward the earth, Tiny rejects the notion as absurd. He contends that if such a force existed, people would be pinned to the surface. Their argument intensifies while the Lord attempts to justify why things drop from heights, but Tiny simply ignores it as a basic reality that needs no analysis. Annoyed by Tiny's obstinacy and disinterest in learning, the Lord concludes that a hands-on lesson is necessary. He hauls the youngster to the brink of a tall rooftop. Just then, Tiny spots mana gathering in Esgard's hand. Facing the prospect of a fall, Tiny eventually concedes that gravity could cause people to descend. Regardless of his admission, the Lord lets him go to make the point clear. Tiny falls toward the ground, he loses his cool and triggers his celestial metal plating to endure the hit. He ultimately lands right on top of Walong, who had only just shown up. Esgard comes down and inquires if the concept of gravity is understood. However, Tiny is shaken and would much prefer a spoken clarification. Esgard demands further hands-on practice and lets him fall multiple times. Tiny later regains consciousness to see his torso radiating light from Chloe's restorative magic. She expresses amazement that he has already attained expert status, which leaves Tiny baffled as to when he actually progressed during the frantic drill. Our protagonist sits there stunned, coming to terms with his promotion to the expert tier. He understands that the frightening ordeal of being tossed from the building by Esgard was effective, compelling his physique to adjust to gravitational force. Chloe observes him, remarking on her father's harsh instructional style. She is genuinely awestruck by his achievement of the expert rank. She mentions that the whole Blue Wing Knight battalion is alive with talk of his brilliance. When Tiny suggests she ought to be getting ready for her adulthood celebration, Chloe dismisses the concern, saying she merely needs to rehearse standard manners. Tiny gives a relaxed assurance that she'll do fine, which briefly catches her off guard. Afterward, she gives him a light-hearted swat. She boastfully states that as the star of the occasion, her triumph is certain. With an abrupt change in mood, she informs Tiny that because her father mentored him, they are practically kin. She grants him leave to address her as his elder sister. Catches him off guard. Seeing his look, she remarks that such a gesture from a duke's child is a significant privilege. Tiny thinks the whole thing is a bit ridiculous, yet he goes with it. Chloe requests his word that their familial connection remains confidential. As she departs, she notes that Drexler is searching for him. Shortly after, Tiny locates the warrior at the center of a stadium, circled by a crowd of elite officials. Drexler recognizes Tiny's advancement to expert rank. Tiny agrees, observing the spectators and realizing this meeting is far from routine. Without warning, the knight discards his blade, daring Tiny to an unarmed duel. He confesses that his showing during their last practice was humiliating for someone of his rank. Proposes a rematch to help Tiny get used to his increased strength. Tiny jumps in immediately. He lunges with such intensity that the floor beneath his feet fractured. Drexler is stunned by the velocity and impact of his strikes, finding it hard to believe this is the same youth he met just 7 days prior. Tiny lands a heavy strike onto Drexler's buckler, pushing the experienced soldier backward. As their blows collide, the resulting shockwaves vibrate throughout the stadium. The veteran's hands shake under the immense pressure of Tiny's hits. Tiny strikes once more, his mace hitting the shield. He picks up speed, firing off a sequence of 23 quick strikes. His rival is amazed by his sudden agility. The onlookers are mesmerized, wondering how Tiny can move such a massive weapon so quickly. Drexler picks up his own armament, concluding that holding back is no longer necessary. As they engage once more, Tiny starts to find his groove, feeling the mana circulate and utilizing the gravitational principles he recently acquired. He understands that by controlling his mass, he can vary the impact of his swings as required. To verify this, he strikes his foe with maximum power. Drexler's eyes grow large as he feels the force of the protagonist's hit. To end the duel, he jumps high and triggers his combat skill, First Form Lightning Smash. The ensuing blast destroys the stadium floor. As the debris clears from the fractured ground, Drexler concludes that continuing the fight is pointless. Tiny expresses his gratitude for the training. Drexler teases that he was pulling his punches during the fight. Tiny retorts by mentioning he hasn't even utilized his spirit-calling powers. He then brings forth Wulong. Chuckling at the boy's boldness and obvious talent, Drexler formally invites him to join the elite Blue-Winged Knights. But Tiny instantly ruins the moment by declaring he has no plans to join their ranks, leaving Drexler completely stunned. Amazed by his ability, Drexler sees that Tiny has already grasped the Valentia family's hidden techniques. Afterward, Esgard mentions to Tiny that he neglected to inform the knights about his intentions to travel the world. It is preferable for him to remain independent, though he has surpassed all hopes. Tiny modestly attributes his quick progress to the Lord's mentorship. Feeling the approach of the first great catastrophe, the Lord announces that their readiness is almost total. For his last bit of gear, he chooses to present Tiny with an enchanted warhammer. This artifact is imbued with lasting magic and is worth several years of a soldier's pay. Tiny modestly asks him to avoid such trouble. Surprisingly, the nobleman confesses he spent months building it, initially as a parting gift for Drexler. Afterward, Tiny visits the workshop of an aged dwarven smith called Randall's Hammers. Esgard intends for him to modify the gear for the boy. Randall feels insulted at first, thinking it's a waste of skill to tune a top-tier weapon for a child. Tiny recalls Heinen's words, "A master smith seeks a deserving warrior for their work." To prove himself, Tiny displays his high-level mana. Utilizing his truthful eye, a racial trait for detecting genuine feeling, the dwarf senses Tiny's sincerity. He tells him to wait and invites him to see the blade. Moments later, Tiny examines his future gear. He is told that the Duke's artifact is currently receiving shock-absorbing enchantments. Consequently, defensive spells are required. When Tiny inquires about attack buffs, the smith gets annoyed. The boy insists on excellence, as a fresh Warhammer artifact is a rare sight. Regardless, he accepts the 3 existing spells. Randall then mentions a hidden piece, a massive black steel hammer with weight-increasing runes. Its previous owner left it behind, unable to handle the bolt. Tiny's interest is piqued. The dwarf explains it features self-repair and impact boost. Tiny demands a look, and despite it weighing over 100 kilos, he picks it up effortlessly and strikes the ground, cracking the floor. It feels just like Nocturne, his old weapon from his former life. He requests an adjustable grip from Randall to accommodate his future growth as he gets taller. The grumpy smith relents when Tiny promises double payment from the Duke. The new tool is dubbed Stamp. Back at the manor, Tiny informs the Lord who is pleased Stamp was claimed, allowing Drexler to retain his original present. With a fortnight until it's ready, Tiny focuses on practice. When he employs a phrase from an Eastern dialect, Esgard is caught off guard. The Lord admires Tiny's grasp of Eastern languages, noting it serves as an ideal mask for his mysterious origin. The tone turns serious regarding Chloe's betrothal to the heir. Tiny reiterates his warning. The prince is fated to perish during the nuptials. This tragedy will trigger a second catastrophe, annihilating the royals and the kingdom. In his previous existence, Chloe was dubbed the Princess of Calamity. Esgard acknowledges the danger but believes he can alter the outcome. Tiny argues that their current data is insufficient. Esgard praises Chloe's brilliance but notes her lack of experience. Tiny agrees, knowing she is destined to struggle alone with a collapsing realm in despair. Esgard vows to be cautious this time. Tiny doesn't dispute him but resolves to rescue Chloe himself if the Lord's strategy faltered. The mood changes when Tiny mentions Chloe with excessive intimacy. The Lord's fatherly protectiveness kicks in immediately, and he strikes another blow too. Tiny's skull, accusing him of harboring a crush on his child. Outside, the vibe is celebratory as people congregate at the fortress for the adulthood rite. As the event nears, an aide by the window reports to the Lord that a surprising number of visitors have shown up. Since the Valentia house is hosting, a great number of nobles have gathered. Genus Freewell, the blue-winged knight order's commander, guarantees that every aspect proceeds without a hitch to avoid any disturbances. His lordship recognizes his hard work. He then notes that an envoy from Lohiter has also reached them. Regrettably, it is the youngest son, a known agitator. The Lohiter duchy wields immense power in the realm and has been a rival to the Valentias for ages. Given their profound animosity, dispatching such an individual seems like a slight. The Lord is startled and commands that he be firmly reminded he is on Valentia soil. Janus clarifies that the arrangements are already set. The Lord remarks that he can always count on him. However, he suddenly scrutinizes Janus, wondering if he is hiding an illness. Janus is puzzled by this sudden concern. The Lord quickly brushes it off as nothing. He adds that Janus is not required to oversee the ceremony in person. Janus declines to withdraw. He views Chloe as a sibling and wishes to remain present. The Lord consents, telling him there is no reason for regret. Chloe has always stayed close to Janus, treating him like an older brother. The Lord then changes the subject to the topic of matrimony. Janus is visibly bewildered. He rejects the idea and asks the Lord never to mention it again. Feeling flustered, the Lord says sorry, citing the stress of the upcoming event. He then sends Janus back to his work. After his departure, the Lord reflects. Janus became captain after his father died and has always been reliable. He then recalls Tiny saying he never encountered Janus in the time to come. This thought disturbs him. Neither a wedding nor sickness accounts for his absence. A level 6 mana master wouldn't perish in a typical fight. Consequently, the Lord deduces the second disaster is to blame. Meanwhile, Tiny is outdoors practicing, panting as his thoughts turn toward Genus. He considers Esgard's perspective to be sound. With numerous aristocrats caught in political friction, a disturbance during the rites appears inevitable. The presence of many influential people heightens the danger. Chloe soon nears him. He frets that being out here is improper, given the arrival of various representatives. Vivian notes that she attempted to prevent her from roaming. Chloe confesses that the indoor atmosphere is stifling, and she finds more peace in the open air. She's also glad for the chance to see Woling. Tiny calls forth Woling, letting her play with him. Thrilled, she cradles Walling, finding that his company makes things far less tedious. Just then, Tebron von Lohater appears and addresses Chloe audaciously. He compliments her looks and presents himself with great ego. Chloe is startled to learn he is of the Lohater lineage. He acts with total assurance, behaving as though their future is already settled. He proposes that, as they are meeting for the first time, it marks their very first encounter. They should pass the time together, even suggesting wine as if it were fitting. Chloe is perplexed by his action. Proposing drinks before a formal betrothal is declared is uncouth. Vivian intercedes at once, clarifying that Chloe has other guests to receive. Tibron responds with disdain, asking how a lady knight dares to interfere. He commands his brawny underling, Graham, to advance. Graham stands before her, asserting that this dialogue is strictly for the children of the nobility. Vivian adamantly retorts that his logic is flawed. Graham subsequently alters his approach, clarifying that his employer has spent years in earnest anticipation. Waiting for her empathy, Tebron once more insists on an opportunity. Tiny watches the scene with precision. Graham's grin seems far more dubious than Tebron's conceit. Tiny chooses to step in. His nonchalant inquiry about them baffles Chloe and instantly provokes Tebron anger. Consequently, Tebron commands Graham to get rid of the boy right away. Tiny delivers a swift blow before he can even respond, launching him skyward. Chloe then hits the earth with a brutal impact. Consumed by rage, Graham charges at Tiny once more. With equal ease, Tiny strikes him again, propelling him over a neighboring structure, peering through a window of that very edifice. An aristocrat observes the scene in utter disbelief. It seems impossible to him that a mere child could floor a skilled warrior with such a simple hit. While Graham plummets, he reflects on the events leading to this moment. He recalls the Lord's instruction to join his third son in orchestrating a scene during Lohater celebration. He wavers, noting that such behavior would tarnish the Lohater reputation. However, his superior ignores the warning immediately. Tibron is no longer associated with the house. He was already slated for disinheritance and banishment, rendering him little more than a piece of refuse. Trading one worthless individual to resolve a situation so neatly seems like a fair bargain. He is told to obey, play dumb, and erase the memory of it all later. Upon Graham's landing, a pair of aristocrats witness the event from an upper-story window. They are stunned that a seasoned knight was defeated by a small boy. This vision disturbs them. One finds it hard to hold Tiny accountable, whereas the other decides that this exceeds typical talent. A person of his caliber is surely a freak of nature. This realization brings a smile to one of their faces. The notion of Duke Valentia rearing such a beast without knowing it is quite funny, and he feels drawn to the idea of an introduction. Their talk then turns toward Duke Alan Khan Loiter. They imagine that Loiter's devotion to the crown is a facade, masking his attempts to undermine the pact between the throne and the Valentia clan. They mock the suggestion that Loiter could compete with the Valantias, given the Duke's long-standing mastery of aura. One aristocrat remarks that the sovereign wishes to prevent Esgard from gaining excessive influence. Observing the two unconscious men, they note that the pair required handling regardless, though the other deems it pointless. This is because the Valentia heirs, who are fiercely devoted to their sister, have only just arrived back at the estate. Indoors, Esgard explains to Tiny that Tibron was kicked out of the Lohater house due to his poor conduct. Consequently, Tiny will face no legal repercussions for striking an aristocrat. Even so, the Lord strikes the table, cautioning Tiny against using force for every conflict and noting he prefers the boy not be imprisoned before the Demon King's forces show up. Tiny mentions that the visitors were behaving quite strangely. This triggers a sudden loss of composure from the Lord, who bellows about the audacity of anyone targeting his daughter within his own wall. Tiny reflects on how Esgard is failing to follow his own counsel regarding restraint. While standing there, Tiny is almost run over by a pair of hostile youths. Chloe's siblings, who are searching for Tiburon to give him a lasting punishment. In the chaos, Tiny inadvertently causes one of them, Tren, to fall. The sibling is stunned that a kid could hold his ground against their charge. Identifying Tiny from the stories of his duel with Drexler, they understand he is their father's pupil. Eren, the firstborn, voices his admiration for Tiny's skill, yet quickly ends the encounter to resume their hunt for Tiburon, swearing that he shall not exit these lands breathing. Tiny identifies Eren as the upcoming successor, yet he is struck by the realization that this middle sibling never existed in his previous life. He fears this sibling could face a premature end, mirroring Genis's fate. During his return, Tiny expresses his annoyance toward the Azran royals, who are fixated on their draconic heritage and restrict attendance to high-ranking aristocrats. A pair of aristocrats unexpectedly emerge and catch him muttering. One mocks him for voicing such offensive remarks. Tiny instantly perceives that the individual is utilizing sorcery to mask his actual appearance. The man presents himself as Baron Narsar, an attendee of the event. Narsar ridicules the Duke's choice to provide shelter to a youth of Tiny's sort. Adopting a harsher voice, Tiny points out the lack of courtesy shown on Valentia soil. Narsar quickly dismisses the tension with a chuckle and attempts to appear cordial, going so far as to suggest a meal together to establish a rapport with him. Tiny contemplates using force to extract the stranger's true identity on the spot. Calling Esgard's advice, he chooses to bide his time. Yet, when Narsar requests an introduction to Chloe, Tiny's self-control snaps. With no prior indication, Tiny strikes him with a powerful blow that propels him upward. Narsar's companion stands stunned while Tiny merely grins. Tiny realizes he is in trouble for letting his anger take over once more. His reflection is interrupted by Exilin's abrupt assault. Tiny narrowly evades this and succeeds in parrying, though his adversary is consumed by fury, promising to tear him to pieces. The peril increases as Tiny detects mana-based spatial manipulation. He is startled to find himself battling a knight of challenger rank. Exilin vows to slice him open, but Tiny trusts the defense of his iron god plating. Taking advantage of a split second, Tiny calls forth Woling at his foe's rear. The appearance of the spectral creature distracts Ixalan, allowing Tiny a chance to strike. Nevertheless, the hit proves ineffective. Ixalan remains unmoved. Rather, he seizes Tiny's collar and flings him aside effortlessly. Tiny recovers his footing just as the warrior readies a crushing finishing move. Phantom Wolf intercedes. Shortly after, he is slammed into the earth. Right as Ixalan prepares the final strike, Narsar appears and orders him to stand down, assuming total blame for the confusion. Afterward, Janus speaks with Tiny to resolve the conflict. Tiny expresses regret, clarifying that his actions were driven by mistrust. Janus chooses to overlook the incident because the aristocrat has pardoned him. Still, he provides Tiny with a serious caution. He notes that Tiny must not undervalue the power of Valentia or its authorized guests. Tiny senses the man's daunting presence and pays attention as Janus urges him to exercise greater care to fulfill his immense promise. Prior to Janus's departure, Tiny attempts to gather intel. Inquiring about Narsar, Janus opts to keep those details confidential. Tiny probes further, seeking confirmation of a connection to the royal household. Janus laments sharing any details, acknowledging that challenger-level warriors are rare. He then commands Tiny to maintain discretion, and Tiny consents. Tiny begins connecting the dots independently. Deduces that the enigmatic expert is likely a royal investigator, dispatched because Chloe's impending celebration serves as the formal declaration of her betrothal to the heir apparent. 7 days go by and the festive date finally dawns. The fortress is overflowing with visitors. While Janus is preoccupied with ensuring his sister's day is flawless, Tiny is preoccupied with the food. Janus observes with annoyance as Tiny gorges himself, advising him to eat more slowly to avoid indigestion. Tiny ignores the warning. Janus chooses to ignore the behavior, recognizing that to support his physical development, Tiny requires substantial nourishment. Narsar breaks into their talk, seeking a word with Tiny while Janus attends to his formal responsibility. Tiny is swift to offer regrets for his earlier rudeness, but Narsar's remarkably kind response catches him off guard. Asserting that Tiny's boldness actually earned his respect, Narsar invites another blow should he ever behave haughtily again. This bizarre interaction leaves Tiny unsettled, questioning the man's sanity. The celebration officially kicks off when the Master of Ceremonies introduces the guest of honor. Accompanied by her father and both brothers, Chloe makes her entrance, appearing radiant in her formal robes. Narsar is clearly mesmerized by her striking appearance. Observing the way Narsar gazes at Chloe, Tiny feels a sudden instinct to shield her. The gathered aristocracy similarly fixate on her, captivated by her elegance. She maintains her composure, fully aware that her existence is being permanently altered. As Tiny looks on, he recalls the endearing moment she requested he become her sibling. Stirred by this recollection, he releases his magical energy, summoning Woling into the room and stunning the entire crowd. Even Esgard appears taken aback. Woling behaves like an oversized pup near Chloe until she takes her seat and commands him to remain still. While some guests grumble about a canine presence at such a refined event, Woling begins to radiate light. He transforms into a colossal wolf before their eyes, paralyzing the audience with terror. It becomes clear that this is no ordinary beast but a formidable entity. Narsar expresses gratitude for the spectacle, but Tiny finds his appreciation irritating and suspects the man has ulterior motives. He quietly resolves to strike him once more if this behavior persists. Esgard approaches his daughter with visible emotion, remarking on how much her mother would have admired her. A somber mood settles over the room. The depth of the sadness is only truly understood by those familiar with their past. Subsequently, the Lord places a medallion around her neck and heralds the main event. With a gesture of his hand, a brilliant flash erupts, revealing a sorcerous image of her betrothed. The figure identifies himself as Bradley Vanna Slam. Expresses regret for his physical absence while sharing his honor at their engagement. Within the audience, Vivian finds his voice familiar, suspecting he is the rebirth of a mythic monarch. Tiny remains skeptical, recalling that the man perished pointlessly in his previous life. As Narsar attempts to intervene, Tiny restrains him, advising him to stay calm. He is instructed to reverse the letters of Narsar's name, and Tiny discovers it forms the word Azran. Suddenly gripped by alarm, Tiny understands that the individual he previously assaulted is the heir to the throne. He is overwhelmed by anxiety regarding the potential consequences. Noticing his tremors, Genus inquires about his well-being, but Tiny attributes it to the high temperature. Genus reassures him, noting that the prince has already granted him clemency. He confirms his safety within Valanche's borders. Furthermore, he reveals that the crown prince advocated for this union despite the emperor's opposing. Commands, this proves the prince is now a committed ally. Afterward, Janus conveys Esgard's request for a private meeting with Tiny following the event. During their talk, the Lord expresses gratitude for Woling's presence as it provided Chloe with comfort. Their conversation shifts to grave matters. He reflects on Tiny's warnings regarding the disappearance of a potent relic and the impending destruction of the capital by a massive kraken. He questions why a kraken specifically would emerge rather than a different creature. Tiny proposes an inquiry into the matter before asking about the hammer insignia. Lord provides details on the adjustments and directs Tiny to visit the forge tomorrow to collect his armament. Upon arriving at the smithy, Tiny finds that his new gear is revolutionary. The smith notes the increased weight for greater impact, its self-mending capabilities, and how it's flawlessly synchronized with Tiny's energy. He confesses that the tool has an eerie, unsettling aura. He's baffled by how his child forged such a formidable object. Tiny lifts it effortlessly, prompting the smith to suggest a practice strike. Handling is seamless, as if the armament is actively assisting him. He's quite satisfied. Afterward, Tiny rides his companion beyond the city walls to test the weapon's performance in motion. He's truly struck by the quality and appreciates Randall's efforts. Woling becomes spirited and accelerates, which Tiny attributes to the wolf's fondness for sprinting beneath the moon. Monitoring their speed, he notices their rapid progress, estimating they'll reach the harbor of Anixen within 7 days. Elsewhere, in a shadowed chamber, the demonic disciples receive news of Tiny's departure from the Duke's territory. He's irritated that Tiny's high-ranking spirit mount far outpaces any standard wagon. After verifying that Tiny is traveling toward Anixen en route to Chiron, the commander concludes it's the ideal moment to eliminate him. He commands the tamers to be alerted and to finish him off. On the path, a squad of Black Knights ambushes Tiny. They are incredibly insolent, jeering at him and insisting that their power matches his own. They claim he cannot prevail even with his beast's help. Gathering their magical energy, they prepare to discipline him through violence. An arrow is loosed, but Tiny casually swats it aside as if it were a mere insect. It stuns them, as that strike was meant to be a sophisticated maneuver. Dismissing it as a fluke, they rally and rush him once more. Believing their superior count will prevail, Tiny ignores their talk, bringing down his hammer to pulverize a knight immediately. Before collapsing, the man understands too late that Tiny's strength is genuine. Tiny denounces them as pests serving demons rather than honorable warriors. As the remaining knights grasp that they were deceived regarding Tiny's true capabilities, they attempt a frantic retreat. Tiny, however, has no intention of letting them escape. He pursues them, striking the ground with his hammer, fracturing the terrain and ensnaring them in the fissures. Having dealt with them, he's delighted by his new gear. Yet he pauses, questioning how they pinpointed his exact route. He slightly laments their deaths as it leaves him with no one to interrogate. All at once, a giant tree topples over in his wake. An enormous bicephalous troll emerges from the shadows. Tiny recognizes the escalating danger. A powerful beast has appeared, and he is its intended prey. Observing the giant two-headed troll, Tiny finds the scenario absurd, as a rank 5 creature shouldn't be in this region. Such beasts can rival top-tier sorcerers, yet this one lunges at him wielding an axe. He narrowly avoids the blow just as a hidden voice commands the creature to slay him. This proves the beast is the magic tamer's servant, dispatched solely to destroy him. He realizes the troll is under external influence. He directs Walling to neutralize the tamer, but the wizard employs an enchanted tool to drive the troll into a rage. The beast flings its axe once more, and although Tiny evades it, the impact is powerful enough to shatter trees like twigs. The troll's speed is remarkable as it continues its rear assaults, which begins to irritate Tiny. He's aware that trolls earn rank 5 status through sheer brawn and near-instant regeneration, so he opts for patience, watching for a lapse in its guard. The battle intensifies as the troll exhales a toxic mist. Although Tiny senses his strength fading, he relies on his internal energy to remain standing. Right as the axe descends toward his skull, he thrusts his recently acquired hammer up with all his might, resulting in a violent collision. The weapon's added mass proves ideal, momentarily giving him the advantage. Yet the beast's injuries mend instantly before him. Tiny is forced to retreat and stay mobile to evade being flattened. Despite his powerful strikes, the troll continues to regenerate. Observing from afar, the tamer assumes Tiny will soon be spent. The duel persists until Tiny is cornered. However, he realizes the troll is the one losing steam. The tamer's strategy fails as the creature's movements begin to falter first. Continuous regeneration is depleting the monster's stamina more quickly than it can replenish. Panic strikes the tamer when Wolling suddenly pounces, trapping him on the earth. While the tamer is restrained, Tiny makes a final assault on the troll, channeling electricity into his mallet. A massive blast ensues, and as the smoke clears, Tiny remains, clutching both of the creature's severed heads. He approaches the detained tamer for information. The captive reveals their organization operates out of a rogue city governed by a mayor heading a municipal coalition. Skeptical that the group would sacrifice such a skilled tamer, Tiny remains unconvinced. He interrogates him further until the man confesses their plot to seize the relic from Kara. Tiny emphasizes that the man's survival hinges on identifying the leader. The captive argues that disclosing the name would result in his certain death. Tiny dismisses that as mere speculation and pressures him to gamble on it. After concluding the business, Tiny journeys to the harbor town of Enixon, recalling Esgard's words about a liaison meeting him at a neighborhood tavern. Upon entering the establishment, he stops dead in his tracks at the sight of the occupant. His assigned assistant is none other than Esgard. After a brief apology, Esgard's appearance transforms into that of a mundane individual. He offhandedly remarks that the bar excludes minors, leaving Tiny stunned. While the face is unfamiliar, the truly chilling part is Tiny's inability to detect any magical energy from him. There is no enchantment to dispel or trickery to uncover. The transformation is flawless. Close by, some patrons chuckle, informing Tiny that the tavern is no place for children. As one begins insulting Tiny's dark hair, Wolling quickly intercedes. The appearance of the wolf causes the men to retreat in sheer terror. Tiny reflects that Wolling's intervention might have been excessive, yet he feels some individuals require a lesson. Observing the wolf, the disguised man identifies Tiny as a spirit summoner. He concludes that Tiny is the priority client he was meant to meet, and expresses regret for the delayed welcome. He escorts Tiny to a private area where Tiny presents a silver plate. The man verifies it as the Duke of Valence's formal emblem. Clarifies that he heads Black Wing, the Duke's clandestine spy network. These operatives are more than just top-tier warriors, they are unparalleled infiltrators. He identifies himself as Jay, the director of the entire unit. Tiny is perplexed, as someone of Jay's rank ought to be a formidable combatant, yet he remains unable to perceive any mana within him. Jay reveals a shocking truth. his magical potential never manifested. Despite Tiny's disbelief, Jay chuckles and briefly reverts to Esgard's likeness. He notes that while lacking mana complicates his disguises, it provides the advantage of being untraceable. Tiny acknowledges the audacity and risk of such a method. Jay concurs that the excitement is the highlight, shifting focus to their objectives. He breaks the news to Tiny that Gale Anderson, the Seventh Circle wizard dubbed the Tsunami Warlock, has disappeared. Tiny recognizes the severity of losing a mage. With such mastery over the ocean, Jay notes that Gale's contact was lost at sea a fortnight ago and all signals went dark. This is a major setback, as Gale was meant to write. Tiny's endorsement for the assignment. Jay provides a fresh ID tablet mentioning their contingency strategy. Tiny appreciates that Esgard followed through on his word. Tiny brings up Hustle, a name he extracted from the Tamer, tied to the Karun tragedy. Jay records the name, guessing it's an orc or lycanthrope, and vows to research it. Sudden, urgent pounding on the door cuts them off. An operative informs Jay he's needed because the arrivals are here. Tiny anticipates a significant danger. The big presence is merely a swarm of famished patrons. Jay spends the rest of the day waiting tables in the overflowing eatery. Tiny observes the commotion, marveling at how a front for espionage can be such a thriving enterprise. After 2 days, Tiny arrives at the Flaxen Dock. Masked and in costume, he readies himself to sail for Karun. When requested for identification, Tiny channels a trace of mana into the emblem. The worker is startled, amazed that a member of the nobility is voyaging solo. Tiny offers a fabricated tale about hailing from a ruined aristocratic lineage, prompting the remorseful clerk to beg forgiveness for his behavior and offer well wishes. Boarding the vessel, Tiny reflects on the backstory Jay crafted for his alias. He's posing as a scion of the Moors. This noble house vanished 4 decades ago after being falsely accused of demon worship. His dark hair and eyes make the charade quite convincing. He's cast as a fugitive from a cursed bloodline, though the noble elf son detail feels excessive. Once he finds his spot, his intuition screams. He senses a surge of sinister mana nearby, originating from within the vessel. Tiny detects the shifting energy and understands that the malice isn't limited to a few individuals. The malevolent aura permeates the entire passenger list. Their scheme is far more sinister than a simple assault. It seems they intend to offer everyone as a sacrifice. Chaos erupts as an assailant strikes at Tiny's head with a blade. Unfazed, Tiny seizes the attacker's arm and effortlessly breaks the bone. The man's cries and the sight of blood leave the onlookers paralyzed with fear. Noticing the man Tiny just crippled is hemorrhaging. When a voice commands Tiny to release him, he complies. In his own way, he boots the fallen dagger upward, grabs it, and fluidly plunges it into the heart of another foe. The victim perishes immediately, spitting blood, yet a bizarre, foul-smelling vapor begins to emanate from the corpse. The stench of decay causes a panic, with people screaming about devil cultists. A man praises Tiny for revealing the danger, attempting to approach him while feigning official duty. Tiny sees right through the deception. He snatches the man, wrenches his limb, and hurls him into a comrade. As they both fall, coughing up blood, Tiny dispassionately tallies the casualties. Sensing their cover is blown, the remaining members flee while shouting accusations of murder at Tiny, yet the reality is clear. Each individual among them serves the demons. The vessel's commander rushes forward, feigning indignation and disbelief. He attempts to offer excuses, shifting the fault onto his tainted subordinates. Requests Tiny's assistance in resolving the situation. Tiny simply ridicules his poor performance and executes him immediately, as the captain's head falls to the floor. The vapor emanating from his wound is denser than that of the others, confirming his superior level of depravity. Afterward, the setting changes to the palace, where King Emud Van Karen receives a briefing. It is revealed that the entire crew operating this trade path for half a decade was completely tainted. Numerous mariners carried a low-tier demonic affliction, granting them the strength to manage the vessel, though the captain's degradation had progressed to a blader rank. The monarch learns that for a devotee to attain such wickedness, he must slaughter hundreds or even thousands of blameless victims. Such offerings provide cultists with immense energy and can assist elite demonic factions in reaching the walls separating different realms. Tiny describes these zealots as a scourge upon mankind. The sovereign confesses he hasn't encountered such severity in 3 decades, acknowledging his own complacency. He commends Tiny under his alias as a spirit-calling partel for averting a potential bloodbath. Intrigued by Tiny's companion, the king requests a demonstration. His counselors panic, arguing that displaying such a unique entity is hazardous, yet Tiny is indifferent. He calls forth Walling on the spot. Stunned by the spirit's overwhelming presence and authenticity, the king demands a confidential meeting. Despite his protector's concerns regarding his safety with an unknown man, the monarch dismisses them. With the room cleared, the king addresses the matter directly. He informs Tiny that he is aware the tale of his elven ancestry is a fabrication. Emud stares him down, insisting on the true motive for Tiny's arrival. The ruler instantly exposes Tiny's deception about his lineage, noting that dark hair is genetically incompatible with elven descent. This disclosure catches Tiny off guard, but the king mentions that this fact is a strictly protected secret of the crown. Tiny promptly offers an apology and confesses his actual mission, tracking cultists to stop the theft of a holy relic and prevent a catastrophe in Karun. The king's keen insight keeps Tiny under scrutiny. He recognizes him as an imperial citizen. He points out the political complications, given that Karun prioritizes its ties with the Kingdom Alliance over the Empire, regardless of the natural suspicion toward an undercover imperial. Nevertheless, the monarch chooses to offer his trust. He justifies this based on Tiny's role as a spirit master, relying on the conventional belief that anyone with a soul pure enough to lead spirits must be fundamentally decent. Tiny feels slightly remorseful about this misconception, recalling from his previous existence that such mages aren't always honorable. Seizing the moment, Tiny asks for an official audience with the relic's protectors, pledging his full commitment to Karun. Acceding to the plea, the sovereign places his faith in the young man. Subsequently, the king waives the usual formalities and formally grants Tiny knighthood, assigning him the responsibility of protecting the holy object. As the emblem is fastened to his tunic, Tiny muses on achieving his first knightly rank in this current life, promising to protect the human race with this new opportunity. The mood darkens when Tiny informs the monarch that a man named Hustle is the true culprit. Noting the name's Orcish roots, the king's face turns incredibly solemn upon hearing this. He questions the reliability of the report. Tiny clarifies that a fifth-tier sorcerer provided the intel. The ruler requests a moment to contemplate, dismissing him. Elsewhere, the tsunami mage uses his full power to cast a magical shield around the kraken with his staff. He is panting when a man approaches and commends his efforts. He yells, recognizing the individual as Hustle. He remarks on how the youth could jeopardize their objectives. Meanwhile, Tiny enlists in the Holy Relic Defense Squad, where his arrival triggers immediate hostility. The veteran troops are doubtful of a child's combat history. One soldier, Mason, loudly berates Tiny for being given high status and authority without proving his worth. Tiny sighs in annoyance. He realizes the king permitted this post because the relic is now just a token. The security unit is essentially a refuge for washouts. Sensing an internal power struggle, Tiny decides to establish his dominance at once. Tiny approaches Mason and starts a casual chat. When Mason tries to use his seniority to bully him, Tiny calls forth his familiar. The knights are terrified by the sudden manifestation of overwhelming strength. Tiny then asserts that he holds the advantage. He adds that he was looking for a demonic cultist to make an example of anyway, and asks if they want to volunteer. They all panic instantly. They offer denials and a salute, so Tiny instructs them to do their best from now on. He still feels uneasy, remembering the king's facial expression. He suspects the monarch is already aware of Hustle. A man's voice breaks his train of thought. The man laughs and praises the boy for neutralizing the demonic follower. He expresses his pleasure at the meeting and introduces himself as Truman, the leader of the Divine Artifact Protection Unit. Tiny returns the greeting with politeness. During the meeting, the boy privately thinks the captain's power doesn't match his high rank. Since the captain knows Tiny volunteered, he gets straight to the point regarding the holy relic. This sudden topic makes Tiny quite suspicious because it is too similar to the Karun catastrophe. He stays calm and acts interested, but he is careful not to say too much. The captain anticipated Tiny's curiosity, so he takes him to a different area to explain the reality of things. He drops several books on the table and explains that people misunderstand these holy tools. He uses the sacred barrier as an example, noting it only works against minor evil and fails entirely against true demonic energy. Due to these flaws, most people assume the artifacts are just for show. To change Tiny's view, the captain suggests a specific book about an ancient pact, a vow from the age of myths, proving these implements were meant to be our primary defenses. Hearing this, Tiny realizes he completely misjudged the man. He senses no trace of malice coming from the captain at all, so he relaxes. The captain eventually decides that reading is too dull. and tells Tiny that seeing the real thing is much better. Consequently, he leads him into the castle's most secure area. Along the way, the captain asks for his name and explains why everyone considers guarding these items to be low-tier position. Tiny assumes the relic is merely symbolic, yet the captain unlocks a door to unveil the genuine object. Within lies a colossal, radiant relic known as Humanitas. It is an enormous, stunning sight, suspended effortlessly in the air. The captain clarifies that the sentry role is trivial since the object requires no defense. He mentions its levitation remains a mystery and notes the legend that only a person of true merit can make contact with it. The general consensus is that the relic is self-shielding. No elite warriors are assigned to it. Curious about the outcome, Tiny extends his arm toward it. As soon as he nears it, a brilliant glow wraps around his entire frame. The captain is utterly stunned, having never witnessed such an immense display of energy. Tiny also senses something peculiar. Due to his extreme monosensitivity, he perceives the relic's field oscillating in direct reaction to his personal power. Overwhelmed, the captain clutches Tiny's shoulder, seeing that he is essentially communicating with the object. Afterward, they return outdoors, where the captain confesses that Tiny constantly exceeds expectations. He remarks that in all his years of service, he has never encountered such a phenomenon. This earns him Tiny's increased esteem. He recognizes that despite the captain's lack of combat prowess, his dedication to his duties is genuine. Abruptly, an arrogant man from the Royal Knights named Greg Simbo arrives, behaving with unearned authority. He insults the captain and directs his mockery at Tiny, labeling him a sacred half-elf. Tiny nonchalantly points out he is actually a quarter-elf, despite it being a ruse. Greg ridicules the notion of elven heroism and initiates a confrontation to expose Tiny as a fraud. Tiny remains unfazed, easily anticipating the strike. He sidesteps, seizes Greg's limb, and drives him into the tile. When Greg continues his verbal defiance, Tiny hoists him up and hurls him back down to silence him. While Greg lies defeated and acknowledges his error, the captain looks on in total disbelief. Simultaneously, a cryptic figure observes the scene from a high vantage point, musing that Tiny's presence has finally made life intriguing. Subsequently, Robert Dummel of the Royal Knights approaches to confront Tiny, but a single, stinging blow to the face instantly renders him unconscious. This loss prompts the remaining knights to charge, yet Tiny systematically neutralizes them with effortless precision. The tension rises as Vice Captain Randolph Grandchist enters the struggle, locking blades with Tiny. Following a brief retreat, Randolph receives a modicum of approval from Tiny for his competence, prompting Tiny to ask if he is familiar with an individual called Hustle. The Vice Captain confesses his total ignorance of the name, leaving Tiny puzzled by the lack of recognition. The mood changes as a figure radiating immense mana appears. Noting Tiny's lack of leniency toward the defeated soldiers, Tiny identifies the stranger as a top-tier master, probably of challenger rank. The newcomer identifies himself as Liam von Peterson, commander of the Royal Knight Order. Tiny attempts to show deference, but Liam dismisses the etiquette, stating he is merely an elder seeking some entertainment. As an incentive, Liam proposes exchanging details regarding Hustle for a practice duel. Recognizing a unique opportunity to test himself against a premier warrior and obtain information, Tiny readily agrees to the match. Tiny strikes with his full strength, causing the earth beneath them to fracture. He cautions Liam against taking him lightly. Their armaments meet with violent impact, yet when Tiny tries to land a subsequent kick, his opponent remains immovable. Leaping back, Tiny realizes that Liam possesses a rock-solid defensive nature. He observes that Liam's approach is perfectly suited for heavy engagement, embodying the grounded stability of a high-ranking challenger knight. Despite the gap in their power, Liam is struck by Tiny's flawless execution and decides to stop holding back. Lunging forward to resume the duel, the pair exchanges a rapid succession of blows. Liam reflects that the young man only requires more time and seasoning. Meanwhile, Tiny seeks to understand how Liam maintains his balance while exerting such overwhelming force. Tiny manages to connect with a four-strike sequence, prompting Liam to admit that prodigy is an understatement, labeling him a monster instead. Tiny accepts the praise and maintains his assault until Liam chooses to conclude the match. Liam delivers a final strike that shatters Tiny's stance and drives him backward, halting the practice before it becomes too intense. Content with the bout, Liam vows to uphold his end of the deal regarding the intel. Afterward, Tiny reflects on the lessons learned while pondering the enigma surrounding Hustle's true identity. Following the fight, Liam expresses how much he values such an unexpected encounter in his later years. Tiny also appreciates the training and quietly respects the man's prowess. True to his word, Liam provides details about a man named Ritman. He characterizes Ritman as a royal knight who serves only the monarch and travels so extensively that he likely knows Hustle. Liam even offers to arrange an introduction, but a courier suddenly arrives calling for Tiny, stating the king requires his presence immediately. Upon Tiny's arrival, the sovereign reveals he has already located the individual Tiny sought. Standing there is Ritman, the specialist in eastern coastal routes. Tiny is stunned, questioning when he had even asked the king to find this person, especially since it is the very man Liam just described. Ritman welcomes Tiny as the champion who defeated the demon cultists and inquires if Tiny had been searching for him. Tiny attempts to remain civil. The king notices this, while Tiny feels annoyed that he wasn't given a heads-up to prepare a facade. To hide his confusion, Tiny anxiously suggests that because of his appearance, he suspected he originated from the eastern continent and had expressed interest in traveling there. Ritman accepts this, remarking that the king is always quick to show gratitude and has been liberal with rewards for every new path Ritman discovers. The monarch then cautions Tiny that his departure for the east is contingent on his vow to eliminate the demon followers. Tiny is baffled by the king's sudden mention of this matter, particularly with Ritman present. He examines Ritman's energy and finds it unremarkable, concluding that the Woling would have reacted if he were truly a cultist. Yet he perceives that Ritman's mana signature is an odd hybrid of animal and man, echoing Jay's descriptions of beast folk or orcs. The king informs Ritman that his assistance will be vital in eradicating the demon worshippers. This stuns Ritman, as he was scheduled to depart tomorrow in search of a person named Gale. The king remains resolute and calls off the expedition, informing him that addressing the urgent threat takes priority. Ritman gives in and follows the command. Tiny understands that despite the lack of dark aura, this individual is undoubtedly Hustle. Afterward, the monarch seeks Tiny's opinion. Tiny confesses that the person doesn't appear to be a cultist. The sovereign demands that Tiny remain at his rank to ensure total certainty. Tiny questions the ruler's extreme measures, prompting the king to show a mana vow etched on his torso, radiating with electrical energy. Essentially, a mana oath is a pledge secured by personal energy that triggers an agonizing jolt to one's internal circuits if violated. Tiny reflects that a third-tier discharge might prove fatal for an elderly person, and wonders why he'd gamble so much on a virtual stranger. The monarch clarifies that his lineage possesses the gift of prophetic dreaming. He's repeatedly envisioned the holy relic vanishing and beasts laying waste to the city. Once Tiny showed up and predicted the artifact's theft, the ruler grasped that his visions served as a caution. He prefers being seen as a fearful elder with a resentful underling over witnessing his realm's destruction. Suddenly, Tiny catches a sound and perceives that Hustle has exited the palace. Tiny mounts his lunar wolf and dashes off, observing that his companion detects no dark presence either. He contemplates if the actual Hustle is a different person, yet the man's abrupt departure from the fortress clarifies everything. Tiny resolves to pursue him to obtain the necessary proof. In the meantime, a crew operates under the cover of darkness to stock a vessel on the waterway. Hustle emerges behind them, startling the workers who didn't anticipate his return until tomorrow. He clarifies that complications arose when the monarch assigned a guard to him, leaving the men puzzled by the ruler's action. Hustle commands them to stop questioning and get ready to set sail at once. All at once, a fiery blast tears the boat apart. Tiny emerges from the debris to challenge them, labeling them devil worshippers and asking for an explanation for their late-night activities. Men are struck with terror upon realizing they are being targeted. Tiny lunges with an energy-infused blow, eliminating 4 opponents instantly. He touches down with poise and gives the remaining men an opportunity to yield. As the cultists brand him a freak, Hustle remains composed, telling his subordinates that Tiny is merely a high-tier warrior probably drained by his dramatic arrival. He asserts that Tiny is simply buying time to recover energy. This leads Tiny to see that his deception has been exposed. Hustle chooses to finish the fight immediately and charges at Tiny. They collide, and Tiny successfully halts Hustle's blade using only his palm, providing an opening for Woling to attack from the rear. The beast gashes Hustle's back, causing him to howl in fury from the injury. Hustle vows to rip Tiny to pieces and tries to trigger a backward summoning on the creature to deliver a heavy shock to Tiny's system. He swings at the wolf, but Tiny succeeds in shielding the exact point of impact to serve his power. Hustle is stunned by such precise manipulation and concludes that Tiny must be eliminated right away. Tiny cuts down the remaining henchmen with a single strike and instructs his companion to prioritize mobility as his reserves are dwindling. During the skirmish, Tiny recalls the king's account regarding Hustle's history. While most demi-humans take after terrestrial fauna, Hustle is an unusual anomaly born with aquatic characteristics, since these variants evoke memories of a clan that defied their deity. Such infants are typically executed at birth. The monarch revealed that he rescued the child and employed a mana vow to conceal who he truly was. Due to his unique talents, returning to the current moment, Hustle inquires about further royal remarks while currents start circling his blades. Tiny at last recalls the monarch's ultimate caution against engaging him by the ocean, as he is truly an orca. Tiny observes that the liquid appears to energize Hustle's spiritual armament, significantly increasing the peril. Hustle balances atop the waves, dual-wielding swords while anticipating Tiny's next action. Tiny rushes ahead with a jeer. He pours his entire might into a colossal blow with his hammer. Hustle succeeds in parrying the impact with his blades, yet the sheer power is so great it drives him to his knee. To himself, Hustle remarks that Tiny's rate of bodily healing is utterly unnatural. Tiny maintains his momentum and keeps up the pressure, his gaze glowing with irritation and fury. Hustle begins to feel anxious, realizing that reinforcements will surely show up if the duel persists. Tiny lands a strike so powerful it launches Hustle through the air. Rather than regaining his footing, Hustle utilizes the force to plunge into the ocean depths. Tiny believes his foe is attempting to flee, but a giant swell abruptly looms above him. Hustle shouts that Tiny is far from a typical child. Just as a huge surge bursts from the deep, the beast tells Tiny that their conflict will be resolved on another occasion before heading out toward the horizon. Given the orca's remarkable velocity, Tiny understands that pursuing it over the waves is futile. He is filled with irritation until he spots his wolf jumping through the sky as though the breeze were firm earth. Tiny recognizes that the creature just displayed a fresh talent, yet he concludes they ought to reserve that tactic for their subsequent clash. He gazes at the distance, aware that the orca vowed to meet again, and pondering what further plots his adversaries are devising. Within the depths of a cavern, Rittman appears and voices his pleasure regarding the current state of affairs. He tells Gale that his performance has fulfilled every requirement. Gale is enraged and ridicules him. Rittman ignores the disrespect and provides him with a meal, stating that he must remain awake to complete the task. He gestures toward the kraken, inquiring about their plan for it. Gale appears petrified by the monster's proximity. Kraken's eye snaps open, causing fissures to form on the barrier. Rittman clarifies that freeing the beast would enable the infant to reach out to its parent via thought, yet slaying it would similarly signal her. Any path taken would result in Karun's ruin. Intending to make Gale feel the weight of the situation, he notes that the survival of his village hinges on his health. Gale maintains that divine retribution will find him. Rittman dismisses this with a laugh and discards the food, remarking that he has been plagued by misfortune since birth. He currently exists solely for vengeance. In the meantime, Tiny and Liam appear before the sovereign to provide an update. They notify the ruler that those behind the latest shipment are in fact demonic disciples. The freight itself turns out to be a vast hoard of ceremonial objects valued at 50% of the realm's yearly finances. The monarch laments his failure to suspect Rittman earlier, characterizing him as an individual fueled by a frantic desire to demonstrate his value to a society that cast him out. Tiny breaks into the king's reflections to relay information he gained. Via Liam, he clarifies that Rittman's activities were so well hidden that he was virtually unknown. The sovereign suggests that Rittman probably sought such obscurity to evade pursuit by lycanthropes. Tiny argues that they ought to have been wary from the beginning, as those with real ambition never conceal themselves. The monarch concurs and concludes that there is no point in ruminating on his prior errors. Afterward, he inquires if Tiny knows of another method to locate the remaining cultists. Tiny assures him a strategy exists, noting its success depends entirely on receiving the king. Required assistance. Our protagonist subsequently reaches the inn, wearing a hood for concealment and pulling his bags. Jay welcomes him with a polite expression of regret, at first failing to identify him since the business day has not yet commenced. When Tiny unmasks himself, Jay is utterly stunned by his presence and the enormous quantity of equipment he has hauled. Tiny briefs Jay on the current events, detailing the intricate mess surrounding the devil's disciple. Since Tiny detects no unholy aura coming from Hustle, he concludes the man hasn't transformed into a beast. He has merely opted to collaborate with the foe. Jay is overcome with embarrassment, having hoped to dazzle Tiny with the Blackwing's strength, yet Tiny comforts him, pointing out a prime chance to demonstrate their value still exists. Tiny places a container on the desk and reveals a sovereign decree, notifying Jay that the monarch has authorized him to seize the rest of the freight. He clarifies that because the Blackwing employs top-tier scouts, they are the best candidates to conduct the investigative analysis of the goods to find the guilty parties. Tiny begins unpacking the boxes, though Jay is reluctant due to the extreme complexity of the job. As Tiny retrieves a living frog from a crate to illustrate his argument, Jay clarifies that their earlier efforts were unsuccessful because the adversaries are meticulous about hiding their trail. Tiny becomes frantic, fearing his labor was in vain. Nevertheless, Jay encourages him by highlighting that they have secured nearly every ceremonial object required by the cult. Since these particular components are scarce and many were destroyed during the Karun blaze, the sect cannot easily purchase or rapidly reproduce them. Jay suggests an ingenious ruse. They intend to launch a shop in Karun stocked with the very supplies the cult lacks. Given the disciples' urgency to avoid delays, they will be forced to visit this particular establishment. Tiny is amazed, remarking that Jay is more than a merchant, he is a brilliant tactician. Prior to starting their task, a helper serves a regional chicken dish. Tiny first declines, stating he is too busy for a meal, but Jay persuades him to try a single mouthful. The taste is so extraordinary that Tiny finishes his portion before he even notices. He is stunned by the meal's quality. When Jay requests feedback on the dish, Tiny merely advises him to pursue a culinary career for profit. Accepting the praise with pride in his abilities, he notes that they can now slip in undetected. He boldly announces the commencement of their operation to track down the devil's servants. After 2 months under the cover of night, a pair of cloaked figures head toward the shop. They feel anxious about whether they have the correct spot. One comforts his companion, saying the proprietor is merely a greedy merchant. The other worries about ignoring their superior's counsel. Yet he remains confident regarding the inquiry. They rap on the door and step inside, wishing to conclude their errand swiftly. Jay greets them and examines their list of needs. Reviewing the entries, he recognizes the precise ceremonial materials he was warned to monitor. He understands the prey has at last entered the snare, signaling it is time to notify Tiny. Maintaining his composure, Jay instructs the patrons to stay put while he retrieves the goods from the storeroom. As he feigns activity, he catches the men murmuring about their leader's commands to remain highly vigilant. All at once, a different cloaked individual walks into the boutique. Amidst their ongoing dispute, a silhouette emerges. They are startled by the arrival. Nevertheless, the stranger requests to participate in the discussion with a grin. Stress mounts for the initial pair upon identifying him as their superior. Jay mistakes him for an associate and questions if he'll be included in their dealing. The arrival voices his irritation, stating he's there to speed things up since their mission is far too vital to jeopardize. Both underlings attempt to soothe their leader, insisting they've protected their lord's anonymity and verified every detail. Consequently, the senior figure emits a surge of murky, choking vapor that immediately envelops one. The men, a gruesome bodily change occurs before Jay's eyes. Falling to his knees, the man pleads for mercy. The superior nonchalantly tells Jay to get a helper to clear away the remains. He nears Jay with profound mistrust, remarking that the store's setup seems suspiciously ideal. As a trial, he discharges a second blast of black mist, rendering Jay senseless. After some time, Tiny discovers Jay and rouses him, observing his shredded attire. While Jay tries to piece together the events, he deems himself fortunate. He remembers the leader realizing he possesses no mana at all, which probably saved Jay's life. The intruder merely withdrew the shadowy power into his palm and vowed to execute Jay should he ever mention their meeting. Jay gestures toward a heap of soot on the ground, remarking that the superior is certain he can eliminate Jay whenever he chooses. Tiny refuses to drop the matter simply because Jay lacks magical ability. He contends that such an obvious path indicates the foe's arrogance and proposes hiring an expert sorcerer for tracking. Jay wavers, detailing a hypothesis that the peril is far more severe than anticipated. He likens the leader's strength to the crushing presence of a top-tier commander from the 7th Division, a force that seems scarcely mortal. Tiny is undeterred by the threat, adamant that they uncover the truth of this enigma no matter the hazards. He clarifies that when a strategy fails, one must simply compel it to succeed. Jay finds this reasoning admirable and commits his total assistance to Tiny's objective. Over the next month, the warriors concentrate on training while Tiny devotes himself to investigation. Through his inquiries, he successfully tracks the adversary's path and learns of a grand ceremony scheduled to occur on the neighboring isle. To address this menace, he organizes a surprise attack with the Black Wing and provides the monarchy with just enough data to secure formal backing. Tiny focuses on his text. He catches wind of soldiers gossiping about Liam's disappearance, figuring he's merely on leave. Tiny notes that the monarch is dispatching extra troops, startling the group. At that moment, a commander walks in, grumbling about the high number of troops currently on leave. He points out that even Liam has departed, leaving him without a companion for the tavern. When Tiny inquires about their bond, the officer describes them as longtime pals who frequently socialize. He offers Tiny a meal, though Tiny graciously turns it down. The officer teases Tiny about whether he's also taking time off, and Tiny follows his lead, marking that it appears so. The commander merely advises him to relax and return with renewed energy. Once the date of the operation finally dawns, a band of rogue soldiers slinks toward the sacred relic. They are emboldened by the absence of a vital sentry, viewing it as the ideal moment to seize the item. Upon storming the chamber and reaching the artifact, they proclaim their victory. Abruptly, Tiny emerges from the shadows of a wall, clarifying that he anticipated this exact outcome. He feels vindicated in his decision to remain. The assembly is utterly shocked by his unexpected arrival. Tiny remarks that their actions were entirely foreseeable. He confesses his sincere astonishment at finding Captain Truman in their ranks. Our protagonist calls for an explanation from the leader. A knight speaks up for him, arguing that Tiny is merely an outsider ignorant of the captain's past. Despite establishing the order and mentoring countless soldiers, the captain feels slighted by his reassignment to watch over a simple artifact. Tiny asks whether knighthood was always the captain's goal, causing Truman to look back. He remembers recognizing his physical shortcomings long ago while serving alongside a far more talented peer. This awareness shifted his focus toward administrative duties rather than advanced combat. However, his career stalled when a noble couple mandated his relocation to this desolate station. Truman believes the reigning monarch acted unjustly by disregarding his plight. Due to this indifference, he sought out Rittman, the sole individual providing him with a fresh objective after years of being ignored. He maintains that Rittman's vision for a new realm serves a noble cause, though Tiny disagrees. Tiny perceives the captain as a pawn in Rittman's schemes, and understands he is attempting to rationalize a sinister pact with fiends. Truman asserts that retreat is impossible and commands his unit to seize Tiny. Certain that posterity will one day vindicate his action, the soldiers attack with drawn blades, yet Tiny confronts them directly. Lashes out with his armament, crushing and scattering them everywhere. Truman watches in sheer amazement as a lone individual tears through his whole squad. Tiny clearly relishes the combat, exhibiting such masterful technique that the captain understands his men are already defeated. The injured soldiers lie across the blood-stained ground. Truman resolves to employ a final, desperate tactic to turn the tide. He hurls a crimson sphere at Tiny. When Tiny deflects it, the item strikes the tiles and emits a dense, toxic black vapor. It expands quickly, coalescing into a gargantuan fiend. The creature emits a thunderous howl that vibrates through the hall. Truman is instantly struck by fear, seeing the demon so perilously near the sacred object. At that moment, the beast targets the captain, hoisting him aloft to devour him. Tiny instantly strikes with a devastating blow, hacking off the monster's limb. The severed arm drops, trapping the wounded captain beneath its weight. Truman is bewildered, questioning why Tiny chose to rescue him. He asks about the origin of the creature, and the captain uses his fading energy to reveal that Rittman provided it as a final option. While the fiend shrieks and readies another assault, Tiny observes that the artifact's holy aura is already starting to disintegrate the beast. He understands that Rittman sabotaged the captain by gifting him a creature destined to be annihilated by the very treasure he intended to seize. Disregarding its wounds, the demon lunges toward the celestial relic. Tiny yells a caution and leaps upward. He drives his weapon through the creature's chest, leaving a gaping wound. The monster's gaze remains filled with malice. It attempts to climb higher for a follow-up attack. Tiny is determined to prevent any harm to the relic he is committed to guarding. Simultaneously, on the island's coast, a man in a hood looms above numerous corpses. Observing the turmoil across the isle, he demands an account from his associate. His partner inspects peculiar symbols on the earth, detecting traces of cloaking sorcery. He suggests the ceremony here is merely a ruse, while Karun is the actual objective. A feeling of apprehension washes over him as he deduces that Tiny faces grave peril. Tiny is aware that fiends prioritize compliance over their survival. The beast springs toward him instantly, intent on carrying out its command. Tiny nimbly evades the strike and repositions to the rear, aiming for an opening. Channeling his full power, he brings his mallet crashing onto the devil's skull. Gore spatters the floor as the monster falls. Nevertheless, Tiny realizes the fight isn't over. Taking no risks, he ascends to an elevated position to build speed. He then hurls himself through the air, landing a definitive, devastating blow. The beast is unable to withstand it. The force is so intense that the demon's form shatters. Tiny leaps away just in time, leaving only a detached limb behind. Gasping for air, Tiny acknowledges the formidable power of the Demon King's disciples. Their mystical abilities far exceed his anticipation. As the debris clears, he sees that Captain Truman has vanished. Regardless of the treachery, Tiny is determined not to let him get away. Climbing onto his wolf, he starts the pursuit at once. In the meantime, Truman is severely injured. He leaves a trail of blood while limping through a pitch-black passage. His gait is unsteady, and every inhalation becomes more labored. Reaching the tunnel's exit, he spots a doorway emitting a dim, cryptic radiance. Thinking he has found sanctuary at last, he falls unconscious before it. As his vitality ebbs away, he reflects on the fiend he encountered. While living through it seems providential, he recognizes his wounds are mortal. His ambition to establish a fresh empire has vanished, and the creed he once relied upon offers no solace. Abruptly, Tiny stands in front of him. Truman is stunned that the youth managed to outlive the demon. Tiny observes dispassionately that seeking refuge in a drain was a mistake. Truman offers no rebuttal, merely giving a faint grin, aware that death is approaching. Tiny insists on learning the foe's intentions, yet the captain's speech is failing. Struggling for breath, Truman murmurs something regarding a vow. Shortly after, his head slumps and his respiration ceases. Tiny gazes at the corpse, musing that this pathetic demise resulted from favoring devils over integrity. The quiet is short-lived. Woling detects a potent mana signature beyond the adjacent entrance. Remaining cautious, Tiny enters. Inside, he discovers the tsunami mage sprawled prone on the ground. Upon rolling the body over, he sees the wizard has already passed away. This puzzles him, as the energy his companion felt couldn't originate from a cadaver. He then spots a tiny infant kraken close by. It also appears lifeless. As Tiny makes contact with the beast, a surge of recollections and insights fills his consciousness. He realizes the mage spent his remaining life force to shield the juvenile. Suddenly, a chillingly wicked presence permeates the chamber, rivaling the sin of gluttony in strength. Tiny recognizes the urgency. He immediately exhausts his leftover mana to perform a potent restorative incantation. A colossal shaft of radiance erupts toward the heavens, piercing the gloom like a beacon of optimism. Within the castle, the monarch observes the luminous column from his office and instantly identifies it as the Gale's doing. The sovereign privately suspects the mythical Kraken is already advancing on his realm. At that moment, the eldest prince, Henry von Karin, bursts into the chamber. He announces that a colossal tidal wave is bearing down on the capital. The surge is advancing too rapidly to clear everyone out in time. He implores the monarch to initiate a maximum-level alert immediately. A profound hopelessness washes over the king. Should the ancient myths regarding the Kraken prove accurate, Karun's survival hinges on a divine intervention. Suddenly, a composed voice breaks the silence, asking if the sovereign intends to surrender so readily. Tiny enters, bearing the cold remains of Gale, the tsunami warlock, upon his back. The king's assistant attempts to block him for violating etiquette, yet Tiny disregards the objection and softly places the corpse on the ground. He recounts how Gale defended Karun with courage until the end, falling at the hands of demonic cultists. Fury consumes the king as he recognizes that one of the realm's 7 guardians has perished. Nevertheless, Tiny insists hope remains. Prior to his passing, Gale fashioned a unique barrier designed to safeguard the metropolis during its most desperate moment. The monarch remains skeptical, contending that even sacred energy has its boundaries. He doubts a single holy relic can halt a beast as gargantuan as the Kraken. Tiny points to the old text, which explicitly claim that relics bestowed by the heavens surpass any beast in strength. By trusting in that celestial force, the monster will be defeated. Tiny's certainty restores the king's resolve, prompting him to command an instantaneous, large-scale crisis mobilization. Sorcerers receive orders to protect the populace from the surging tide. Meanwhile, the infantry is tasked with directing civilians to the central plaza or ferrying them to adjacent isles for refuge. Nevertheless, a soldier shortly delivers grim tidings. Every vessel in the port has been wrecked. Their final path of retreat is severed. Beyond the walls, a hostile patriarch observes the floating debris with grim pleasure. He realizes the inhabitants are cornered. Since the knights uncovered and thwarted a portion of their initial strategy, he instructs his subordinate to summon more troops and slaughter whoever dares to oppose them. Sinister hellish fumes swirl about him while he tracks the Kraken's approach. With a low chuckle, he remarks that the real show is just starting. Within the walls, terror takes hold as the tidal wave looms. The wizards strain themselves to the breaking point, exhausting their entire magical reserve to hold back the ocean. This perilous endeavor leaves them drained and struggling to remain upright. Simultaneously, Hustle monitors the turmoil from a distance. He bides his time until the dread is absolute before unleashing malevolent oceanic sorcery. His objective is simple: to extinguish the royal lineage and snuff out the radiance of the holy. For good, he declares to his disciples that Malum's time has at last come. 48 hours go by. The streets stay submerged and the residents are worn out by perpetual anxiety and hardship. Tiny observes the fatigued public and the haggard ruler. He softly proposes that the king take a brief reprieve. However, before a choice is made, the atmosphere shifts abruptly. Tiny senses an odd and rushing power drawing near. His face hardens as he realizes the primary danger has surfaced. Far off, a massive vertical expanse of water ascends like a peak. Over the crest, colossal limbs reach for the heavens. The Kraken's massive silhouette emerges, blanketing the town in darkness. That instant, it is evident that Karun's ultimate destiny is on the line. As the ocean surges unexpectedly, terror sweeps through the territory. As the colossal beast emerges from the depths, the crowd scatters in panic. Liam is dumbfounded by the spectacle, and the monarch remains motionless, grappling with the grim reality. Kraken's arrival is no longer a myth. Amidst the turmoil, Tiny hurries toward the sovereign with a weighty sack, clarifying that it holds the items Anderson bequeathed to them. Grasping the situation at once, the ruler summons Wooling. He relies on Tiny's capability, aware that every second counts. Tiny climbs onto Wooling and departs, certain of his duty. During this moment, a recollection flashes through the king's mind. He remembers the demonic disciple expressing regret for his departure, stating he had battled to his final breath to protect both his lord and the realm. That follower had vowed to instill the essence of his loyalty into Tiny. This thought bolsters the king's determination. Tiny soars through the sky atop Wooling, pursued closely by the Kraken. As the monster begins to hem him in, he observes that the beast's core remains at a distance. Wooling's sudden movement suggests a potential opening. The sensation of gliding through the heavens feels strangely familiar to him. Drawing on that past experience, he triggers the Spirit Summoner's third phase. Bolts of electricity bind him to the wolf instantaneously, granting him a surge of energy that is as terrifying as it is exhilarating. He touches down on a massive limb of the Kraken, intending to advance toward its torso. Without warning, the monster emits a piercing shriek. Sheer volume of the cry rattles him, forcing him to shield his ears. He suspects the Kraken detects his presence due to its offspring. The demonic disciple had previously mentioned that remnants were embedded within the juvenile Kraken. Despite its primitive instincts, the beast can identify the slayer of its young. This realization clicks for him. Tiny delivers a powerful blow with his hammer. Force of the hit slams the smaller Kraken's remains into the parent. He briefly thinks the strategy worked, but the massive entity responds with another thunderous bellow. Accompanied by a fierce eruption of energy, the blast knocks Tiny off his feet. As he tumbles from Wooling, he shuts his eyes, plagued by doubts about his choices. Just before impact, a pair of arms intercepts his fall. A steady voice tells him to stay limp. Looking up, he sees Gina standing there. Right then, a colossal appendage strikes the earth close by, causing a fresh detonation. They stand firm amidst the wreckage. Tiny expresses concern that Genus's involvement might lead to diplomatic complications. However, Genus argues that the crisis takes precedence and notes his disguise will prevent any scandal. Tiny is well aware that Genus is an exceptional warrior, a wielder of silver mana. with ice-based powers who achieved challenger status so early is a rarity. This knowledge brings Tiny comfort. They observe the Kraken abruptly growing quiet. This shift is unsettling. Simultaneously, Tiny detects another presence. The Devil's acolytes are sprawled out nearby, unconscious. Their proximity accounts for the previous blast. It dawns on him that the explosion was intentional. Nevertheless, Anderson's scheme has yielded some results. Suddenly, the gargantuan Kraken looms upward once more, startling them. Terror grips them again. Genus advances, puzzled by the absence of any remaining cultist. Tiny realizes a secret still lingers. Seeking clarity, he inquires about the conjuration spells Genus was looking into. Genus clarifies that while most traces were supposed to be gone, the magic was intended to mask something's existence. This revelation ties the pieces together for Tiny. The disciples are definitely concealing a vital secret. The reality of the situation hits him. They are after the sacred relic. Acting quickly, Tiny calls upon the silver wolf's essence and shuts his lids. Within his mind's eye, royal residence comes into view. He concentrates intensely, seeking an exact spot. The blur clears, exposing the demonic disciple. Making their way to the fortress. Having verified this, he mounts walling at once and bolts. Genus expresses doubt about abandoning the Kraken. However, Tiny is certain of their main objective. Safeguarding the holy relic is paramount. The sacred oaths only stay valid if it is kept safe. A horrific scene unfolds in the capital as the Kraken's enormous limbs crush the thoroughfares. Terror permeates every part of the city. Close to the great church, the guardians of the celestial treasure fight to stay calm, even though the relic bathes the area in a shield of light. Warriors' fingers shake. They reassure themselves that the city survives as long as the temple remains. That sliver of optimism vanishes when a shadowy silhouette steps forward. The trespasser sneers at the concealed enchantments guarding the men and ridicules their futile resistance. These are servants of evil, and they view the soldiers as nothing more than a trivial nuisance. Russell lifts his arm, discharging a choking wave of power from his hand. A black ray strikes next, and the men shriek as the dense fog consumes them immediately. Simultaneously, Tiny and Genus gallop ahead on their steeds. They are nearing the spot where the sacred item is kept. Tiny promises Genus that their destination is close. Before they arrive, additional cultists obstruct their way. Tiny clutches his mallet irritably, burdened by the surrounding turmoil. Genus immediately steps up to clear the path. He shoots a potent blast from his palm, dispersing the foes with startling swiftness. Tiny looks on in amazement, struck once more by the immense strength Genus wields. While they advance, Genus questions whether the disciples are even capable of touching the holy relic. Even the age-old seals bound to it. Tiny confesses it can be done, having witnessed it in the past. This recollection brings about a profound feeling of apprehension. The Kraken's rampage seems far too deliberate to be accidental. He worries that a far greater catastrophe is in motion. This suspicion is validated when Liam abruptly shows up with his blade ready, joining them among the wreckage. Before a word is exchanged, a colossal limb strikes the ground directly before them. The force of the blow dazes the trio. Once the debris clears, Tiny spots a cultist standing in front of them, clutching the heart of the sacred relic. This vision confirms his darkest anxieties. The treasure has been taken, and its absence is precisely what allowed the Kraken to manifest. Deprived of the holy item, the old safeguards have vanished. Janus at last grasps the severity of their plight. Their opponent isn't merely a beast, they are up against a sorcerer from the Seven Circle Dark Warlocks. The foe grins, seemingly amused by his opponents. He acknowledges the power of a Moor's scion and a pair of high-ranking warriors, seeing them as a legitimate danger to his lord's design. Corrupted bolts of energy hiss in the adversary's palm. He resolves to end the skirmish at once and unleashes his might. Genus detects the electricity surging toward Tiny, leaps in to serve as a barrier. Liam assists in the protection, resisting the blast of lightning. The cultist jeers at their efforts and keeps emitting ruinous power. Tiny understands that they won't last long just defending. The sole method to end this insanity is to recover the sacred relic. Noticing the cultist rising through the sky, he quickly directs Wallen his way, intent on reclaiming the core. From the ground, the adversary fires a lightning strike at the ascending rider. Genus springs upward to block the discharge. Liam is stunned to see Genus absorb the direct impact of a seventh circle spell. Despite the peril, Janus remains steadfast. He executes the initial equinox form of the Valentia combat style. His sword's icy melody strikes the malevolent power. As the gloom starts to overwhelm him, he remembers the monarch's decree. The sovereign maintained that Tiny's safety is vital for the security of the whole realm. One must keep the faith, regardless of the hardships. Genus touches down solidly, resolved to follow the royal mandate. He provokes the cultist into a solo confrontation. Liam cautions him regarding the rising threat as the adversary's annoyance builds, though Genus believes his only hope lies with Tiny at this moment. The cultist finds it entertaining to see Genus and Liam united. Recognizing them as challenger-tier warriors, he resolves to give them a true challenge. Electricity pools in his palms before erupting with immense power. The two warriors steady themselves and refuse to retreat. Liam focuses his entire might on shielding, then advances to deliver a heavy blade. Blow against the cultist. The enemy hardly flinches, instead discharging bolts into the earth, causing a fierce blast that breaks Liam's momentum. He ridicules their attempt, certain that their efforts are futile. His arrogance vanishes as he feels a surge of power from the rear. He spins around too slowly. Genus's strike whirls like a cyclone, crashing into him. Liam hurries to Genus, feeling hopeful that victory is possible. He confesses his surprise that Sir Tiny has a companion as capable as Genus. Genus ignores the mention of friendship. Before they can catch their breath, a chilling voice rings out. The cultist stands back up, now protected by a vortex of black electricity. Surrounding him, having uncovered Genus's true name, he labels him a servant of Valentia. Liam instantly recognizes the title. Janus accepts that his cover is blown. Adversary, identifying as Sirius, vows to finish them himself. Black bolts concentrate into a far more lethal strike and fly their way. Both warriors see at once that a full defense is impossible. The impact hits nearby, throwing them backward. As Genus regains his footing, he acknowledges the true peril of his foe. He adopts a combat posture, prepared to lunge and hit before the next spell manifests. Right as he is about to advance, an unexpected aura breaks his concentration, making him pause. In another location, the cultist holding the holy relic looks back to see Tiny approaching fast on Wallen. Tiny attacks fearlessly. The collision causes the cultist to lose his footing, plunging him into the ocean underneath. Tiny observes the fall and thinks the battle is won. This belief is shattered when the man emerges from the waves once more. Hustle, now that they are above the ocean, Hustle's confidence grows. He mocks Tiny's stupidity for engaging in a water-based fight where he is strongest. Tiny won't retreat and charges with his mallet held high. Intent on ensuring a different result this time, Hustle readies himself and fires off aquatic strikes, promising to make the ocean Tiny's final resting place. Tiny is engulfed by the sea. Hustle is convinced he has triumphed. Suddenly, Tiny's call rings out from overhead. Looking skyward, Hustle is stunned to see Tiny hovering in the air. The boy's newfound power is staggering. Brandishing his hammer, Tiny begins his assault. He zips through the sky, closing the gap and striking Hustle with immense power. Rather than face him, Hustle chooses to flee, plunging into the ocean. He escapes with the sacred relic in his possession. Deep underwater, he conceals the item within a whale to slip away. However, Tiny tracks him down and slams into the creature. He delivers a blow to its neck using his hammer, forcing the beast to cough up the relic. As he retrieves it, a sense of comfort washes over him, yet he remains determined to prevent Hustle's getaway. Recalling his remaining tasks, he lifts his weapon once more and strikes the whale with a bolt of electricity. Crimson stains the water just before a massive blast occurs. Whale perishes in the depths. Tiny lets out a breath, but fear soon takes hold. He realizes that if he fails, the holy object will be lost and Karun will be destroyed. Driven by this thought, he concludes that he must confront the Kraken alone. A sinister, crushing weight begins to press down upon his skull. The agony becomes unbearable, prompting him to quickly uncover the divine relic and thrust it toward the heavens. He pleads with the Titan to cease its rampage for the sake of the innocent people nearby. The Kraken ignores his request, declaring that a total sacrifice is required to rid the world of its corruption. Since the relic has been removed from its sanctuary, the monster no longer feels bound by its ancient oaths. It raises a colossal limb to demolish the town, showing no mercy. Tiny remains steadfast, yelling for the creature to halt. This act of rebellion draws the Kraken's fury solely toward him. The beast identifies him as the wielder. Great power, yet it questions why it should ever move past the grief of its slain offspring. The intensity of this godly wrath causes Tiny to spit up blood. Despite his physical suffering, he perceives that the creature's rage stems from profound sorrow. Moved by this pain, Tiny vows to track down those responsible for the death of its child. He urges the Kraken to believe in him and stop the slaughter. Though the beast initially questions his capability, Tiny's promise to gain more power wins it over, and the divine entity agrees to assist him. Nearby, Janus finally regains consciousness. Liam is relieved he survived, while Janus confesses he truly believed he was going to die right there. Their gaze turns toward the demonic servant, who is seething with rage. Despite the dire situation, the antagonist refuses to surrender. The disciple ascends into the sky, enveloped in black bolts. He ridicules the warriors and readies a massive surge of shadow to incinerate everything in sight. Before his attack can land, a massive tentacle strikes him down. He quickly realizes it was intentional as the Kraken begins to pummel him relentlessly. Liam watches the scene in bewilderment, curious why the monster is only targeting their foe. As the Kraken inflicts a lasting scar upon the follower, Janus grasps the situation. He notices that the creature's strikes are completely bypassing the knights. This confirms for him that Tiny has actually accomplished his goal. The wounded cultist refuses to surrender. He invokes a bizarre, supernatural energy that creates a gargantuan red blossom in the sky. This flora matures instantly, extending vines to ensnare the warriors. While Janus and Liam struggle against the stalks, the follower shrieks and retreats into the shutting petal. The warriors suspect he is escaping, but the plant suddenly pivots toward the capital. Liam strikes with all his might, but his efforts are futile. The tendrils toss both men aside like playthings. They scramble up and dash toward the palace to intercept the creature. As they approach the city, they are paralyzed by what they see. The sentries meant to protect the fortress are present, yet they appear as mindless, walking cadavers. The guards stationed outside no longer seem human. Their eyes are vacant and chilling. They incessantly chant the same lines, reciting verses of fatality and triumph as if under the command of a powerful entity. Nearby, Hustle strikes his hand down in fury. Due to this interference, a vital objective has been compromised. Regardless, he convinces himself that the target is still within reach. He openly dares the supposedly frail knights to try and obstruct him. Janus and Liam overhear the exchange, and when the man mentions a goal, Liam instantly realizes the path leads straight to the royal chambers, putting the king in danger as the possessed knights charge. Still echoing their distorted directives, Liam knows there is no time for doubt. He tells Janus to deal with some of the attackers and rushes ahead. He strikes with care, using the flat of his blade to avoid killing them. What pains him to see his brothers in arms in this state, he forces himself forward. His only concern now is reaching the monarch. Janus notices Liam is avoiding lethal strikes and decides to show similar moderation. Inside the royal quarters, the cultist has already reached the king. A guard is hoisted into the air by dark bolts flailing powerlessly. The disciple crushes his face and hurls him to the floor ruthlessly. He then nears the throne and introduces himself with a sneer, as if royalty is entitled to such a small politeness. The king immediately identifies him as the one behind the mayhem. The follower proudly admits it, declaring that the Karun line will end this evening. Shadowy lightning flickers around him as he readies his strike. Before he can act, Janus appears from the rear and attacks. The cultist mocks him, claiming his efforts are pointless. At that same moment, Liam strikes from the other side. They apologize to the monarch for their delay, explaining they have only just arrived. The king is relieved to see Liam is unharmed. The disciple laughs at them, claiming their arrival only ensures more casualties. He amasses a huge amount of dark energy for a catastrophic blast. Liam realizes the truth. Even if he avoids it, the king will be killed. There is only one choice. He offers a quick apology and pulls Janus in front of him to act as a shield. Janus is confused for a moment before the blast hits them. In that split second, Liam remembers the king appointing him to the royal guard and trusting him to defend the city. The dust settles, Liam is kneeling on the broken floor while Janus lies nearby, unconscious. He is consumed by regret, blaming himself for not fighting with total commitment. He feels unworthy of his title. The king approaches despite the threat and explains that dark powers exploit mental vulnerability. What truly matters is refusing to quit, even after making reckless errors. Liam begs the monarch to avoid overexertion, but the king maintains his strength. Suddenly, Janus wakes up and reacts with intense anger. He asserts that his survival was his own doing and berates Liam for using him as a human shield. He openly displays his bitterness, vowing never to overlook this betrayal. Liam admits his mistake and vows to compensate later. For the moment, the adversary remains. Overhead, the demonic servant is stunned by their survival. He accumulates even greater dark energy. Janus instantly recognizes they possess only one opportunity. They must totally eradicate his malevolent power. The demonic servant launches his strike, certain it will conclude the battle. Genus triggers his second form and brandishes his blade, invoking the Song of Crazy Winds. The sheer intensity baffles the demonic servant, who finds it impossible for a challenger-tier warrior to exert such force. Currently, Liam strikes from the rear with the fourth technique of Karun's Royal Guard, delivering a full-power blow. Their united impact slams into the demonic servant with the force of a boulder. He shrieks as his physical form dissolves into vapor and disappears. Briefly, they believe the fight has ended. The monarch faints from fatigue, causing his followers to scramble toward him in a state of alarm. Janus immediately detects an issue. He points out that they merely severed one of the demonic servant's limbs. This implies he has fled. In another location, the maimed demonic servant curses his misfortune. He attempts to summon the shadows, but they no longer obey. Nearly a third of their battalion was dedicated to this objective, yet he still suffered injuries. The situation is unraveling beyond his command. He then gazes toward the heavens. Tiny is riding walling above, clutching the sacred relic. The sight leaves him in total shock. Somehow, that young lad has become the pivot of the entire conflict. The demonic servant glares at Tiny. In utter disbelief, Tiny responds with a composed, almost mocking tone, which only serves to further incense the demonic servant. Corrupt magic pools in the demonic servant's lifted palm. He confesses he is baffled by how Tiny acquired the sacred relic, but concludes it is irrelevant now. He discharges a surge of malevolent energy directly at him. Rather than backing away, Tiny grins and pushes Walling forward. The wolf surges straight into the strike, catching the demonic servant off guard. Tiny invokes Iron God. He meticulously shifts his mass, anchoring himself firmly while gaining speed, and then making his frame weightless at the point of impact. His physical form hardened like steel, he smashes through the dark blast and tears right through it. The demonic servant is unable to comprehend the sight before him. Tiny advances without a second thought, announcing his pursuit. He summons Walling once more, climbs on quickly, and lunges. His mallet strikes the demonic servant and sends him tumbling downward. The demonic servant jeers at him, yet Tiny perceives the reality that his foe's strength has waned. Consequently, he readies himself for the final strike. Abruptly, the demonic servant lifts a finger and concentrates a massive amount of corrupt magic. Despite having already lost a limb, he smirks as the dark aura permeates the area. He acknowledges that Tiny has pushed him to this ultimate resort. The power begins to build up with violent intensity. Tiny recognizes the nature of it immediately. The energy is reminiscent of a fire sacrifice. The demonic servant bellows that he will incinerate and slay Tiny in the most agonizing manner imaginable. He triggers the blast of dark power. Tiny senses the peril at once, understanding that staying at a distance will provide no protection. In that critical instant, he recalls the lessons of the sacred relic. Typically, triggering the soul necessitates reaching a superhuman level, but he contemplates his previous soul-related encounter. Grasping the sacred relic firmly, he shuts his eyes and concentrates. The demonic servant assumes Tiny is defeated. He feels a change in the atmosphere. Tiny triggers his soul. Pure shock washes over the demonic servant's face. An expert-tier fighter should be incapable of such a feat. Before he can react, Tiny opens his eyes and seizes the moment. He lifts his weapon and strikes. The collision unbalances the demonic servant. He loses his footing and starts plummeting from the sky. As he falls, he howls in shock. Tiny moves into position below, realizing he has triumphed. In a state of frenzy, the cultist seizes Tiny's limbs, unwilling to concede. He vows to rip him to shreds, regardless of the cost to his own life. Tiny offers no opposition, merely grinning. His confidence is explained as the Kraken emerges at their backs. The demon follower panics and attempts to flee, shouting that the monster won't seize him again. Tiny locks onto his leg, preventing any retreat. Cultist screams that Tiny is doomed too. With composure, Tiny remarks that such an outcome guarantees the follower's own demise. Before the man can wrench himself away, a giant tentacle descends, swallowing him whole. As the smoke clears, every trace of the enemy vanishes. Tiny starts plummeting through the air. Fear grips him once more as his depleted mana reserves prevent him from calling forth Wula. A drop from such an altitude is fatal. He damns his luck, unwilling to perish in this manner. Suddenly, his descent halts. He discovers that he come to rest atop the Kraken. The ground under him is odd but firm. The celestial creature cradles him gently. The Kraken addresses him, its tone devoid of fury. It expresses gratitude for Tiny's assistance and confesses that its wrath has at last subsided. Tiny beams, dismissing the favor as trivial. Shortly thereafter, the Karun kingdom makes a public declaration regarding the events. Although the cultists brought the realm to the brink of ruin, a youthful champion saved it from collapse. The adversaries were vanquished and the Kraken situation was resolved. To honor his courage, the monarch bestows the rank of Shining Knight upon Tiny. A quarter year goes by, and Tiny's focused training leads to unmistakable improvement. Observing him now, Genus finds it hard to credit the transformation achieved in so brief a window. Tiny clarifies that he focuses only on self-betterment, utilizing a hidden technique to accelerate his advancement. During their stroll, Genus remarks on the kingdom's extensive reconstruction during his convalescence. The scars of war have almost vanished. Tiny points out the severity of Genus's prior wounds, doubting if he ought to be active so soon. Genus waves away the concern, acknowledging that his internal strain and trauma hinder him, particularly since Liam previously utilized him as a human buckler. Yet he maintains he has recovered. He then shifts the conversation to Tiny's feats. While only an expert, Tiny channeled the energy of a holy relic to battle a vastly superior opponent. Such exertion inevitably takes a toll. Tiny confesses that his grip remains unsteady and his physical self feels disconnected from his consciousness. He makes light of it, though Janus recognizes these signs as indicators of profound harm. Tiny gazes at his palms, pondering the truth. Since his energy and endurance were spent in the fray, his physical and spiritual forms lost their equilibrium. In the midst of his healing, he happens upon a revelation. He learns the art of manipulating soul energy. This force resembles mana but possesses a fundamentally unique nature. By employing it to replace his drained magical reserves, he mitigates the physical impact on his frame. He gives a silent display, manifesting sorcery without tapping into mana. The enchanted blade ascends and fractures a neighboring rock. This success validates his discovery, revealing a fresh trajectory. He understands that the ancient myths regarding attaining Aura Master status via soul cultivation may be factual. His refusal to surrender in the past has paved the way for this new opportunity. Enos is heartened by Tiny's successful recuperation. He then mentions a significant matter, presenting a missive detailing their next destination. The Duke wants them to go straight to Elfenheim, but Janus wishes to visit He intends to visit the capital initially. Before proceeding, he wishes to inform the Valentia household of all recent events. Tiny examines the message thoroughly. He realizes the subsequent catastrophe is set to strike amidst the nuptials of the Azran royalty. Elfenheim could simply be a distraction. Having discovered in his past existence that Genus is destined to perish, Tiny wonders if a hidden hand is attempting to divert them from the actual threat. Nevertheless, he is aware that the third calamity will unfold in Elfenheim, where he must encounter Estina. He recalls Chloe's advice to regard her as a sibling. He has grown dear to him, nearly like a blood relative, and he harbors a profound urge to safeguard her if he can. Simultaneously, his mind wanders back to the capital city. In his former life, even the commander under Genus was unable to stop the disaster there. Should they both travel there together? Maybe the result will be different. After considering his options, Tiny reaches a conclusion. He opts to prioritize the capital. Janus grins as this choice matches his own desires. Back at the palace, the monarch speaks to the assembly, Tiny and Genus among them. He declares that the rebuilding efforts are moving forward smoothly. Acting on the Radiant Knights Council, alerts regarding holy relics and demonic cultists have been dispatched to all kingdoms. To bring back peace and wealth to Karun, the moment for Prince Henry's crowning has arrived. The sovereign sets the diadem on Henry's brow. Henry receives it with modesty, confessing he still feels undeserving of such power. Yet he wishes to thank the Radiant Knight one more time. Tiny is puzzled as he was already shown appreciation when he took the holy item. He feels his compensation is sufficient, but Henry will not hear of it. It's simply not enough. Upon his command, guards present a unique object. Henry clarifies that magical plate is not what Tiny requires at his present level of development. However, this piece is unique. It is a man-made relic once carried by a previous ruler of Karun on his travels. It is known as the Mana Necklace. Since Henry holds Tiny in high regard and wants to honor him correctly, he presents one of the kingdom's crown jewels. He notes that it was once the property of Karun's wandering king before offering the jewelry to Tiny. Tiny becomes anxious, feeling the gift is far too precious to take. Henry explains that his initial plan was to grant Tiny a suit of legendary armor. But since every part of that gear is classified as a state treasure, he selected the necklace as an alternative, mentioning it still holds 6th-tier enchantment. Tiny is uncomfortable. Though he recognizes Henry's kindness, such immense bounty is daunting. He thinks about the legendary armor, particularly the 7-circle variety that grants immense power. It is so scarce that even the continent's 10 greatest knights have seldom seen it. Only masters of weaponry have held it. The monarch comforts him, noting that even if the necklace's energy is depleted, it refills on its own in 24 hours. Upon hearing this, Tiny takes the gift with reverence, viewing it as a great privilege. Henry hands it over directly, telling him that each time he gazes at the piece, he must recall that the capital will forever support him. Following this act, the onlookers erupt in applause, shouting the name of the radiant knight as Henry raises Tiny's arm before the masses. Afterward, beyond the city walls, Janus remarks kindly on the spirit of the celebrating citizen. Tiny then chooses to hand the necklace to him. Janus stands paralyzed with surprise, overwhelmed by the significance of the relic. Tiny clarifies that he is not yet capable of managing such vast mana and cannot utilize it effectively at this time. Consequently, he believes it is safer in Janus's possession. Janus consents too. He vows to officially document it at the tower and keep it safe for Tiny's eventual use. This brings Tiny a sense of peace, as he relies on Janus's fortitude. Turning his back, a somber reflection strikes him. He realizes he is guiding Janus to the very location where his previous existence came to an end. That recollection lingers deep within him. Shortly after, they reach a riverbank. While Janus expects to hire a vessel, Tiny chooses a different path to conserve both funds and minutes. Calling forth his moon wolf, he advances boldly. A bewildered Janus mounts the creature. During the aquatic transit, Janus grips on for dear life, consumed by terror. Observing his companion's distress, Tiny offers a composed check-in. Janus attempts to persevere, yet the velocity is too much. Tiny understands that although a master finds such travel effortless, it is quite difficult for the uninitiated. Ultimately, Janus succumbs to nausea and loses his stomach. Upon arriving at the far bank, the pair falls to the earth, panting and drained of energy. Local onlookers watch them with bewilderment. Janus confesses that he feared his life was ending. He proposes using horses for future trips. Suddenly, Janus detects a problem, a feeling Tiny shares simultaneously. His purple pouch has vanished, recalling his recent actions. He wonders if it slipped into the waves while he was preoccupied with Janus. Overcome with remorse, Janus's voice trembles as he takes the blame. Tiny comforts him, noting that wealth is replaceable and that independent cities typically have contingency resources for such mishaps. He points to a pair of hulking figures bullying a child nearby. A sharp cry rings out shortly after. That evening, as the fortress comes into view, Tiny muses that in a place like this, those purses have probably been pocketed by others. Still on edge, Janus calls Tiny by his title, Luminous Knight, with a blend of dread and resolve. He finds the nerve to ask if Tiny intends to tarnish his good name. Janus argues that taking action without a proper inquiry or context will merely result in social disorder. Consequently, he pleads for restraint before resorting to violence. Tiny gives a faint smile, acknowledging Janus's integrity. He remarks that Janus's riding speed is triple that. A typical rider, indicating great skill. Tiny trails behind, praying that recruiting Janus was wise. Janus acknowledges the point, but Tiny abruptly accelerates and passes him, catching Janus off guard. Prior to the scheduled event, Tiny chooses to query Janus on a vital matter regarding the second prince. Janus mentions that the prince is generally well regarded and reportedly maintains a tight bond with the heir. This news troubles Tiny. In his previous timeline, stories suggested the second prince led a rebellion and perished with the crown prince. This contradiction makes him skeptical about the actual state of the royal household. At the same time, within the palace walls, a youngster slumbers calmly on the empress's lap. Consort Karsha, the second empress, is aware that their scheme has failed miserably. Thus, when a cultist reaches out via a shimmering sphere but remains vague, fury only intensifies. She points out that they spent years in preparation and 3 months fine-tuning the details. Because such labor yielded no results, her confidence in them shatters. Infuriated, the cultist clenches the sphere tightly. He informs her that she can withdraw from their agreement whenever she wishes, a statement that provokes her ire. He calls the situation humiliating, bringing up her past desire to see the loathsome Azran lineage totally annihilated. He urges her to deliberate wisely, as such chances are seldom offered again. Though her fingers shake, her drive outweighs her terror. She demands a promise that their ultimate objective will be met, and he provides a firm vow of success. Just then, her child awakens and cries out for her. Face transforms in a heartbeat. Putting the globe away, she adopts a tender demeanor. As the boy mentions his next lesson and expresses doubt over his mixed heritage and lack of golden eyes, she shuts down his self-doubt. Desiring his strength, she tells him to continue his progress as he has done before. This cheers him up at once. He boastfully says that once he matches his elder sibling's power, he'll hoist her onto his shoulders and circle the royal grounds 10 times. With a kind grin, she tells him she believes in him entirely. The boy keeps chatting about his previous schoolwork, oblivious to the sinister plots unfolding nearby. In another location, the second elder of the cult assembles his followers. He acknowledges their failure but suggests that even better planning might not have altered the result. With the first elder badly wounded and recuperating and significant assets squandered, they direct their anger at Tiny, holding him responsible for their total defeat. Monitoring his path, they find he is traveling to Asrian. Because a significant incident is approaching there, they grow suspicious, though no clear connection to Valentia is found, since they need to put their primary mission first. The elder commands them to concentrate on the major operation involving the Blue Fox. Inside the castle, the crown prince reviews a document and sees that a visitor has arrived of his own accord. It is the second prince, Royd van Asran. Royd states his plan to work alongside an internal spy network. The crown prince remarks that such gritty tasks are a poor fit for him, given Royd's preference for rigid discipline and direct leadership. Their conversation is cut short by his knight's arrival. They turn their attention to the second empress and Tenel, noting the lack of recent information regarding them. Royd mentions that their mother has once more called for the head of the knights, who remains in charge of the royal guard. Since this is becoming a habit, Royd argues for reinforcing the knightly order's autonomy. He suspects their father's old grudge against the knights plays a role here. Royd further notes that their mother coddles Tenel as if he were a toddler, despite him being 14. This lack of maturity is highlighted by the fact that our protagonist, who is the same age, makes a much more powerful impact. The elder man remembers the boy who once struck him with such force that he went flying. He and his assistant are still stunned by that event. The boy is currently the subject of gossip throughout the land. When Royd expresses outrage that such insolence was allowed, the man takes the blame himself, saying he deserved it. He then discloses Tiny's true identity, explaining that he is the very same Knight of Radiance who rescued Karan from catastrophe. Royd is paralyzed with shock. He realizes this is the person who defeated the Kraken and apprehended the cultists. While stories portray him as a 20-year-old half-dwarf, the crown prince maintains he is merely a young boy. This realization deeply disturbs Royd. The crown prince silently wishes for a future encounter. At the same time, in Asrian at the Valentia estate, Tiny meets with Asgard, who gazes at him in shock at his physical growth. Within a single year, Tiny feels annoyed by this curt response, particularly given his recent feats. Nevertheless, the Duke eventually recognizes his progress and offers commendation for his triumphs. But this gathering isn't merely for compliments. The monarch turns his attention to a pressing crisis. Another catastrophe is looming over the royal residence, timed to coincide with the heir's nuptials. Such a plot could never succeed without an insider capable of tampering with the kingdom's magical shield. Consequently, Asgard deduces that a turncoat must be hiding among the royals. This massive ward is far more than just a simple mystical fortification. Connected to the city's perimeter, it purges malevolent forces before they can cross the threshold. Thus, it serves a dual purpose, repelling foes and neutralizing tainted energy. This influence permeates the metropolis like a quiet guardian. Only a select group enjoys unhindered movement. The royal bloodline, the palace guard, and the court mages are the only ones unaffected by its power. All others are subject to its constraints. Therefore, a major incident within the palace walls is impossible unless an internal agent compromises the shield. This logic points toward a single inevitable truth. There has to be a mole within the upper echelons of the royalty. Asgard refines his suspicions, stating that the crown prince is the sole individual he deems beyond reproach. Dismisses the second prince as a suspect as well. Reevaluating the circumstances regarding the second sister, they realize another person has likely been corrupted by the cultist. This type of subversion only works on those who are oblivious. His tone is biting, causing Tiny to bristle as if he were being blamed. Asgard rebukes his impulsive behavior, noting that despite any explanations given, Tiny usually rushes into action without any forethought. Tiny maintains a composed exterior, hiding his irritation. Esgard brings up the fact that he had been instructed to travel to Elfenheim. Tiny justifies his failure to comply, and Esgard decides to overlook the matter for now. Their dialogue is cut short by the arrival of an attendant. Servant breathlessly reports that the weapon master, Bad, has challenged him to a duel. Within the coalition of kingdoms, a single elite warrior currently holds the peak position. Grid Van Selden, the master of arms, demonstrated his prowess globally during the protracted conflict between the realm and the Union. He fought Esgard on numerous occasions and served as the Union's cornerstone. Their feud persisted even after peace was declared as he continued to challenge Esgard. 3 years prior, Grid mastered Aura, elevating him to the most prestigious rank of combatants. Esgard achieved that same milestone a year ago, bringing them to an equal footing. Tiny vividly recalls the sheer impact their previous confrontations had on the world. Duel between such titans leaves an indelible impression on everyone. Clenching his fist, he crumples the message in annoyance, believing the timing couldn't be worse. Rather than prioritizing order, someone has opted for another display of power. Observing the Duke's vexation, Tiny proposes that he take the fight, provided they set terms that advance their primary objectives. 7 days later, crowds swarm the amphitheater on the city's outskirts. The stage is set for a clash between two legendary warriors. A vast multitude assembles. Within the throng, murmurs arise as people identify the youth as the Shining Knight. Conversely, skeptics argue that, according to hearsay, he ought to appear far more youthful. Yet a sense of unease also permeates the air. Observers softly wonder about the monarch's reasons for allowing this duel. Injuries caused by Aura are notoriously difficult to mend, and a grave mishap would be a blow to the realm. Speculation starts to spread that the sovereign is not entirely in favor of the heir's impending nuptials. These rumors reach Genus, whose anxiety leads him to the Duke. He voices his apprehension regarding the ruler's actual motives for sanctioning the combat. Esgard stays composed. Had the authorization been withheld, he intended to seek it himself. He believes the Emperor's consent stems from confidence. Tiny observes him, detecting a shift in his demeanor. Esgard exhibits greater devotion and diminished doubt than before. All at once, word travels across the stadium that the royal heir has made his entrance. The prince's presence contradicts the gossip regarding friction between the Valentia house and the royal. Tiny scrutinizes the heir. He suspects the monarch maintains some misgivings about Valentia. The prince is likely cognizant of that strain. Tiny and Esgard both offer a polite bow. Given the prince's choice to show up despite the delicate circumstances, Tiny decides he can rely on him for the time being. The prince gives Esgard a friendly greeting after their long separation. He then looks toward Tiny, nearly missing who he is due to how much he has grown. He mentions that his future bride is curious to see the walling. Acknowledging this, Tiny cautiously employs his mana to call forth the creature inside the field. Reducing its size to that of a tiny, docile canine, he offers it up composedly. The prince takes the miniature wolf, looking clearly relieved, and confirms to Tiny that they are allies. Following this, he departs from the ground. Esgard subsequently tells Tiny that he has already advised the prince to stay alert regarding the cultists. Security is bolstered within the castle, particularly near Chloe. Tiny takes on the duty readily. Shortly thereafter, a dense mist blankets the arena. A sudden chill falls, leaving the audience bewildered. Out of the swirling haze, the Duke's adversary emerges, radiating the same formidable energy as in the past. He observes intently, noting that Grid is just as he remembered. The atmosphere grows oppressive as Grid enters the ring to confront Esgard. Among the spectators, Tiny is seated next to a restless Genus. Grid begins with a derisive chuckle, taunting Esgard for challenging him. Unfazed, Esgard highlights Grid's hubris in intruding upon a formal event without an invitation merely to provoke a conflict. Maintaining his noble poise, Esgard asks if Grid realizes how much his standing has fallen. Grid is deeply irritated by this casual tone. He disparages Esgard's manner of speaking as unworthy of an aristocrat. Esgard merely offers a grin in return. He proposes that rather than judging another's choice of words, Grid ought to monitor his own impulsive actions. Channeling his energy, Esgard remarks that he prefers sounding unrefined over behaving as disgracefully as Grid. Grid responds by unleashing his own power, signaling the end of their banter. The announcer breaks in to declare the regulations, noting that divine armaments are prohibited. He reveals Esgard's particular condition. The defeated party must comply with any requirements set by the victor. Grid unsheathes his blade, driven by a need for vengeance. He ridicules Esgard's choice of a sword, though Esgard cautions him that his period of acting without consequence is over. Asserting that his newfound aura mastery grants him seniority, Grid vows to take Esgard down. Such conceit infuriates Esgard. Lifting his blade, he strikes head-on, yet Grid effortlessly parries the blow. Mocking the feeble attempt, Grid executes a counterattack that hurls Esgard away. As Esgard regains his footing, Grid readies a powerful assault to demonstrate authentic blade skill. He lunges, aiming his sword directly at his foe, only to be stunned when Esgard employs a simple edge deflection. Belatedly, Grid understands that Esgard utilized that basic move to divert his entire ruinous aura. Esgard's retaliatory swing compels Grid to defend with a shield before jumping high to retreat. Standing below, Esgard mockingly expresses gratitude for the lesson and proposes a payback. Grid merely chuckles, manifesting a giant projectile of ice while airborne. Stunned, Esgard watches the bolt plummet, causing a violent blast when it hits. While Esgard struggles to stay upright on the fractured earth, Grid maintains his pressure by initiating a hidden skill. Known as Icicle Cascade, the move showers the area with frozen javelins. Esgard remains unprotected, viewing the ice as a trivial distraction. This oversight triggers a second enormous detonation as the projectiles find their target. Grid shouts that his ultimate move possesses far more depth than Esgard anticipated. Nevertheless, Esgard merely exhales and strikes the ground with his blade, generating a neutralizing blast that sweeps the field. Grid is paralyzed with disbelief, baffled by Esgard's capability. Amidst the dissipating haze, Tiny grins from the stands while dense mana continues to blanket the stadium. The crowd is gripped by fear, questioning if the combatants are inhuman due to their incredible velocity. Esgard taunts Grid once more, inquiring if true blade work requires such heavy sorcery. Acknowledging that pure fencing might not suffice, Grid labels Esgard a formidable long-time rival. Esgard feels revulsion at how quickly Grid abandons his principle. Unfazed by the dishonor, Grid declares the beginning of the second phase. He charges with murderous resolve, and their steel meets once more. Grid challenges the value of Esgard's pride, while Esgard denounces Grid's chaotic combat method. The collision of their energies sparks an eruption so fierce that the wizards guarding the arena's shield must reinforce it with extra power to prevent a collapse. Genis observes with wonder, remarking that Grid's application of frost elements is a brilliant display of warfare. When Tiny inquires about the victor, Genis admits his uncertainty. Each has wielded aura for varying durations. Abruptly, Grid is forced into a retreat. Spinning his blade, he readies a finishing blow to conclude the duel. Argy senses that the Swordmaster's downfall is imminent. Observing that although events typically follow this pattern, the result will shift significantly now. Grid resolves to end the fight, concentrating his full magical energy before lunging ahead. Frozen projectiles materialize near his blade and fly at Duke Esgard during his assault. Aiming to crush his opponent instantly, he merges sorcery with swordsmanship in a single blow. Esgard stands his ground. Rather than backing away, he triggers a powerful energy barrier. The shards of ice divert around him, shattering without making contact. Grid pauses briefly, stunned by the flawless efficiency of the defense. Nevertheless, he responds immediately by deploying his subsequent tactic. Lifting his arm, he discharges a massive surge of mana and delivers a series of rapid strikes. Colossal ripples of energy explode outward, causing the whole stadium to tremble. Spectators observe the eastern portion of the protective shield failing before the rest, followed quickly by the western side. When fissures begin to mar the northern defense, the crowd grows frantic, looking around to see if there are any injuries. Luckily, everyone is safe, though terror grips the onlookers. Jaina herself is left speechless by the magnitude of the devastation. Once the haze dissipates, the announcer declares the victor. Esgard Valentia is the winner, sparking a wild celebration among the fans. Numerous voices laud the Imperial Knights, asserting that a master of arms is no longer required. Meanwhile, Genis rejoices with obvious comfort. A shaking Grid approaches, challenging Esgard face to face. He struggles to process the defeat, certain that his concluding attack ought to have hit its mark. Yet he remembers that just as his edge neared Esgard, the opponent immediately bolstered his defenses with a screen. Simultaneously, Esgard struck back. In that instant, Grid sensed his internal mana warping, causing him to lose his footing. Internal upheaval almost ripped him to pieces. He understands now that had Esgard not halted his blade halfway through, he would certainly be dead. Recognizing this, he chose to yield. He now insists on an account of what happened. Esgard composedly explains that the method involves controlling force fields. It might seem basic, nearly like a ruse, yet its impact is indisputable. Grid is baffled by how such a technique was even conceived, but Esgard offers no more detail. Taking his place as the champion, Esgard advances to state his demand. Grid prepares for the worst, anticipating public shaming or diplomatic fallout. He is already concerned that this loss will tarnish the alliance's standing. He confesses that he never envisioned being beaten by his old competitor, but he intends to honor his word. He pledges his very life should he be unable to meet the requirement. Esgard isn't looking for a fatality. Rather, he mandates that Grid stay within the Empire's main city until the conclusion of the prince's nuptials. This is the term he sets as the winner. The crowd responds with astonishment and respect, with many commending Esgard's kindness toward a former foe. Grid remains suspicious, feeling a hidden motive beneath the request. Esgard tells him he must find out the underlying cause on his own. Grid departs, his heart heavy with resentment. Word of Esgard's triumph travels through the realm by morning, and citizens start referring to him as the Sword Emperor. That moniker resounds throughout the city. By the following day, Tiny silently reviews the accounts. He observes that Esgard has acquired the exact alias he possessed in the previous history, proving that certain occurrences are still following a known trajectory. A rap at the door breaks his concentration. An aide tells Esgard that Grid is asking for an audience. Grid walks in immediately, sits down, and addresses the matter directly. Esgard abandons all formality and speaks to him plainly, showing that their long-standing feud makes politeness unnecessary. Grid maintains that the elite must uphold their honor even in private, especially before underlings. Tiny notes that those in power should act with self-control. He suggests such traits often arise from traumatic experiences. Grid reacts with hostility. Tiny remains composed and brings up a personal anecdote. He recalls a time when a young Grid took the life of his cousin because he was unable to manage his own strength. The memory is painful. Grid stands up in a rage, demanding to know how Tiny discovered such a well-guarded secret. Tiny clarifies that the information came from Grid himself in a different era. Grid is skeptical. He insists they have never met before. Esgard finally steps in to disclose the reality. The skill used to overcome Grid originated from the very Tiny standing there. Seething with resentment, Grid stares down Esgard, questioning his hidden agenda while addressing him by a familiar moniker. Esgard realizes Grid wouldn't use that pet name if he weren't truly bothered. He tells him to settle down, emphasizing that the current subject is of grave importance. Grid tries to steady his breathing. If Esgard took such measures to set up this encounter, it has to be significant. Remaining suspicious, he grumbles that this is like relying on a treacherous partner. Esgard remarks on the long interval since Grid last used that informal name. Grid dismisses the comment, saying his formal title is simply too tedious. He then signals for them to start explaining without delay. Tiny observes him closely, remarking that certain truths cannot be conveyed through words alone. They require direct experience. This only heightens Grid's annoyance. He barks that if he receives one more cryptic response, he will lose his patience. Tiny chuckles at the warning, entertained that the passing years haven't made him any less fierce. Esgard abruptly interrupts, advising them to quit bickering and address the main issue. Tiny then reveals the facts. In the natural flow of time, Grid would have reached the age of 56 by now. Weren't supposed to meet for another 15 years, at a point when his blue locks would be tinged with gray. The absolute confidence in Tiny's voice makes him uneasy. Grid sinks into a seat, shocked by the precision of the details. He confesses he can envision himself as that elder man. However, if that history were true, how dark is the coming age? Tiny promises that events will take a new path. The 10 knights are set to act before any catastrophe occurs. Grid scowls at the strange title. There are only 7 knights at present. Excluding Tiny, he questions the identity of the remaining pair. Tiny clarifies that they are currently unreachable. The one called the Reaper is still perfecting his skills in a secret location. Meanwhile, the Demon Knight stays inside the Wizard's Spire. These titles seem dramatic. Grid recognizes what they signify. Should the struggle intensify, extraordinary powers will be required. He at last realizes why he was requested to stay in the capital city. The goal is to avert a total disaster. Tiny validates that theory immediately. Esgard notes that the youthful Duke possesses sharp intuition. Grid turns his attention to the peculiar style employed in their fight. He insists on knowing more. Tiny confesses that in the years to come, he is the one who teaches Esgard that specific move. This disclosure comes as a massive surprise. Grid inquires further regarding the formal outcome of their previous battle. Tiny explains that it was viewed as a stalemate. Nevertheless, regarding technical mastery, Esgard eventually overtakes him, claiming the Swordmaster rank only once Grid grants his approval. Grid is unwilling to take this news lying down. He demands a rematch right away. Approaching him, Tiny suggests he stay calm. Rather than acting hastily, he proposes showing glimpses of the skills Grid is destined to acquire in the future. He provides precise instructions in a low voice. Grid's expression shifts to one of shock as the details are revealed. He starts recognizing untapped potential within his capabilities. Esgard watches the atmosphere soften without saying a word. Suddenly, Grid recalls a different part of their talk. 5 legendary armaments. At present, he possesses 3. Tiny validates that his collection will expand, yet Grid is preoccupied by a major concern. What is the motive for disclosing future events? Wouldn't withholding this information provide a strategic edge? Tiny answers immediately. Should things go awry, the entire world faces destruction. He has never been motivated by wealth or rank. Above all, he views Grid as a man who remains faithful to his promises, even if it means sacrificing himself. This statement resonates profoundly. Grid chuckles, the stress finally dissipating. He confesses that skepticism seems futile after hearing that. He commits to their strategy. Esgard quickly cautions him to keep this information strictly confidential. Grid snaps back that he isn't an idiot. Tiny shoots him a doubtful glance, pointing out that in the days to come, both he and Heinen often promise to be secretive, only to create chaos later. Grid appears insulted, though he can't fully argue the point. Esgard candidly suggests that if he's unsure, keeping quiet is better than acting tough. Grid reluctantly takes the tip and departs. After his exit, Tiny and Esgard stay near the window. Tiny wonders if disclosing that much information is actually wise. Esgard stays self-assured. He needs Grid's power. Due to his lineage, he is destined to be the primary mediator between the Empire and the Alliance. Working with the Magic Tower, Tiny gives a nod, believing Grid will stay true to his word. However, a single worry remains. He softly inquires about when Esgard plans to tell Janus. Esgard hesitates at the query. Tiny speculates that giving Janus an early warning might allow him to brace for the future. Esgard chooses to hold off until the present crisis concludes, fearing the revelation would just be an extra weight for Janus to carry. Because nobody cares for Janus as much as he does, Tiny maintains they must be prepared for any scenario. Esgard concurs, noting that both he and the Crown Prince are monitoring the situation intently. As Tiny displays obvious suspicion of the Crown Prince, Esgard asks why. Tiny clarifies that the royals once brought about the ruin of their own nation due to infighting over the throne. Esgard tells him to watch his step, since the Empire's spies are probably already tracking their movements. Tiny confesses his true anxiety. The danger might have nothing to do with the cultists. Esgard points out that if the conflict is merely a domestic battle for succession, he has no lawful right to interfere. Tiny understands this implies they could be forced to watch the capital crumble. Though Esgard is skeptical that the palace would be overrun, Tiny is still wary. He thinks a royal might be in league with the demon worshippers. When Esgard asks how he'll handle it, Tiny points out that Valanche's laws don't apply to him. With a smirk, he describes his plan to locate the suspect royals, neutralize them, and flee. Esgard finds the idea reckless but eventually ceases his objection. The conversation turns to Tiny's bodily development and energy levels. Esgard observes that Tiny is on the verge of attaining the blader level and volunteers to manage his drills himself. Tiny recalls the agonizing nature of this regimen from before, yet readies himself as he is hurried off to start. 4 weeks of rigorous practice ensue. Tiny surpasses all hopes, gaining mastery over combat techniques and massive armaments with flawless accuracy. Each blow of his mallet carries immense power, and he discovers how to manifest whirlwinds through mana projection. He realizes that typical bladers of his level can expand their energy, so he drives himself even. Further, Esgard remains concerned that Tiny's scheme might turn him into a fugitive, yet Tiny remains dedicated to refining his mana and organizing his schedule. Upon Genie's arrival, Esgard mentions that Tiny is on the verge of attaining blader status. He instructs Genies to head to the Dragon's Eye headquarters once the promotion is finalized. Genies doubts a youngster could accomplish this much so quickly. Nevertheless, stepping into the practice hall, he is stunned by the sight of a giant cyclone. He observes Tiny straining against his boundaries to perfect a technique unique to bladers. A violent blast rattles the chamber, making Genius protect his eyes from the scattering wreckage. Tiny manages to pull off a hidden move known as Turbulent Storm. Though he rejoices in his success, the strain on his physique is instant. His spine aches and hunger strikes as his internal energy compels his frame to adjust to this. newfound vigor. Janus observes quietly before breaking into applause. Feeling a mix of admiration and amusement, he confesses he didn't expect a child to attain the blader level. Tiny is bewildered upon seeing Janus and asks why he's there. Janus clarifies that Esgard requested he monitor the session, having been told that Tiny was about to break through his barriers. Tiny internally scoffs at Esgard. A loud rumble from his gut prompts Janus to suggest it's time for a meal. Tiny confesses his intense workout has left him famished. Janus proposes they grab a bite. Noting there's a significant matter to discuss, Tiny inquires further as Janus escorts him to a pleasant local eatery. Afterward, Tiny observes his crimson-tinted hair and asks if the change was required. Janus reveals it was a specific command from Esgard. He explains that Tiny must remain inconspicuous for his upcoming assignment, as his fame as the Radiant Knight is too widespread. While they stroll, onlookers whisper, wondering if he's a half-elf and discussing his striking hair color. Janus softly informs Tiny that his undercover name is Torin, apprentice knight of the Valentia house serving as Janus's assistant. Tiny expresses doubt about the name, but Janus says Esgard was adamant. Tiny grumbles about Esgard's strictness, earning a reprimand from Janus. Tiny offers an apology, acknowledging his inner conflict and annoyance. Janus comforts him, noting that emotional mastery is key to aligning the spirit and the physical form. This creates a solid base for advancing to greater heights, a principle Janus picked up from Esgard. Tiny remembers a previous life where he defeated several men, and Estina asking if he had caused needless harm. He recalls his admission, and her advice that emotional discipline would unlock greater potential. Back in the moment, Tiny sees his mana's hue has shifted since becoming a blader. Janus notes that per the Valentia clan's hidden cultivation method, mana's tint mirrors the power of one's resolve and the nature of their spirit. Keeping one's cool fosters endurance and prepares the way for future strength. Tiny understands the color represents his inner self and ponders the reason for the transformation. Janus explains that a spirit has manifested, concentrating his soul's energy. Tiny tests this by merging mana and spiritual force in his palms, one feeling weightless, the other dense. Janus asks what he's doing. Tiny concentrates, squeezing the two forces together before letting them erupt in a precise blast. A glowing ring ascends into the heavens, causing a violent gust that shocks the surrounding crowd. Janus is stunned, labeling the feat as marvelous. Tiny acknowledges his mastery of the skill. Janus finds it hard to process the display he just saw. Tiny confesses he hasn't entirely grasped the mechanics, though he knows he's made significant progress. Janus notes how remarkable it is to acquire a high-level ability within 24 hours. Tiny expresses gratitude for the mentorship, but Janus tells him not to worry about it. They are kin, after all. On the streets, onlookers murmur about Tiny, cautioning one another to keep their distance as he attracts stares. Eventually, they arrive at a lavish eatery reserved for the aristocracy. Tiny grumbles about the opulence, proposing they dine at the estate instead. Janus grins, advising him not to sell the leader of the Blue-Winged Knights short. Seated, Tiny consumes dish after dish as the staff continues to bring food. Janus watches in disbelief at the sheer volume he eats, observing that certain individuals possess a far greater capacity than he imagined. Tiny muses on his expanded mana pool and his gravity powers, which have twice the strength they once had, making him a challenge for only the elite. Janus inquires if his hunger is satisfied. Tiny confesses he could still eat. The server mentions that 150 portions have been served, with the bill reaching 11 gold. Janus settles the tab with hesitation, mourning the loss of his funds. He examines the menu while Tiny asks why his companion only ordered a single meal. Tiny looks at the establishment's signage and questions Janus regarding the venue, sensing it is no typical bistro, before he can get a clear answer. Janus silences their surroundings with a subtle release of mana. Tiny is impressed by the flawless manipulation of energy and traits. Janus clarifies that while it appears to be a luxury dining spot, it actually serves as the main hub for Dragon's Eye, the Crown's spy network. Currently, the Crown Prince oversees the group's operations after taking over the lineage. Janus asserts that the Valentia clan is most secure here for the time being. Esgard commanded this meeting, and Tiny recognizes the vast influence of the Royal Secret Service. Janus has an additional motive for their visit. Chloe's nuptials are scheduled in 10 days, with attendance restricted to royalty. The palace guard and immediate Valentia heirs. To bypass these rules, Tiny will pose as an assistant to Esgard, who lacks faith in the knight's proficiency. Tiny suggests they act immediately, but Genus notes his role as a secret helper and provides a location for crises. Examining the paper, Tiny asks for clarification. Janus explains it marks the site of a holy relic. Given that Tiny is already guarding the Quran object, Janus trusts him to secure this one too. Following a brief pause, Tiny expresses his certainty in succeeding. Janus instructs him to study the layout. Once finished, Tiny accidentally collides with a stranger. Initially, he pays no mind, but he soon sees past the mask and identifies the heir to the throne. Shortly after, Tiny finds himself seated across from him. The prince mentions how unexpected it is to find Tiny in this place. Speaking candidly, Tiny reveals his knowledge of the prince and Esgard's hunt for all demonic cultists. The prince admits this is true and voices his belief in Tiny's talent. Tiny asks for details regarding royal affairs to better anticipate upcoming dangers. When the prince remains silent for a moment, Tiny worries he might have been too bold. He ponders the likelihood of Esgard reprimanding him for his audacity. Unexpectedly, the heir to the throne consents to share what he knows, having already amassed significant intelligence via the dragon's eye. Consequently, the prince inquires about Tiny's specific interests. Tiny doesn't hesitate, asking directly if the prince harbors suspicions toward any relatives regarding a potential coup. To Tiny's astonishment, the prince discloses 3 probable factions. The first candidate is the second empress, who is his brother's mother. It surprises Tiny that the prince's suspicion falls on the mother rather than the brother. The prince elaborates, citing a tale about his father annihilating her kin in the past. Following their refusal of his advances, though unconfirmed, such an event would provide her with a powerful reason for revenge. Tiny then asks about the next group. The prince identifies the Imperial Knights as the second threat. Their resentment over being treated poorly relative to sorcerers makes them likely insurgents. Lastly, he names the most startling suspect, his own father, the sovereign. While the precise cause is unclear, the emperor harbors intense resentment toward Esgard, particularly following Esgard's renowned exhibition win. He is allegedly incensed by Esgard's rising fame. He advises Tiny to exercise great care, as accounts indicate the emperor commands a formidable, clandestine army of immense power. Given the sensitive nature of this information, he instructs Tiny to maintain total secrecy. Tiny expresses gratitude for the data. The prince then rises, needing to accompany Chloe. Her audience with the monarch. Meanwhile, Chloe concludes her training in decorum. Her instructor commends her rapid progress before dismissing her. Chloe's fatigue is evident once she is alone. She finds the strict requirements regarding her posture and hand placement to be quite baffling. Her time with Vivian limited to late hours, the pressure makes her regret not choosing a life at the temple. At that moment, her betrothed's arrival is heralded. His frequent visits catch her off guard, causing him to redden when she mentions it. He bashfully admits that her presence brightens his entire day, which makes her blush in return. He then mentions her upcoming appointment with his father this afternoon. Chloe is well aware of the meeting. He asks her to remain patient for his sake, even if the emperor makes insulting remarks. Upon her inquiry, he clarifies that his father resents hers. Chloe is familiar with the gossip but doubts its validity, reasoning that if it were accurate, the monarch would never have selected her as his son's bride. The prince promises he does not share his father's views and expresses a desire for a better relationship. Moving forward, he notes the emperor's foul mood stems from the urgency of finalizing their union. She agrees to be understanding, yet privately decides to inform her father of the sovereign's hostility. Subsequently, the pair goes to pay their respects to the ruler. The prince offers well wishes for his health, to which the emperor mockingly replies that he is thriving, particularly with his son, managing all the imperial business on his behalf. The prince deferentially points out that he only exercises such power because it is his father's command, emphasizing that the true sovereignty remains with the emperor. The monarch then grimly demands the return of that power. The prince starts to dutifully comply, but the emperor interrupts him, argues that the aristocracy will object if the prince abdicates his authority. It is obvious to the monarch that a leader who alienates his subjects or surrenders them to the knights and the magic tower is undesirable. The heir points out that his present position adheres to the empire's statutes. This merely heightens the sovereign's irritation. He voices his dissatisfaction not only with the legal code, but also with the prince's selection of Chloe as his companion. The prince recalls his father's remarks. The emperor detests that his son picked the child of someone who views himself as the monarch's peer. As the prince argues that Sword Emperor is merely a title, Chloe cuts him off. She presents herself with dignity, fearlessly identifying as the offspring of Esgard, the Empire's blade. Audacity surprises the ruler. She acknowledges her father's rise to prominence following the latest tournament, yet maintains that his reputation benefits the realm's standing. This draws a laugh from the emperor, who reflects on how the heir has found a mate every bit as headstrong as himself. He remarks that he finds it hard to dislike a young woman with such fortitude, yet he promptly issues a caution to both her and her sire. Right then, Walling detects a surge of menace emanating from the monarch. At the same time, Tiny receives an alert via his familiar, realizing Chloe is the emperor's mark. All the while, the sovereign persists in his tirade regarding the purity of blood and the celestial right to govern mankind. He takes a veiled swipe at Chloe, asserting that those who believe they surpass the royal lineage will be permanently suppressed. Chloe then perceives his fixation on the Azran ancestry. However, she questions if his ambitions extend beyond the borders of the empire. Hearing this, Chloe swallows hard before she can speak. The heir moves to shield her, quietly requesting that his father regain his composure. The emperor reacts by merely sending them away. Upon their departure, the ruler reflects on his son's excessive actions, feeling deeply let down. A voice from the darkness inquires about his harsh tone toward the prince. The monarch simply attributes it to his advancing years. The hidden figure then asks for the true motive behind his animosity toward Esgard. The emperor's mind drifts back 4 decades to when a 10-year-old Esgard arrived at the palace. At that time, the monarch had only just begun his martial education. He volunteered to instruct the youth, but Esgard's natural skill was so great that he bested the emperor. Humiliated, the ruler abandoned his dreams of knighthood. He pivoted toward magic, only to discover he possessed no aptitude for that either. Still, he maintains that his disdain for the Valentia house isn't a personal vendetta. He simply cannot tolerate their name being held in the same high regard as the royal dynasty. In his eyes, such prestige undermines the core structure of his realm, viewing it as a type of sedition. He feels exasperated that the prince fails to grasp this perspective. He is just as annoyed by the legal system. It is the law that prevents him from exercising absolute dominion over the land. The royalty is restricted by regulations, preventing swift action while the aristocracy gains power. He believes total authority is vital for continental unification. The shadowy presence concurs. The monarch is confident he can grab hold of the reins of power once. The empress and the demonic cultists initiate their plan. The shadow points out that their current strength is insufficient to defeat Esgard. Acknowledging this, the emperor seeks even greater might. He inquires regarding a hidden asset, but the shadow offers an apology, stating she is not yet prepared. The ruler is well aware of the girl's exceptional abilities. Shadow verifies her status as the most gifted individual since the Shadow Core inception. With proper training, she is destined to be the monarch's most formidable killer and aura master. Though a decade of development is required, the Shadow offers reassurance, suggesting that a combined strike with the sorcerers from the Magic Tower will suffice to defeat Asgard. This brings a grin to the sovereign's face. Lastly, he requests news regarding his heir. The Shadow reports that the prince is observing events through the dragon's eye, though he remains inactive for now. The ruler commands the Shadow to provide his son with every necessary detail, while ensuring the final objective remains hidden from him. The Shadow recognizes that the heir will only grasp the reality when it is far too late. Furthermore, the monarch realizes that should Esgard perish at the hands of cultists, he can frame it as a consequence of the aristocracy's expanding and unrestrained influence. The Shadow vows to manipulate the circumstances to suit his interest. Abruptly, the Shadow gets a transmission in an archaic tongue and tells the sovereign that his agents have checked in. The ruler expresses satisfaction at this news. In the meantime, Tiny reveals to Esgard that Chloe is also being intimidated by the Emperor, leaving him stunned. Tiny jokingly suggests killing the monarch but retracts the comment immediately upon seeing Esgard's grim expression. The Lord questions the Emperor's motives, wondering if he still harbors resentment from a loss 4 decades prior, regardless of the current situation. Esgard remains prepared to stand by the ruler. Tiny interrupts, dismissing that past event as insignificant. The Lord is enraged by Tiny's failure to grasp the gravity of the matter, yet Tiny counters by questioning if this threat surpasses that of the Demon King's forces. Esgard hesitantly admits it does not. Tiny gravely responds that these domestic disputes will seem trivial once the Demon King's legions arrive. At that point, the whole of mankind must band together against him. He speaks from personal experience. Esgard argues that even if that's true, current issues cannot simply be overlooked. They must strengthen humanity's ability to resist. Esgard is jealous of our protagonist's straightforward perspective, though Tiny dislikes the label. Nevertheless, Esgard expresses gratitude for the mental clarity. Just as Genus rushes into the chamber in a panic, announcing a crisis, he tells them that an urgent dispatch has just arrived via the Dragon's Eye. Several uprisings are breaking out in minor settlements governed by the crown. Esgard prepares to hear more, but Genus delivers the blow that the Emperor has commanded the Valentia house to suppress them. Genus presents the formal decree. Esgard discovers the Emperor demands he crush a local revolt to demonstrate his value and capability as a future relative. Esgard grimly notes they are on a clock. The date of the nuptials. Tiny is skeptical that provincial troops would possess the courage to revolt independently. Janus mentions rumors that demon worshippers might be spearheading the movement. Janus is worried about the awful timing. Upon reflection, Tiny surmises that the cultists intend to divide the forces of the imperial seat. Esgard concurs, observing that their intention to strike during the wedding ceremony is becoming obvious. Genus mentions they lack concrete evidence of a wedding day assault for now. Yet Esgard is certain it will happen. He promises Genus a full explanation later, but insists they must first address the current crisis. Genus acknowledges this and begins detailing that the insurrections are occurring in villages such as Sarangal, League, and Karina. Forces from the Empire, including elemental sorcerers, have been deployed to League and Sarangal. Consequently, they are now responsible for quelling the uprising in Karina. Because it sits between Valentia and the Imperial lands, they can choose to utilize their personal guard. Esgard concludes that their most capable warriors must resolve this before the nuptial. Genus agrees but highlights a complication. Valentia's top-tier soldiers are presently based in the capital city. A journey to Karina would prevent them from returning for the ceremony. Esgard understands that the Emperor intends to deplete his military strength this way. Esgard mentions the possibility of ignoring the command, startling his subordinates. Nevertheless, he clarifies that he has no intention of following through with it. His priority is Chloe and his kin. Backing out of the marriage now would destroy her social standing. He speculates if this was the Emperor's true motive. Unexpectedly, Tiny proposes a 7-day solution. He intends to handle the insurgents personally. They suspect he will ride Walling, which he admits is the plan. With 3 days for travel each way, he has a single day to defeat the cultists. Janus notes the plan is logically sound but practically perilous. Esgard concurs, given the numerous troops Tiny must confront. Furthermore, there could be ambushes. He refuses to gamble with Tiny's safety. Tiny argues that winning requires taking chances, as he always has. He requests that Esgard obtain the royal family's holy relic for his mission. Subsequently, the prince is stunned by the request. He is baffled by how Tiny could possibly transport such a massive object. His assistant explains that Tiny can harness the power of Karun's relic core. Surprised by this revelation, the prince grants his authorization. This serves as an apology for his inability to restrain his father. The Emperor learns the holy treasure is gone, suspecting his son's involvement. He observes it vanished following the arrival of Torin. Valentia night at the royal residence. The Emperor ignores the theft, viewing the item as merely symbolic, until his spy reveals that Torin is traveling to Karina. The informant suggests that if Tiny wields the relic, he could purge the cult with holy radiance and lift the curse from the townspeople. Enraged that the Valentias might emerge unscathed, the Emperor fiercely commands that Tiny be prevented from returning alive. The spy confirms that his hidden operative is already in pursuit. He is confident she can eliminate a single knight. In the meantime, a young woman watches the boy as he journeys to Karina. She identifies Walling as a member of the direwolf race. His current speed makes him impossible to intercept. Consequently, she plans to ambush him on his return trip, expecting him to backtrack. Meanwhile, the protagonist is starving, having only consumed 1 wild pig during his 3-day trek. Walling whimpers in solidarity. He inquires about attaining the 4th tier of spirit magic, but Walling indicates it is currently beyond their reach. He recalls achieving the peak in his previous existence, so he is certain the path remains the same. The primary distinction now is his additional growth in spirit magic. Enhancing his soul's essence will facilitate his entry into the legendary realm of an aura master. He feels excited about eventually reaching the 4th level, despite the potential delay. He anticipates receiving assistance from Estina. Last, he arrives at his goal. His objective is to quickly crush the uprising and continue his journey. Simultaneously, beyond Karina's inner fortress, the insurgent chief insists his actions are justified by his mission. He defends his behavior, arguing that his ancestors were coerced into serving Karina's ruler for ages. Having been treated as a simple plaything in the past, he believes executing the present lord is warranted. Just then, a demonic disciple called Jairni comforts him, saying he is blameless. Rather, in his capacity as the city's new governor, he must confront the approaching threat. Jerome is aware that Tiny is approaching with the holy relic. He verifies that Tiny departed 3 days prior and estimates it will be several more days before he gets there. He instructs the incoming ruler to prepare. The man is stunned to find that Jerome intends to abandon him to this fight. Jerome explains that they cannot provide direct aid because Tiny carries the divine object. Overwhelmed by fear, the Lord is at a loss. The disciple advises him to employ a particular strategy. In his role as town leader, he must command the soldiers and arrange an ambush, left with no alternative. He consents. The demonic servants stress that these actions serve the creation of a new era. He now remains in anticipation of Tiny's arrival, preoccupied with visions of this future world. In the meantime, the demon cultists assemble. They deliberate on their defensive tactics against our protagonist. While they doubt the Lord can actually withstand Tiny, their primary goal is to observe the conflict to evaluate Tiny's powers. Furthermore, they intend to determine the precise method he uses to carry the holy item. Abruptly, a disturbance is heard outdoors. They instantly grasp that Tiny has reached them, falling into a panic because he arrived far sooner than anticipated. Their superior attempts to restore order, but a glance outside confirms Tiny's presence. The commander commands the immediate triggering of the snare, as fleeing is no longer an option. His followers object, fearing for their own safety, yet the leader insists that escaping walling is impossible regardless. Before the trap can be sprung, our hero dares them to step out and face him. Instantly, he grasps Ammer's essence. The brilliant holy radiance completely engulfs all the demonic disciples. The commander recognizes at once that this glow emanates from the holy relic. He knows the ambush must be triggered before the opportunity vanishes. He starts reciting an incantation, focused on the idea of giving his life for the sake of the coming era. Yet, his prayer is interrupted by our protagonist's actions. Promptly, Tiny hurls his mallet in his direction. A second later, a violent blast shakes the surrounding. Tiny is startled, certain that his own strike could not have produced such a powerful detonation. He understands that the commander likely initiated a final, suicidal act, probably due to being drained by the relic's divine aura. Suddenly, Tiny stops dead in his tracks upon seeing what lies directly before him, a huge stockpile of explosives. He recalls a memory from his previous existence where an ally mentioned that the demon cult's bombs surpass any magical item in power, and that they detonate instantly upon being heated. His pupils dilate as he notices the shells beginning to fracture. Clenching his jaw in annoyance, he realizes that he must intervene right away. He resolves to employ a fresh technique, when he hasn't fully trialed since his time in the Imperial City. Concentrating energy in his palms, he discharges a broad-scale strike powered by his destructive element. A colossal detonation ensues. While he fights to suppress the energy of the eruption, the concussive wave knocks both him and Wolling backward. After some time passes, he is seen positioned in the middle of the debris. Fortunately, he came out alive despite being at the explosion's core. It occurs to him all at once that the Imperial Palace is likely searching for the holy relic, necessitating urgent contact. Entering a nearby structure, he insists that the current ruler provide him with a transmitter. Though the ruler begs for mercy, Tiny simply reiterates his request. The man explains that advanced technology isn't available in this isolated region. Left with no alternatives, Tiny begins a rapid sprint toward the capital city. He feels annoyed that Karina's leader is so out of touch with modern advancements. Offering an apology to Walling, he notes that the man has only just healed, yet they must now race back in time for the nuptials. His words are interrupted, though, as a surprise projectile flies past him. He halts Walling's movement just before a bolt can strike him. Projectile streaks by his ear. He acknowledges that without his sharpened instincts, he would likely be deceased. He questions who would plan an ambush in this location. Suddenly, a second shaft flies at him, grazing his face. Before he can recover his footing from the surprise assault, a spear lunges at him. He instantly identifies the technique as that of the Grim Reaper. He demands to know her purpose there. Of quickly realizes his mistake since she has no memory of him in this era. She resumes her assault instantly. Catching her following blow with his ungloved hand, he initiates a strike of his own. Tiny finds himself in a precarious position. Having had no break since resolving the chaos in Karina, his magical energy is nearly exhausted. He remains vigilant, arms prepared, anticipating the subsequent move. As the attack arrives, he uses his metal plating for defense. His blade deflects every incoming arrow, yet a problem arises. The dark toxin smeared on the tips is beginning to affect his gear. He faces a dire predicament as his life is truly at risk. Still, he is unwilling to slay someone destined to join the 10 Knights, prompting him to attempt a new tactic. He reveals his knowledge of her employment by the royals. Following a brief silence, she tentatively inquires how he obtained that information. She has fallen for his ruse. While her future self might have stayed silent, her current lack of experience works in his favor. He proudly mentions his awareness that her fighting style is known as shadow art. This sparks her genuine interest, as she believed that detail was her secret alone, at least in her mind, unaware that her older self shared it with him. He goes on to claim proficiency in the technique himself. He realizes he must invest every bit of his remaining mana to make this deception believable. Doubting his words, she fires another shot, yet he is already attempting to replicate her moves. She instantly perceives his use of the illusion step. Tiny is relieved his trick worked as he lacks the stamina for a second attempt. He continues the provocation by suggesting they share a lineage. When she uncertainly asks if he is the celebrated knight Tiny Morse, his response triggers an unforeseen reaction. She doubts his claim of being a scion. The Morse house, as the stories suggest. Even when Tiny confirms it, she remains unconvinced, seeing as she herself is a member of that very bloodline. She had assumed she was the final survivor. This revelation shocks him, as even her future incarnation had never disclosed her Morse ancestry. Conversely, Luna asserts her belief that she was the last of the Morse line. This conviction is her primary motivation for serving the crown, aiming to eventually reclaim her lands and restore her house. Convinced that the youth shares her lineage, she finds it impossible to take his life. Nevertheless, she demands an explanation for how he correctly identified her ties to the royalty. Recognizing her sharp intellect, he explains his logic. Because the details of his Karina assignment were restricted to the Valanches and the royal, it stands to reason that the throne wants him dead. She acknowledges this point. Tiny then inquires about her particular orders and the motive for her assault. She admits to being ignorant of the underlying reason for the assassination attempt. Her role is simply to execute the monarch's command to slay him, either on his way to Karina or during his journey back to the city. It dawns on Tiny that he is just a pawn. The real objective is the destruction of the Valanche house. He is appalled that while demonic cultists terrorize Karina and breach the borders, the ruler is preoccupied with political schemes. Internally, he questions Esgard's resolve to defend such a corrupt dynasty. He then voices his desperate need to reach the capital quickly. Dressing her as big sister completely wins her over. Given his age of 14, she is indeed his senior. She embraces the title at once, pulling him into a hug and treating him as kin. Tiny, meanwhile, is plagued by remorse for the deception. Though he intends to make amends eventually, he expresses concern regarding her unsuccessful assignment, yet she reassures him that she will manage the official debriefing. Elsewhere, the demonic disciples convene. News of Tiny's survival after the blast leaves them stunned. Furthermore, they are incredulous that he is poised to arrive at the capital within a mere 3 days. They fear he might expose the existence of the subterranean explosive. A member argues that his claims would likely be dismissed as fabrication. Another suggests the possibility that he has already entered the city under a false persona. Regardless of his credibility, they view him as a threat to their agenda. Consequently, they resolve to accelerate the uprising. This sparks objections from the ranks, who claim the timing is vital since the wedding is the sole event where the entire royal line congregates. Their superior notes an alternative opportunity for their strike. He refers to the practice ceremony held the day prior to the nuptials, which is intended to guarantee that all participants observe the correct protocols. He expects every royal member to attend, with the exception of the sovereign. When the monarch's absence is questioned, the commander instructs them to have the Blue Fox handle the ruler. In the meantime, the second empress is briefed on the cult's strategy. Gruel asserts that the situation is progressing well, particularly with the emperor sideline. Had he been present, he might have complicated their efforts. She, however, dismisses the emperor as a non-threat, believing his coronation was merely a result of his birth order. It strikes her as odd that Gruel, the head of the knights, would fear him. Gruel clarifies that while the monarch isn't the issue, the court wizards, particularly the highborn casters at his disposal, pose a significant danger. She then cautions him regarding the crown's secret executioners. Gruel's dismissal of them as myths enrages her. She has witnessed their lethality firsthand, having watched them slaughter her relatives before her very eyes. She emphasizes her unique insight, noting that her entire motivation is rooted in vengeance. Gruel attempts to soothe her, dropping to one knee and promising that their offspring will take the throne if they succeed. She warns that failure means their total ruin, a reality he is well aware of. Simultaneously, the sovereign is alerted to the shift in the conspirators' timeline. His subordinate points out that the second empress modified the entry date on the warding stone. They suspect the strike is scheduled for the day of the rehearsal. It occurs to the emperor that he will be the only royal absent from the event. The shadow believes an attempt on the monarch's life will be made during his isolation. Dismissing the cultists as insignificant, the emperor questions their ability to face Esgard. He actually intends for Esgard to eliminate them on his behalf. The shadow notes, though, that guarding the emperor becomes impossible while he is occupied with Esgard. Reassuring him, the emperor asserts he possesses alternative defenses. The shadow inquires if Esgard's death is genuinely required to secure absolute authority. Avoiding a straight answer, the emperor demands status updates every hour. Once his safety is guaranteed, the shadow is to execute Esgard. Further instructs the shadow to bring Ludwig along since Ludwig's fate is sealed. Despite the shadow's reluctance, the emperor sends him away in a rage. Prior to his departure, the shadow tentatively mentions that the Karina uprising has been suppressed. Tiny's survival displeases the emperor. Although the shadow claims they were thorough, the monarch's fury leaves no room for justification. It isn't Tiny's life that concerns him. Rather, he is troubled that the Valanches emerged victorious without casualties. Fuming, he commands the shadow to wipe out the Valanche household. News of the second empress's scheme reaches the crown prince as well. His assistant reports that Gruel has gathered his units and revised their tactics. They assume the rehearsal day is the target. The prince asks a similar question regarding the emperor's absence. The knight responds that her allies will handle the monarch. Aware that her supporters are demon worshippers, the crown prince listens as Ixalan suggests intervening. However, the prince questions if the emperor can be slain without internal assistance. He's told that Ludwig's presence makes the emperor a hard target. The prince concurs, observing that Ludwig remains the sole faithful servant. He recognizes that the emperor's disdain for Esgard resulted in the mistreatment of the knights, driving them to conspire with the empress. Furthermore, he must prevent his father from murdering Esgard. He explains to Ixalan that this situation allows him to purge the family's rot without personally committing the act. Ixalan is shocked that the prince intends to let the rehearsal assault proceed. Instead, the crown prince directs him to alert the Valanches and summon them to the Crane Palace the day before the event. That is where he will disclose the plot to Esgard. Meanwhile, Chloe is worn out by wedding arrangements, longing for the simplicity of her previous bridal training. She yearns for Walling and dreams of having a sweet baby. Vivian remarks that Chloe used to be like a daughter to her, yet now she's a bride-to-be. Chloe seizes the moment to mock her, suggesting she admit her feelings to Genus. While Vivian rejects the idea of love, she confesses her respect for him. Chloe volunteers to speak to him for her, but Vivian adamantly declines. Chloe then voices her jealousy of Vivian's freedom to love so freely. When Vivian asks if the wedding makes her miserable, Chloe explains it is a familial duty. Moreover, the crown prince is her most suitable match. Nevertheless, she playfully asks Vivian to attend romantic outings in her stead. A knock from the crown prince interrupts them, prompting Chloe to quickly tidy her hair. Upon entering and seeing Vivian, he announces he has vital news to share. The protagonist and his companion at last arrive at the capital. Though completely exhausted, Tiny understands that his priority is to brief Esgard. Out of nowhere, the Valanche siblings hurry in his direction. They notify him that the strategy has shifted and he must head to the marriage venue right away. Within the hall, the crowd has assembled for the practice run. Requesting quiet, the clergyman announces the start of the proceeding. Gruel is among those in attendance. His demonic assistant previously directed him to channel energy into the spheres and hurl them once the operation begins. This action will call forth the Annihilators to finish the job. Previously, Gruel had asked how he would recognize the starting moment or if a cue would be provided. Disciple merely replied that the timing would be obvious. Currently, as he stands amidst the ritual, he remains uncertain about the precise moment to launch the sphere. Furthermore, he observes Esgard watching his underlings intently, leading Gruel to believe his cover is blown. he concludes that he must get rid of him. Without delay, he calls for Estrel and commands him to deal with Esgard. Simultaneously, Esgard senses a plot unfolding, though the details remain elusive. Up to this point, no traces of malevolent energy have been detected. Adhering to the heir's orders, he scans the area vigilantly, but has yet to uncover any significant clues. He recalls the prince's warning from the previous day regarding the demonic cult's intent to stage an uprising during the practice. While Esgard proposes calling off the event, the prince views it as an ideal chance to apprehend the cultists. Rather, he tasks Esgard with safeguarding the royals. When Esgard inquires if the emperor has been briefed on the matter, the prince affirms that he has. In the meantime, the crown prince surveys his surroundings, taking everything in. One puzzle remains: the method by which Gruul intends to shatter the palace's magical shield, even with the support of the cult. Such a feat should be beyond Gruul's solitary capabilities. He finds comfort in the belief that Esgard will manage any complications that arise. Fingers tremble while he attempts to concentrate on the strategy. Abruptly, his little brother Tenel takes his hand, under the impression that the prince is displeased with the upcoming nuptials. The heir's face relaxes. Tenel is the most naive of his brothers and sisters, and he realizes the child may despise him following the day occurrences. He attempts to comfort him by claiming he is eager, yet Tenel remains skeptical. The prince clarifies that he is merely preoccupied with complex matters that Tenel will only grasp in adulthood. Tenel offers early well wishes for the wedding. The prince's attention is pulled away by Esgard, who is presently reprimanding his boys for their presence. Esgard cuts his speech short upon spotting a miniature Walling, signaling Tiny's return. A brother mentions that because Tiny is barred from the practice session, he is stationed outdoors with their other warriors. Just then, Bowling leaps into Esgard's palm. Via his familiar, Tiny delivers an urgent update. Some objects in the vicinity lack any magical energy. He is searching for them. It dawns on him instantly that these inert items are central to the adversary's primary scheme. At that point, Estruel speaks to him. He voices his concern that a significant disruption is being plotted for the rehearsal. He asserts that his unit has been tasked with restricting access to everyone but the royals and their representative. Requests Esgard's assistance. Esgard is consumed by rage as the meaning of the statement sinks in. The suggestion that he would sabotage his daughter's own marriage is an affront he cannot overlook. Estrel flatly explains that he's merely obeying commands. Esgard confronts him, insisting on knowing the specific source of those instructions. He vows to execute him on the spot unless he receives a response. Whispers ripple through the onlookers as they witness Esgard defying a knight of the Empire. Observing the rising tension, the crown prince intervenes to restrain Esgard. He addresses the knight, pointing out that he's preventing Esgard from witnessing his daughter's practice. Estruel offers an apology before revealing a shocking truth. His directives come straight from the Emperor. The knight further warns that any resistance from Esgard will be branded as high treason. In the meantime, Tiny observes the events through Walling's perspective, though he's concerned for Esgard's safety. His main priority remains locating the explosives. Aware that they resemble dark spheres, he hurries across the grounds to track them down and neutralize them. Returning to the event, Esgard is shocked by the claim that the Emperor issued these commands. The Crown Prince silences him, yielding to the circumstances regardless of Esgard's objection. The Prince expresses regret and asks Esgard to comply. Seeing this, Gruul suspects the prince is hiding something. Nevertheless, Gruul concludes that if Esgard isn't a viable target for the spheres, he'll utilize them to eliminate the royal lineage instead. Esgard persists in his dissent, claiming the knight is being dishonest. The prince counters that they have no evidence to dispute him currently, and verifying the command would be too time-consuming. Esgard cautions that the family cannot be kept safe this way, bringing up the artifacts that lack mana. Yet the crown prince appears unconcerned, suggesting a grander scheme where some innocent lives might be lost with the guilty. He gives Esgard a completely different mission. During the practice, the priest heralds Chloe's entrance. The audience gasps at her stunning appearance, and the prince offers compliments while extending his hand. Right as she accepts his hand and they move to start, an odd noise resonates from behind. The proceedings carry on regardless, and the candles are ignited. Simultaneously, Tiny, still transformed as Walling, is deeply agitated. He's searching for the spheres, but the variety of colors makes it difficult. He's uncertain which ones are actually dangerous. He contemplates whether total destruction is the only option. Suddenly, an attendant detects an odd odor, and attendees notice a smell emanating from the wicks. Walling immediately senses danger. He identifies the scent as a sign of an imminent blast. Upon finally spotting the devices, he understands that a discreet approach is no longer possible. In an effort to protect the crowd, Walling shifts into his massive spirit beast shape to deliberately terrify the guests. The tactic succeeds. Panic ensues as people flee for safety. Amidst the turmoil, Gruel questions if this is the cue to deploy his spheres. He observes that Walling isn't actually targeting the royal. Rather, the creature is attempting to sabotage their scheme. Our protagonist opts to eject the explosives from the hall, having discovered they were concealed within the cave. But Gruel ambushes him, forcing Walling to discharge the beads just outside the walls. Because the shells were already damaged, a violent blast occurs shortly after. The Emperor sees the detonation. An aide briefs him on the novel artifacts utilized by the cultists, mentioning that no deaths have been confirmed so far. Observing the events via a mystical sphere, the monarch displays total apathy toward the civilian. For a brief moment, he appears to be a devoted parent anxious for his children, but then a smirk appears. He understands that their demise would perfectly advance his agenda. Their deaths will provide the perfect pretext for him to grab the total authority now shared by the aristocracy. With such control, he can at last subjugate the whole land. His follower grimly concurs with the plan. At the same time, Gruel decrees the total annihilation of the royal bloodline. Following this order, the troops mobilize immediately and start slaughtering the royals with their blades. Turmoil erupts everywhere. Recognizing that his long-awaited opportunity has arrived, he resolves to seize it. Reaching into his pocket for the blasting spheres, he contemplates launching his plan right away. As the heir to the throne hunts for Chloe, he is surrounded by the injured strewn across the earth. The ground is soaked in gore, and the atmosphere is thick with the screams of the dying. Yet the prince's sole priority is locating the princess. Ever vigilant, he had previously warned Esgard that to excise decay, one must inevitably wound the living tissue surrounding. Despite his pragmatism, the sheer horror of the current state of affairs exceeded his expectations. He had meticulously organized the logistics just 24 hours prior. His instructions to Ixalan were clear. The sovereign was to perish at the hands of cultists tomorrow. Furthermore, he directed him to personally execute the monarch should the zealots falter. It strikes him now that he nearly perished before his schemes could reach fruition. He witnesses the cultists massacring the royal lineage without hesitation. Driven by fury, he lunges into the fray. Even in the heat of combat, Chloe occupies his mind. He places his faith in the contingencies he set for her, certain that his father-in-law's arrival is imminent. Consequently, he compels himself to regain composure. Staying alive becomes his primary objective, for his labor would be in vain should he fall here. Abruptly, fiends materialize before him, poised to lunge. In another area, Genus wakes up following the blast, having received no prior warning. He remembers Esgard's directive to serve as Chloe's protector. Judging by Esgard's previous look of bewilderment, it was clear he too was ignorant of the blast. Genus attempts to rise, but his limbs are unresponsive and his magical energy seems suppressed. He is thankful for the magic pendant Tiny gifted him. Thanks to it, he is able to withstand the dampening for a while longer. Genus spots Chloe near Vivian and is comforted by her safety. Chloe passes a blade to Genus and tells him to hurry as time is running out. She instructs him to stay with them so they can find the prince. Just then, more monsters emerge in that location. The royal heir persists in his struggle, lashing out at a creature while praying for the power to prevail. Just as the beast is about to deliver a fatal blow, Chloe intervenes and slays it. The prince is left speechless as he witnesses her take down the monstrosity. A different monster lunges forward. Genus shouts for her to be careful. Both Bradley and the princess feel the approaching threat, but Genus moves to intercept and parry the blow. He begs Chloe to flee with the prince. Confronting the beast, he realizes the magical suppression made his strike miss the throat. Regardless, he recognizes the impossibility of winning this battle single-handedly. His only option is to delay them. Bracing himself, he gets ready to defend his position. He utilizes the second form of the Valentia style's ultimate art and initiates his unique rendition of the Gale's song. The royal heir looks on as he takes his stand. Wielding dual swords, he is at last identified as the Storm Knight. The demonic beasts howl and rush forward. A second blast rocks the vicinity. Chloe witnesses Genus falling to the earth. A monster lunges at her and the royal heir. However, Vivian intervenes with an assault. refusing to let any creature lay a hand on Chloe. A different fiend descends from the sky to grab her, but the prince yanks her to safety just in time. He remembers their talk from the day before. He had warned Chloe about reports of an impending uprising scheduled for the practice session. Although she wished to call it off, he had convinced her otherwise. He had already coordinated with Esgard. It surprised her that he had consulted her father behind her back. Nevertheless, he promised her that his strategy could alter the destiny of the empire. He provided her with his sacred relic for her safety, never wanting her to be in harm's way. When she questioned him about the item, he clarified it was his own treasure, known as Defensio. He recalls his vow to Chloe to keep her safe regardless of the circumstances. In the meantime, our protagonist wakes up following the blast. With his limbs feeling leaden, he realizes he was unconscious for a bit. The impact took a greater toll on his current body than anticipated. Regardless, he trusts Esgard to handle the aftermath, given how far he has already progressed. At the gates of the palace, Esgard insists on entry, but the sentries bar his path. Witnessing the detonation makes him anxious, and he demands to know why they are idling rather than taking action. They clarify that palace safety is under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Knights, promising that the situation is being managed internally. They insist his involvement is unnecessary. Esgard almost pulls his blade but holds back and retreats. Observing from afar, Tiny is baffled by this behavior. The Esgard he knows would never retreat so readily. Such reluctance is out of character. Tiny walks up to him. Esgard confirms he is unhurt and states that they have to stay put. Refusing to comply, Tiny heads for the doorway. Identifying him as a Valantian knight, the sentries once again obstruct him, asserting that the Imperial Knights are in charge. Tiny disregards the caution and lashes out with his blade. Esgard responds sternly, noting that such an assault is an act of rebellion. Tiny argues that the motives for his conduct are irrelevant now, only their potential accomplishments matter. Due to this insubordination, the guards brand him turncoat and prepare to execute him. Esgard confesses that Tiny has left him no choice. Being in his debt, he at last draws his weapon. With his sword drawn, he carves a path through the sentries and moves toward the building. He is nearly thankful that Tiny provided him with a reason to intervene. The pair dispatches all who oppose them. Esgard subsequently commands the Valantian forces to save the royal sibling. They mobilize immediately as Tiny tells Esgard they cannot afford any delay. They must force their way inside. Suddenly, a tempest erupts, which Esgard identifies as Genus's power. He then asks Tiny what his following step will be. Tiny jumps toward the palace shield, trying to shatter it. Esgard observes this and remarks that Tiny's power is still insufficient. Tiny is determined to show he can do it. He triggers his 16-fold gravity ability. Realizing that success depends on the exact moment, he readies his gravity inversion with precision. Timing it perfectly, he executes a gravity zig before transitioning into his combat stance. A lightning-infused blow slams into the shield. The royal siblings hear the booming collision from within. Esgard begins to remark on the barrier's durability, but Tiny leaps from his head and advances before he can finish. Hurrying toward Chloe, Esgard lets her know her father is here. He slays a fiend as Vivian maintains her assault close by. Meanwhile, a monster creeps up to attack Esgard's rear. Spotting the danger, Chloe shouts for him to dodge. Esgard pivots immediately, employing the Valantia clan's hidden blade art, severing, to butcher the creature. He spots Chloe in the rear, accompanied by the prince. He tells the heir that no matter the secret agenda, he refuses to let his daughter be used as a pawn. The prince responds by explaining his motives aren't thoughtless. Facing him, Esgard suggests that true compensation involves ensuring Chloe's safety entirely. Upon hearing the reply, Esgard feels the conflict is winding down. Just then, Tiny catches sight of a shape shifting behind Esgard. He shouts a quick alert. Esgard lashes out with his blade, but the assailant disappears. While the prince advises a retreat, Esgard commands everyone to stay put. It dawns on him that the Emperor's shadowy agents might be more numerous than the whispers suggested. From a distance, the Emperor observes the scene via his crystal ball, pleased by what he assumes is Esgard's impending death. The monarch expresses his gratitude to Ludwig for suggesting the deployment of the shadow. It is thanks to that advice that this level of turmoil has been achieved. Ludwig offers his thanks. The ruler then reveals his true goal. After Esgard's demise, he intends to purge the remaining aristocracy sequentially to establish absolute rule. He further admits he hoped Tiny would perish during the uprising. Ludwig argues that the Ice Mage's spirit isn't so fragile. The Emperor acknowledges this but insists Tiny's death is necessary for total dominance. over the royal sorcery spire. Following the Duke's end, he will handle the others eventually. Ludwig remembers the previous order stating that the mission must commence upon the Emperor's passing. As the demonic disciples ask about the sovereign's scepter, he notes its significance. He emphasizes that the artifact is far more than a mere ornament. He portrays the ruler as a man lacking genuine arcane talent who only learned to fight because of Esgard. The Emperor stays alive solely by relying on a collection of magical items. Ludwig, most of those trinkets are trivial next to his power. Yet, he views the scepter as a real threat, as it can neutralize the energy of any wizard affiliated with the tower, himself included. Questioned on his plan to assassinate the monarch, Ludwig guarantees he has a way. Shortly thereafter, reports surface that hellish beings have manifested within the Emperor's private quarters. Enraged, the Emperor berates his subordinates for their failure to protect the castle. Ludwig comforts him, noting that the chamber's protective spells can overwhelm minor sorcerers. He then asks for one of the ruler's relics, claiming it is vital for their defensive network to operate. The Emperor relinquishes the item and demands instant results. A servant departs with the object in hand. Observing the exchange, Ludwig decides the sovereign is even more dim-witted than anticipated. In another location, Esgard fights the dark entities. He strikes again and again, but his blows pass right through them. Dark figures encompass the whole vicinity. Regardless of his efforts to slice through them, they remain. Vivian moves to strike, but Esgard quickly cautions her that these shadows stay in motion. The dark figure pivots in her direction, readying an assault. Tiny steps in just in time, parrying the blow with his blade. He tells Vivian that her magical energy is being suppressed. Consequently, she is forced to use physical blows. Tiny quickly clarifies that conventional strikes are ineffective against these shadows. The heir to the throne links these events to the Second Empress. He believes she tampered with the palace's protective shield, leading the demons to run wild. Nevertheless, he identifies the assailants as his father's loyalists instead of cultists. Given that the sovereign's study is located at the heart of the castle, he deduces their actual objective is Esgard. Esgard commands Tiny to safeguard the monarch. Tiny is taken aback as he harbors no faith in the ruler. The Emperor boisterously points out that all they require is a valid excuse. Rescuing him will offer the pretext needed to deal with the Imperial Knights eventually. As Esgard gets ready to depart, Tiny promises the elder he'll be back shortly and begs him to remain among the living. Royal heir observes Tiny's exit. He reckons that if Tiny acts immediately, Ixalan might get there beforehand, a result that still fits within the strategy. Ixalan notices plumes of smoke ascending from the manor following the blast. He ponders whether the cultists are also targeting the sovereign. He cautions his team to keep the prince's objective in mind. Shortly after, a voice hails him, pretending to be disoriented. Ixalan is shocked to realize who the individual is. Within the room, Ludwig launches an assault on the monarch. He feels a counterforce obstructing his magic. Based on this, he understands the scepter is still too close. He grows annoyed, wondering if his own eagerness is clouding his judgment. He holds the queen responsible for draining excessive energy while modifying the shield's currents. Regardless, he stays self-assured since his subordinate is the one who seized the staff. Exerting his might, he pins the ruler down. The monarch asks if Ludwig is allied with the cult. Ludwig dismisses the idea with scorn. He proclaims himself the legitimate successor of the Azran bloodline, asserting that the crown belongs to him. He considers the ruler undeserving, holding power solely by accident of birth. He believes the sovereign ought to have perished years ago to ensure the nation's stability. Because the monarch depends on magical items, Ludwig wants his end to be agonizing. He assumes that if the ruler falls during the cult's raid, stability will be restored, allowing him to take the throne. Just then, Tiny crashes into the room and faces off against Ludwig, asking if he is the one behind the chaos at the royal residence. Ludwig asks who he is, having never encountered the youth before. Tiny ignores the question. Ludwig instantly hurls a magical incantation through the air. Tiny responds with calm assurance and advances. Ludwig becomes vexed and mocks him. He points out that Tiny isn't the formidable opponent he anticipated. Promptly, Ludwig unleashes his full might. The energy hits Tiny, throwing him violently against the masonry. Due to the sheer power, Tiny concludes that Ludwig has reached the sixth circle of magic. Even more concerning is Ludwig's ability to fire spells repeatedly without any apparent casting time. Tiny gets back up and tries to get near him once more. Ludwig shoots another rapid-fire hex. Despite the strain, Tiny notices a crucial detail. His internal energy sense reveals that Ludwig is tapping into the surplus mana escaping from the palace's broken shield. Consequently, Tiny feels he has deciphered the rhythm. He re-engages. Ludwig maintains his assault, certain of his superiority. Tiny triggers his gravity manipulation to relocate. Relying on gut feeling and awareness, he follows the trajectory of Ludwig's spell. He predicts the order of the strikes, ahead, then underneath, then overhead. Ludwig, certain Tiny is cornered, voices his assurance. Tiny drops down at the precise instant. Moments later, he flips the gravitational pull and strikes toward the ceiling. Ludwig parries once more, mocking him for picking a fight he cannot win. Tiny retreats a bit to catch his breath. He notices something is protecting him, which keeps him in the fight. He recognizes that a split-second delay would have resulted in his total destruction by the last blow. Ludwig momentarily lets his defense slip. Spotting the vulnerability, Tiny rushes forward with maximum velocity. Right as he is about to hit, Ludwig pivots and discharges another spell. The energy slams into Tiny. He loses his grip on his blade and collapses once more. Ludwig wonders why he persists in this futile struggle. Simultaneously, he learns the Emperor has survived. This realization drives him to increase his pace. Determined to finish the job, he approaches the monarch. From the floor, Tiny assesses his dwindling energy. He is unsure if he can survive another full-force impact. All at once, a projectile whistles through the room. Archer identifies himself as Sir Grid. He apologizes for his tardiness, citing the labyrinthine path to the island palace as the cause. Ludwig tenses up upon seeing the Master of Arms and asks why the Sword of Alliance has shown up. Tiny mentions the late arrival. Grid admits his timing was poor and concedes that it lacks dignity. Observing Ludwig more intently, he recognizes the noble-born mage. He confesses that he hadn't anticipated this particular adversary. Grid then mentions their initial encounter offhandedly, suggesting he might let Tiny handle Ludwig later. Enraged, Ludwig charges Grid with meddling in domestic matters. He maintains that if Grid departs immediately, he will let the matter slide. Grid looks at the captive ruler and disputes that assertion. He suggests this appears to be a coup masquerading as a private affair. He concludes that Ludwig would be a convenient scapegoat for the monarch's demise if necessary. Ludwig answers with a surge of fire. Grid triggers his abilities to endure the heat. Forcing Ludwig to retreat slightly, he strikes back instantly. Suddenly, Ludwig disappears. Tiny alerts Grid that Ludwig is at his back. Grid spins around, asking if such maneuver even qualifies as a skill. Ludwig explains it was merely a lure and deflects Grid's blow once more. Grid then sees Tiny take flight and lunge at Ludwig. He won't permit Ludwig to proceed. Infuriated, Ludwig casts another hex, sending Tiny crashing back down. Ludwig takes pleasure in seeing him defeated again. Grid moves forward, slashing with his blade. Ludwig ducks to evade the swing. Retaliates with sorcery immediately. Grid advances and delivers a powerful blow, demanding his surrender. Ludwig becomes annoyed when his magic doesn't overwhelm Grid. Before he can recover, Grid lunges and hits him again. Ludwig jeers at him for running out of maneuvers, claiming he has seen it all. Just then, Tiny strikes from the rear. Their energies clash, causing a massive blast to erupt in the room. The impact severs Ludwig's control over the monarch. The ruler gasps for air and at once asks about Ludwig's fate. He demands to know if he has perished or fled. Grid declares that Ludwig is defeated and tells the Emperor he must now rely on himself to stay alive. Trembling, the monarch stands and approaches Ludwig's form. He gazes at him, finding the treachery hard to believe. He whispers in shock that a person like Ludwig would presume to seize the crown, a thought that fills him with rage. He yells at the deceased form, questioning who bestowed power upon him and reminding him that his rise was solely his doing. In his eyes, Ludwig's treachery makes this outcome warranted. Tiny and Grid stay quiet, witnessing the ruler's outburst. Once he regains his composure, the sovereign resumes his place on the throne. He recognizes that both individuals fought skillfully and pledges to reward them handsomely. Grid declines. He explains that he only arrived on account of his companion, Duke Esgard. The reference to Esgard provokes the monarch once more. He quivers with fury and demands to know why that name is constantly brought up. He proclaims himself the legitimate monarch and the pinnacle of power. In his mind, he He alone is the master of fate. Long-held bitterness resurfaces as he contemplates how many years Duke Valentia has obstructed him. Grid and Tiny trade bewildered glances when the monarch suddenly blames them for taking sides against him. He convinces himself that Valentia is collaborating with demonic zealots to stage a fake rescue and seize the credit. He maintains that he is beyond trickery. Grid observes him closely, doubting his mental state. The ruler brushes off any worries, asserting that the alliance will shortly fall under his command. At that moment, Grid points his blade toward the throne. As the primary pillar of the alliance and a scion of the Selden kingdom, he asserts that he cannot overlook such slurs. He interprets the sovereign's remarks as an act of war. Tiny intervenes, resting a hand on Grid's shoulder. He points out that the Duke is the one who will manage the aftermath. Grid sheathes his weapon and walks off, noting that as a visitor from abroad, he shouldn't get more involved. He offers a quick word of thanks for Tiny's hard work before departing, mentioning that the subsequent events are no longer his business. Tiny feels he has finally gained respect. A commotion breaks out nearby. The monarch believes the prince's guards have reached them. Ixalan arrives and acknowledges Tiny's contribution, promising that they will deal with the emperor from here. The monarch demands to know Tiny's name. Tiny identifies himself and mentions his ties to the Valentia lineage. Hearing that name once more triggers the emperor's fury. He commands Tiny to depart immediately. As Tiny leaves, a sense of dread takes hold. He calls forth and leaves the Walling as a safety measure. Ixalan looks at Ludwig's body, contemplating the sequence of events. The monarch beckons him closer and names him the head of the Imperial Knights. His initial directive is blunt: Tiny must not be allowed to leave the palace alive. Ixalan receives the command in silence, contemplating the gravity of his new role. He then signals the guards, who seize the monarch and hold him down. The ruler screams, in shock, branding Ixalan a traitor. Ixalan informs him of his removal from power and proclaims himself to be Emperor Vincent Vainslon. He clarifies that the previous sovereign put the realm in jeopardy through his own delusions and reckless schemes. The emperor continues to shriek, calling them all turncoats. Ixalan unsheathes his weapon and readies himself to deliver the sentence. He declares that, using the identity of Bradley Van Asran, he will put Vincent Van Asran to death for his offenses. The emperor begs for mercy and vows to seek help from the crown prince. The Walling observes the scene in silence. Ixalan finishes the task by slitting the monarch's throat. Once the situation calms, Ixalan visits the crown prince. Bradley has already assumed the mantle of the new emperor. He seeks verification regarding the old sovereign. Ixalan informs him that the situation is resolved and the former ruler has passed away. Bradley ponders that choice and looks for validation. Ixalan remains firm, explaining that his removal was vital because the former king was orchestrating a senseless war that would have devastated the empire. Logic helps Bradley compose himself. As he readies himself to shoulder the responsibilities of the crown, Bradley thinks back to the night's mayhem. He recalls the struggle of Genus and Duke Valentia to keep Chloe out of harm's way. He also thinks of Grid, who showed up late yet still assisted in neutralizing the danger. Thanks to their collective actions, Chloe managed to get away unharmed. Bradley's attention then shifts to the Shadow troops. Ixalan clarifies that the majority were wiped out during the skirmish with Grid and the Valentia Knights. Nevertheless, the deputy departed sooner for a different assignment, ensuring the squad wasn't entirely wiped out. A single, rigid principle governs the Shadow soldiers. Loyalty lies solely with the legitimate ruler. Consequently, they choose to resurface following Bradley's crowning ceremony. Bradley then shifts his focus to the following matter and inquires regarding Karsha and Gruel. He learns that both were taken into custody immediately after the uprising was suppressed. Ixalan further notes that the vanished Prince Tunnel has been located. Gruel had concealed him once the revolt concluded. This revelation deeply disturbs Bradley. Ixalan reveals that Tunnel is likely the offspring of Gruel and Queen Cartilla. The goal of the insurrection was to install Tenel as monarch. Bradley clutches his forehead in distress. Having already endured treachery, he now confronts a calculated revolt. Regardless, he recognizes his duties as sovereign cannot be shirked. He concludes that Cartilla and Gruel's deaths are necessary to eliminate the danger. Ixalan cautions that Royd, the second prince, might object to his biological mother's execution. Bradley maintains that every trace of discord must be eradicated. Royd must accept this unavoidable outcome. Regarding Tenel, however, Bradley takes a different path. Despite the boy's illegitimate origins, he remains his sibling. Bradley decrees that tunnel shall remain part of the imperial household. With state affairs temporarily resolved, Bradley instructs Exilian to assemble the group. He intends to grant the individual who altered the conflict's outcome a truly exceptional prize. Shortly thereafter, Tiny presents himself to the newly crowned ruler. Bradley presents him with a legendary armament as compensation. Having been Nocturne in a previous existence, Tiny is well aware of these artifacts. He recognizes their unique and peculiar traits, making the search for an ideal match quite challenging. He feels the Nocturne he'll eventually acquire might suffice on its own. Nevertheless, he bows low and states that he would prefer to make a petition. Bradley pays attention as Tiny asks for the liberation of the Morse lineage, who are currently indentured to the crown. Exilian points out to Bradley that Tiny is the designated successor of the Shadow Unit. Bradley answers cautiously, noting that total amnesty cannot be immediate. Yet, pledges that the Morse kin will be set free in 6 months' time. Tiny offers his thanks. Bradley remarks that fulfilling only this plea might undermine the crown's prestige. Thus, he permits Tiny to choose a single divine weapon from the palace vaults. It shall be designated for his use, even if he doesn't gain full ownership right away. Tiny agrees to these terms, acknowledging Bradley's stance and valuing the offer. Just then, the Icefire wizard draws near. He welcomes Tiny cordially, noting his surprising level of courtesy. Introducing himself as a high-ranking member of the Magic Tower, he tells Tiny he's been commanded by the Emperor to lead him to the treasury. They traverse corridors under intense surveillance. The sorcerer clarifies that this area far exceeds any aristocratic vault, embodying the Empire's vast legacy with unparalleled protection. Tiny surveys his surroundings with suppressed thrill. Neither of his lives had brought him here before. He spots vast riches secured behind heavy, fortified gates. Recollections of his previous existence emerge. During the demonic onslaught, the Empire pours all its wealth into the conflict. A significant portion of the human defense and the support of allied nations depend on the Empire's assets. Holding the vault firsthand reveals the true scale of their might. The sorcerer cautions him against being intimidated. Tiny explains that wealth isn't his priority. He detects a more profound presence. Perhaps the spiritual vibration required to attain the rank of Aura Master. He would regret passing up this chance forever. The wizard showcases various mystical artifacts appropriate for those yet to reach superhuman status. Tiny anticipated a couple of choices but discovers a vast selection. The collection includes footwear, bracers, plate mail, and diverse gear. He examines each item meticulously, hunting for the specific object linked to soul resonance. Magic User invites him to handle the items without fear, as they won't disappear. As Tiny moves to grab the boots, the wizard describes the requirements. Only individuals reaching the Blader rank by a specific age are eligible. These boots provide a permanent third circle wind enchantment and grant access to 7th circle spells on a weekly basis. Renowned as the Wind Sovereign, they offer a massive boost to agility. Such velocity would allow a hammer wielder to execute devastating surprise attacks and finishing blows. Following a detailed description, Sorcerer puts the footwear back. Tiny is taken aback by the extensive briefing. He points out that he has only reached the age of 14. This revelation leaves the wizard stunned. Nevertheless, Tiny moves on to inspect different items, focusing next on a bracelet. The mage notes that it requires a minor proficient in at least 4th circle magic. This band boosts the user's physical power and provides 6th circle shields daily, 7th circle weekly, and 8th circle monthly. A legendary figure from the past originally forged it to safeguard his own child. While the gender requirements are ambiguous, its potency is certain. Tiny realizes that an 8th circle spell is capable of stopping even an assault from gluttony, yet he senses this isn't his goal. At last, the wizard reveals the final artifact. Its activation criteria are like a riddle, demanding a user who masters soul resonance and has bonded with a spirit. Hearing those words, Tiny is overcome with thrill. He grabs the object instantly. Upon contact, his current protective gear starts to transform. The sorcerer urgently tells him to learn its properties. Tiny watches the shift with composure, understanding its significance. This energy matches his journey perfectly, serving as the vital step toward the rank of Aura Master. The Ice Flame wizard sees the equipment molding itself to Tiny's frame. Since the gear responded spontaneously, he knows Tiny has fulfilled the prerequisites. Tiny concentrates on the practical abilities of the suit. The wizard clarifies that the protection scales in power alongside the user's mastery of spiritual arts. With increased proficiency, it bolsters the ethereal form and intensifies soul resonance. This clarification provides Tiny with total insight. During his previous incarnation, the secret to aura mastery eluded him. Now he sees the solution right before his eyes. He discovers the gear is named Divine Armor Animus, a title that speaks to its worth. Shortly thereafter, the Duke comes to fetch him, inquiring if Tiny has spoken with the Crown Prince yet. While departing, the Duke spots the upgraded gear and finds out it is a legendary relic. Seeing how well it suits Tiny, he views it as a stroke of exceptional fortune. While traveling in the coach, Esgard mentions Grid's information, linking the catastrophe to the pureblood mage. Tiny provides verification. This news eases the Duke's mind, knowing Grid intervened so soon. Had he not, Tiny's life could have ended. Esgard views the situation as a close call. Tiny detects that the Duke is withholding information. Aware of the future timeline, he mentions the previous ruler. Esgard cuts him off, reminding him that as a subordinate, he shouldn't pry. Limited knowledge ensures his safety, particularly regarding those of higher status. Tiny notices a discrepancy because this individual doesn't resemble the master of the blade from his memories. Consequently, he discloses that the shadow-wielding killers were loyal to the deceased monarch. Esgard had already learned this through the Crown Prince. Tiny then highlights the advantage of the Emperor's passing. His pursuer is no more, and the current ruler possesses vulnerabilities. The Duke dismisses that perspective, arguing that a servant shouldn't take advantage of such things. Tiny persists, questioning what happens if the sovereign commands something immoral, as unquestioning devotion isn't the solution. He notes that Grid disclosed the Emperor's intent to initiate a conflict. This rattles the Duke. Tiny then touches on a more profound point. When his child is in peril, Duke is unable to even unsheath his weapon. The version of him from Tiny's previous existence wouldn't have faltered. That person once embraced loss for the sake of a higher purpose. Esgard is infuriated by the analogy. Staying composed, Tiny clarifies that these were the Duke's own words long ago, while fighting the monster King Gluttony. 3 elite knights were sacrificed as decoys. This choice enabled them to confront the beast. Back then, everyone placed their faith in Asfardi because he constantly weighed what was most vital. When the Duke asks if he would discard the blameless, Tiny remembers him saying he'd pay for his sins with his life once the objective was met. These words unsettle Esgard. Though he thought he was ready, he realizes his spirit is lacking. He acknowledges the need for transformation, offering that as his sole current commitment. And he finds that sufficient. Upon returning home, he reflects on how long it's been since he saw Chloe. Internally, he refers to her as his big sister. Her reaction is intense when she spots him. She had ignored him during the event, but now her gaze is fixed. The adorable little boy she once knew has vanished. Vivian follows Chloe, baffled by her behavior. Both women look at Tiny with astonishment. Physical appearance is entirely different. Chloe even wonders if the moon wolf is actually Tiny. She lifts Wallang, still finding it hard to believe how much he's grown. With a grin, Tiny admits his drastic change. Chloe continues to struggle with reconciling the child from her memory with the youth standing there. Vivian tells her to compose herself. Esgard observes Chloe's odd conduct, but she bolts away with Wallang before he can say anything. Wolf looks back at Tiny as Chloe mutters about how cute he used to be. Tiny confesses his confusion over her behavior. Afterward, the Duke has a private audience with Grid. He mentions Tiny's revelations regarding the Emperor. Grid ignores the old moniker Esgard calls him by and focuses on the actual problem. He hears the Duke reiterate that the Emperor is trying to provoke a conflict. Grid notes that the public story says Ludwig, Cartier, and Gruel allied with cultists and assassinated the Emperor before their execution. Esgard recognizes the official narrative but seeks the actual facts. Grid validates Tiny's account, noting the Emperor's blatant ambition to dominate the alliance. Grid confesses that he would have personally executed the Emperor had he not run into the Crown Prince's guards. Observing their strained faces, he senses the friction and anticipates a response, though he didn't foresee such extreme measures. Esgard laments his delayed realization, convinced he could have altered the outcome. Grid is skeptical, arguing the Duke would have merely squandered time shielding an ailing monarch. He explains the fallout. The state is currently scapegoating demonic cultists for the regicide. Neglecting the danger posed by these cults would incite nationwide turmoil. In such a climate, the survival of the previous ruler would have only exacerbated the crisis. In Grid's estimation, this is the ideal conclusion. He further acknowledges a shared weakness between himself and Esgard, letting feelings obscure their logic. Makes the Duke consider the alternative had he not intervened, suggesting Chloe and the heir might have perished. Grid tells him to snap out of it and abandon his rigid moral code. He advises that during times of uncertainty, one should seek counsel rather than acting in isolation. This prompts Esgard to remember Tiny's earlier remarks. Needs are what count, not justifications. Recognizing that Grid's direction is correct, he sees the need to move past his limited perspective. With newfound insight, he concurs that they must proceed with the subsequent phase of their strategy. Afterward, the trio dons dark robes to conceal their identities. Esgard intends to gauge the citizens' sentiment following the sovereign's passing, enlisting Garin for his reliable intuition. Though Garin is used to scouting territories, he now does so incognito. Seeking genuine feedback, the Duke tasks Garin with engaging the populace rather than just observing. During their preparations, Garin spots a youth close by. Tiny takes off his hat to show his face. Garin is stunned by Tiny's physical development, given that only a short time has elapsed. Tiny clarifies that he has been pushing his physical limits through rigorous training, involving monocultivation, which accounts for his rapid transformation. Ever since the encounter with Drexler, Garin has been aware of Tiny's exceptional nature. Furthermore, his features now possess a seasoned appearance. Tiny answers with a calm self-assurance. Esgard interrupts their meeting to prioritize the mission. Upon reaching the village, they find the Emperor's demise is the sole topic of conversation. Whispers circulate regarding his alleged ties to the demonic sect. Anxiety intensifies, as the failure of the capital to safeguard its leader suggests that no place is secure. Apprehension regarding the future of the realm and the globe is widespread. Garin realizes the masses are only privy to the sanctioned narrative. The new monarch's declaration about the cultists has accelerated the hysteria. Esgard mentions that Azrin is now the focal point of the demonic menace. Other allied nations will shortly receive this information, as the successor is about to reveal the existence of concealed explosive. Tiny recalls that historically, internal conflicts were the catalysts for most catastrophes. Should secret personas be exposed, the disorder will only intensify. Esgard notes that total transparency would complicate their efforts. Given the Empire's enduring power, it still possesses the means to pacify the four neighboring factions. Acknowledging the significance of their current achievement, he gazes at Tiny with evident pride. The young man becomes bashful under such recognition. Reverting to his stern demeanor, the Duke cautions him to maintain a more composed face. Tiny responds politely. Unexpectedly, his headwear falls away. Bystanders identify him as the shining warrior who overcame the rebel. A few even link him to Karan's rescue, spotting the Duke standing close by. Remember his previous introduction of the Morse household to the sovereign. Due to Tiny's dark features, the crowd concludes he is a member of that lineage. A mob quickly forms. Realizing that private conversation is no longer feasible, Garin leads them away. Tiny is troubled, as his association with the Morse name carries significant weight for him. Garin attempts to comfort him, noting that the Morse house was merely minor nobility and is now extinct, rendering the connection trivial. However, Tiny recalls his vows and knows the importance is profound. Esgard is amazed by the extent of Tiny's renown. Garin clarifies that following his coronation, the monarch openly lauded Tiny for protecting Karan and the Azrin clan. This proclamation caused Tiny's reputation to reach every corner of the realm. The Duke feels this notoriety will be beneficial for Tiny's upcoming mission to Elfenheim. His celebrity should compel the obstinate elves to treat him with gravity. Garin inquires about the purpose of Tiny's dispatch. Tiny provides a straightforward reply, as the situation is too critical to conceal. Cultists are hunting a sacred relic, necessitating a guardian to defend it and negotiate with the local faithful. Garin unexpectedly reveals he has a contact in Elfenheim, startling Tiny and the Duke. He recounts that while on a task in Rodman's territory, he encountered an elf traveling home. Their candid dialogue forged a strong connection. Tiny thinks the story sounds basic, yet Garin maintains that genuine talk builds quick rapport. As evidence, he produces an emblem. Gifted by the elf, the authentic appearance of the mark satisfies their doubts. Consequently, Esgard assigns Garin to travel with Tiny. Shortly after, Garin climbs onto his steed while Tiny boards his companion creature. Prior to their departure, the Duke mentions that Jay has been dispatched in advance to prepare. Tiny pledges to locate Jay once they arrive. They vow to come back successful. Departing, Tiny jokingly refers to the Duke as an elder. The Duke feigns irritation while inwardly praying for their triumph. Simultaneously, the demonic sect hears of Tiny's latest meddling. They are also informed of Ludwig's demise and the prince's ascension. Fury erupts within the group, as Ludwig had bragged about his control over the situation before failing. They fear their schemes have been exposed. While one member posits an internal traitor, another dismisses this, arguing the emperor would still be alive otherwise. Alternative theory is weighed. The emergence of a champion might signal renewed divine intervention. This reflection brings to mind the primordial lore inherited from Mala. The overseer of this imperfect realm is meant only to watch, yet overstepping alters the course of time and thins the walls between worlds. Should these patterns fracture, annihilation will arrive prematurely. Recall the deity's past habit of restarting eras by forging heroes linked to demonic entities. They are convinced that evidence of their eventual conquest remains within the demon outpost and the massive maze. Their tactics are now being revised. Initially, they intended to strike Elfenheim following the Empire's fall, but Elaine's absence forces them to prioritize the Orc coalition instead. A different secret asset is already positioned there. The Elder proposes a trial. If Tiny proceeds directly to Elfenheim, he is likely the prophesied savior and must be destroyed to ensure their new order. Conversely, if he travels toward the Orc capital of Bader, it would suggest an informant is in their midst. While they argue over the fate of existence and the approaching apocalypse, Tiny and Garen press onward. As the vast meadows unfold in front of them, Garen tells Tiny they've arrived at the Orcish territories. Following 7 days on the road, the pair reaches the expansive plains under Orc control. Situated well past the imperial frontiers, Garen offers an apology for the slow pace, noting that the trip would have taken him only 24 hours. Had he been riding by himself, Tiny comforts him, saying the time lost is irrelevant because Garen's assistance is vital for gaining entry to Elfenheim. Garen then highlights the primary threat in this region. One must be most wary of the Orcs here. While gold might settle issues in human lands, these creatures refuse passage to anyone they deem feeble. Entry is granted solely to those who face and triumph in combat trials. Tiny is well aware of this rule. A direct path to Elfenheim involves encountering 3 separate clans. Since conquering all 3 is the quickest route, he urges them to pick up the pace. Garen remembers the Duke's command to never interrogate Tiny about his knowledge and to provide unwavering aid. Honoring that vow, Garen suppresses his questions and stays by Tiny's side. Shortly after, Tiny engages an Orc fighter while atop his moonwolf. Mounted on a crimson hog, the Orc strikes violently and dares him to hit back. Their mounts exchange menacing looks as blades clash. Tiny advises her to put more weight behind her swings while parrying her blows. During the skirmish, he ponders if her massive blade felt this effortless in his past existence, as he currently perceives no heaviness in her strikes. Garen looks on in disbelief. Even with Tiny's slight build, his power and endurance are incredible. Tiny relentlessly attacks without pause, causing the Orc to fatigue first. If she is exhausted, she won't give up and labels him conceited. Her red boar cowers in fear of walling, sinking toward the ground. As Tiny readies a final blow, Garen shouts a warning to spare her. Tiny restrains his impact, flooring her without delivering a fatal wound. Nevertheless, he senses a significant divide remains between him and actual beasts. He understands that the terror permeating the area isn't a result of his own strength, but rather Wulung's aura. He feels his mastery approaching a new level and decides that selecting Animus was the right move. The beaten Orcs withdraw. Garen watches them leave but cautions Tiny about the perils of such impulsive combat. Tiny chuckles, confessing he gets caught up in the moment. Garen observes they've already cleared the second clan's territory, marking that he's never witnessed Orcs being defeated with such ease. Tiny finds the lack of challenge somewhat underwhelming. Rather than proceeding to the next group, Tiny proposes a detour to Jammingwood, the settlement belonging to the Red Boar clan they just bested. He mentions it's only a 2-hour trek to the west. Garen is curious about his source of information, but Tiny simply says he picked it up somewhere. Garen suspects Tiny is hiding much but chooses not to pry. They arrive at Jammingwood, the gateway to the tribe's lands. A sentry halts them, pointing out their lack of resemblance to traders. Garen presents the tooth he was given as evidence of their victory in the trial. Satisfied, the guard permits their entry. Once inside, Tiny remarks on the orcs' lack of hospitality. Garen clarifies that historical conflicts between their races have fostered deep-seated suspicion. Tiny remembers that during the civil war of his former life, massive orc warbands raided for loot. He also recalls that infighting among the tribes led to their eventual downfall back then. This memory weighs heavily on him. Combat is second nature to orcs, yet civil strife is another matter. No race chooses self-annihilation without cause, sensing potential indicators. Turmoil, he opts to remain in jamming wood for a day of observation. Garen concurs immediately, noting that Tiny's actions are always calculated. Thus, no justification is required. Tiny expresses gratitude for the confidence. While touring, Tiny realizes the settlement's scale exceeds his expectations, having previously only known it through hearsay. If jamming wood is so remarkable, the capital Bader must be truly magnificent. He suspects Jerk is probably located there. A heavily armored, giant orc interrupts them, inquiring about their presence in jamming wood. Tiny wonders if this is the leader, noting his proficiency in the common tongue. Garen clarifies that they successfully completed the warrior's trial and are just passing through. The orc eyes Tiny's slight frame, skeptical of his power. Garen stands up for him, stating that despite Tiny's stature, he is one of the Empire's greatest geniuses, and fighting their warriors is no disgrace. This piques the interest of Chief Bader. He asks to witness Tiny's combat skills personally. Despite another orc's warning that it's an inconvenient time for a duel, the chief persists. Tiny agrees, mentioning they must keep to their itinerary. Garen is taken aback by Tiny's swift compliance. After a few words to his kin in their native tongue, Chief Bader escorts Tiny to the ring. A crowd of orcs assembles, murmuring amongst themselves. The chief cautions that the spectators might be intimidating. Tiny dismisses the concern but frets that besting the leader before his tribe could seem disrespectful. The chief retorts that orcs find honor in all combat, so there is no cause for worry. Tiny sheds his outer gear, exposing the transcendent suit underneath. The chief identifies him as the Knight of Radiance, though he seems let down that Tiny is merely a blader. Tiny counters that a warrior's class isn't the sole factor in determining victory. Pleased with the response, the chief challenges him to demonstrate it. He strikes first with his hammer, knocking Tiny down. Getting up, Tiny realizes the disadvantage of not having Animus fully engaged. He acknowledges that the chief's power is greater than anticipated. Rather than being afraid, he is thrilled. It has been ages since he felt such intensity, evoking memories of his former conflicts. Tiny immediately recognizes that Chief Bader possesses significantly more strength than initially apparent. As the chief's blows grow increasingly weighty, Tiny confesses to himself that he hasn't encountered this level of strain in a long while. The experience transports him back to the wars of his past existence. The chief delivers another hammer blow, which Tiny parries with his blade, intending to test his natural power without the aid of his specialized gear. He stands firm and exerts counterpressure. Their armaments screech against one another as they both exert maximum effort. Amidst the deadlock, Tiny observes the chief's mana circulation and tribal marking. The chief notes that Tiny hasn't engaged his transcendent armor. Tiny maintains that his sword is sufficient. Encouraged by this, the chief tells him to live up to his words. Tiny lunges forward, demonstrating through his movements that the chief should prepare for more. They trade powerful strikes with full intensity. Observing from the sidelines, Garen sees that this duel has transcended a mere evaluation. Leader's hostility intensifies as he strikes again with fury. Tiny is eager for more, and rather than feeling pressured, he finds the experience exhilarating. This ferocity evokes memories of Jer, who taught him to persist until one side breaks. Tiny wonders if this is the warrior's true essence, gaining power through brutal force. The chieftain continues his relentless assault. Tiny meets him with equal strength, neither willing to retreat. The tension snaps a weapon, leaving the orcish crowd stunned. Chief grins, sensing Tiny's genuine courage. Tiny admits the same of his foe. Satisfied, the leader takes Tiny's arm, noting the rumors were true. Since the trial is sufficient, he decides it is time for a candid talk and leads Tiny away. Tiny is perplexed by his intent but follows regardless. Garen shouts from the rear to remind them of his presence and joins them. Inside, the chief brings them to a table and calls for a feast. He suggests that those who battle fiercely deserve a hearty meal. Garen accepts the food thankfully. Tiny consumes the food eagerly and compliments the flavor. The chief observes Tiny's appetite, while Garen silently questions if Tiny's soul travel is more orcish than human. As they eat, the chief discloses his true motive. He inquires about Tiny's ties to the current ruler. Tiny clarifies that while no official bond exists, he once struck the prince. The chief laughs, noting such an act implies a very deep connection. The chieftain's demeanor turns somber as he addresses the Knight of Radiance, demanding to know if the Empire is preparing for an upcoming war. Garen is taken aback by the abrupt change. Tiny stays composed, asking what sparked this doubt. The chief describes how Nergu of the Black Rhino tribe is advocating for war. He adds that a human advisor is inciting conflict, leading him to suspect Imperial meddling. Tiny remembers an earlier comment and suspects the ex-emperor's hand. He stakes his reputation, declaring the Empire would never engage in such schemes. Garen is stunned, fearing such a bold claim is risky. However, the chief trusts him, believing combat reveals a man's true heart. Because their fight was sincere, he honors Tiny's word. Tiny voices his appreciation and performs the traditional orcish fist bump. Uttering a few words in their native tongue, Tiny surprises the chief. He explains he learned it from a dear orc companion, which strengthens their mutual respect. Tiny is convinced that genuine bonds transcend borders. After a day passes, word gets out that Tiny is preparing to depart for Elfenheim. The female warrior he previously bested approaches, offering to lead him to the great forest's edge. Garen recognizes her as his previous opponent. Tiny notes she still seems agitated by her defeat, prompting her to snap at him to stop bringing it up. She introduces herself as Narun. A commander of the Red Boar Scouts, she vows to guide them to the Green Woods. Garen points out that 2 trials remain, but she explains that those requirements are now irrelevant, as her tribe is allied with the forest orcs. Garen is amazed, as such tribal cooperation is uncommon. He explains that while the leader prizes power and command, he shuns pointless bloodshed. His mentorship allowed her to master the general tongue, and the clan flourishes under his authority. Garen decides that the chief is an exceptional ruler. Tiny, meanwhile, is troubled. He recalls seeing Jammingwood survivors in his past life, but the name Chief Bader never came up. This discrepancy makes him speculate if the leader perished prior to the catastrophe. During the journey, the youth ponders the turmoil within the orc clans and seeks a means to notify the Empire. Sensing the gravity of the matter, he inquires if Narun knows a way to transmit a report from the settlement. Aaron is intrigued by this abrupt anxiety. Tiny clarifies that Valentia needs to be informed of the shifts in orc society, as the situation might escalate into a major crisis. Easing up, Garen confesses he anticipated a different motive. Having already planned for this, he discloses that he has already set up a way for the information to be sent. A new contact of his in Jammingwood is heading to Valencia to provide a full account of the meeting with Chief Bader. Tiny is taken aback, having been completely unaware of this plan. Garen figured Tiny's earlier boldness stemmed from self-assurance, though Garen was actually just following his gut. He further notes that orcs lack the ability to utilize elder magic for communication. Consequently, manual delivery is the sole option. For this reason, he insists there is no cause for alarm. Tiny is curious about when Garen formed such a bond, to which Garen nonchalantly replies that they met at the arena just yesterday. To him, the duration of an acquaintance doesn't dictate reliability. He relies on his own intuition. Tiny stays quiet but skeptical, as he finds it difficult to place his faith in others. Nevertheless, they press on, with Garen confident that Tiny will see his point in time. As their path takes them further into the plains, Garen pauses to converse with a fellow orc in her native tongue while Tiny and Garen wait, unable to comprehend the dialogue. Once finished, she tells them she notified the local clan that the knights are visitors under the Red Wild Boar's protection and traveling to the Great Forest. Due to her status, the group is granted passage. Garen expresses his gratitude for her assistance. Just before their departure, a different orc nears them. Having heard rumors of a knight on a spirit wolf who averted a catastrophe, he suspects that individual is traversing these lands. Glancing at Tiny, he calls him a diminutive mortal. Tiny is annoyed by the recurring comment but chooses to stay silent. Narun points out to the orc that the travelers are under her clan's wing. The orc explains that he has no desire to obstruct their path. His elder sibling has reached such an age that he has transitioned into a spirit, and he is looking for direction. The orc gives a nod when Tiny asks if he is referring to the dire wolf. Tiny examines the beast, noting its thin frame and suspecting that time has taken its toll. Suddenly, his own wolf dashes toward some greenery, catching his eye. Tiny picks the herbs and offers them. The orc identifies it as Quran grass, though. thinks it is merely a foul-tasting weed. Tiny clarifies that it serves to prolong the wolf's lifespan instead of triggering a change. Appreciative of the explanation, the orc once more calls Tiny a meager human. The orc identifies himself as bold, a contender for the leadership of the direwolf clan. As a reward for the assistance, he vows to aid Tiny whenever he might need it. Following their separation, Tiny muses on high regard for honor within the direwolf tribe. Bold brings Jerk to mind, making him curious about Jerk's current activities. He senses he will find out shortly. 5 days go by as they journey through the verdant woods. Exactly 14 days have passed since they set out. Reaching the forest's boundary, Tiny expresses his thanks to Narun for her safe escort. She tells him her people wish him well before she departs. Watching her vanish into the foliage, Tiny understands that they have finally arrived at the great forest. Garen clarifies that these woods are the domain of elven folk and primeval creatures. He conveys his understanding of the land's protective barrier, which prevents the demonic realm's blight from spreading. He proceeds to describe rumors of the archaic struggle that results in the demon center's existence.